Audiobook title, Empires of BlackPowder and Ember, 151-200. Original title, Steel, Guns, and the Industrial Party in Another World. Chapter 151, A Taste of Opportunity. The drawing room was all gilt and velvet, the sort of place that made Hansel sit a little too straight in his chair. He perched on the edge of the seat, fingers pressed flat against his knees, his gaze wandering to the doorway every few heartbeats, as if willing someone to appear. For several days he had been trying to secure an audience with Viscount William, the royal quartermaster. Every time, the same reply had come back: his lordship was frightfully busy and had no time to receive him. No explanation, no promise of a later date, just a polite wall. Yesterday, at last, a different message had arrived. The Viscount would see him the following morning, at his own residence. Hansel had stared at the reply for a long moment before the relief finally sank in. He had risen at dawn today, nerves already buzzing, and dressed with ridiculous care in the outfit he had set aside for such an occasion. After checking himself in the mirror more than once, he made his way to the Viscount's townhouse and arrived precisely at the appointed hour. He reminded himself, over and over, like a mantra, this meeting matters. It decides whether these tins ever reach the army. It decides whether anyone in the upper echelons of the kingdom even notices I exist. This trip back to the capital was not just about recruiting talent and gathering refugees for Paul. He also carried a heavy, specific task: convince the royal army to adopt canned food. Paul had been quietly confident about their chances. Canned food, after all, had been invented for exactly this purpose: to solve the problem of feeding soldiers no matter the world. An easy-to-move, long-keeping ration ought to be a quartermaster's dream. Hansel knew little about military affairs, but even a layman could see the obvious advantages. Food that traveled well, lasted for months, and did not rot at the first hint of warmth was a gift to any army. He waited in Viscount William's sumptuous drawing room, pretending to study the furnishings while actually stealing glance after glance at the doorway. He lost track of how many times his eyes drifted back there before he finally heard footsteps echoing along the corridor outside. Here we go. His heart thudded hard against his ribs. He took a slow breath, smoothed his expression and posture, and sat up straight, doing his best to look calm and composed. A figure appeared in the doorway, a middle-aged man with sharp, shrewd eyes and the air of someone used to weighing costs and gains rather than people. He stepped into the room with the unhurried confidence of a man on home ground. Hansel rose at once and bowed slightly. "An honor to meet you, Viscount William." "Hansel, sit, sit." The Viscount waved a hand and crossed to the opposite chair, lowering himself with practiced ease. "Time does fly," he remarked suddenly, studying Hansel's face. Who would have thought the second son of House Abbott would have grown this much already? The scandal from back then had swept through the capital like wildfire. Everyone had known all about old Abbott and the illegitimate child who had appeared out of nowhere. The young man standing before him now was that very boy. Yes, my lord," Hansel answered, forcing out a dry, awkward little laugh. "So then," the Viscount continued without any more pleasantries, "what exactly have you come to see me about?" "Straight to business. No warm-up, no idle chatter." Hansel felt irritation prickle beneath his polite mask. "Every single time. The purpose is written plainly on the calling card." Is this noble quartermaster truly so busy he cannot remember why anyone comes to see him? Not a hint of that dissatisfaction reached his face. Whatever William's actual rank, the man still controlled the supple lines of the royal army. Annoying him at the outset would be nothing short of suicidal. Maintaining a courteous smile, Hansel cleared his throat. "Thank you, Viscount, for sparing a moment from your many duties to receive me. I am here today to recommend to you a newly developed field ration, to hook him at once." He chose his words carefully. Not merchandise, not foodstuff. Field ration. Speak to a man in the language of his office. The Viscount's brows drew together. "A field ration?" "Developed," Hansel nodded. "Exactly so, my lord." Then he turned his head slightly. Timon, the servant standing quietly behind him, stepped forward at once. Timon set the wooden case he had been carrying onto the low table and eased open the lid with cautious, almost reverent movements, as though afraid the contents might somehow vanish if handled too brusquely. Viscount William leaned in. Curiosity finally stirred. Inside the box, neatly arranged in rows, were 6 glass jars, each sealed with wax at the neck. This is meant to be field rations?" he asked, surprise slipping into his tone. "Yes, my lord. Strictly speaking, their proper name is canned food. It is a particular way of processing and sealing provisions so they can be stored for long periods without spoiling. Please, do try them. This one is beef." Hansel picked up the jar with the beef label, worked his thumbnail under the wax seal and stripped it away to reveal the cork beneath. From his satchel he produced a small, purpose-made opener, twisted the metal screw into the cork, and pulled sharply. The cork came free with a soft pop, a faint savory aroma escaping with the trapped air. He set the open jar reverently in front of the Viscount. William stared at it, plainly unconvinced. To be fair, the contents did not look like much. Chunks of meat sat in a cloudy broth, with pale globules of fat floating on the surface like unappealing islands. It looked more like the leftovers from yesterday's stew than anything designed to tempt the appetite. If anything, it nudged the mind towards the thought of grease-slicked dishwater rather than a hearty meal. After a long moment of silence, he gestured to a footman. "Fetch 2 forks from the kitchen." The servant disappeared and returned shortly, placing 2 polished forks on the table between them. The Viscount gave Hansel a brief, meaningful look. Hansel understood at once, picked up one of the forks, slid it into the jar, and speared a piece of beef. He lifted it without hesitation and popped it into his mouth, chewing with an almost exaggerated calm. Only when he had seen Hansel swallow without flinching did the Viscount pick up the other fork. He dipped it into the jar, fished out a slice of beef, and raised it to his lips. He chewed slowly, frowning in thought. The texture is acceptable. It is indeed beef. The flavor was a little odd, different from freshly stewed meat, but by no means unpleasant. More importantly, there was no hint of the sour, foul note that came with rot. Whatever else might be said, this was not spoiled food. Hansel swallowed his own mouthful and seized the moment. "My lord, that very jar of beef you and I have just tasted was produced more than a month ago." "More than a month?" The Viscount's head snapped up, genuine shock breaking through his reserve. Meat, surviving that long? He jabbed his fork back into the jar and lifted another piece, bringing it close to his eyes. The fibers looked firm, not mushy or discolored. The surface did not glisten with that unpleasant grayish slime that heralded decay. Judging by both texture and appearance, the beef had been cooked at some point, probably boiled. Under normal circumstances, cooked meat lasted a day or 2 at best before it turned, even if shut away in a nice house to squeeze a few extra days out of it. Yet here it sat, in this small glass container, as if time had politely passed it by. Seeing the astonishment on the quartermaster's face, Hansel allowed himself a sliver of quiet satisfaction. "My lord," he said, the pride in his voice carefully leashed. "According to the inventor of this method, these tins can keep their contents safe for at least half a year. Even in the height of summer, so long as they are eaten before the so-called best before date, the meat inside will not rot or spoil." Half a year? Disbelief warred with calculation in the Viscount's eyes. As quartermaster, he knew well enough that meat could be turned into jerky to lengthen its life, but the result was tough as old leather and felt like chewing wax. Resigned necessity, not enjoyment. What sat before him in the jar, however, was far more palatable. Not only beef, either, Hansel continued smoothly, other meats can also be preserved in tins. This one is pork, this one is mutton. As he spoke, he lifted the remaining jars from the box, placing them on the table in a neat line, labels turned outward. And it is not just meat. Vegetables and fruit can be tinned as well. These 3 are pear, apple, and spinach. The fruit and vegetable jars, with their greens and golds and soft reds gleaming through the glass, were much easier on the eye. They drew the Viscount's attention like jewels in a display case. Hansel opened each one in turn with the little opener, the soft pops punctuating his explanation, and invited Viscount William to sample a little of everything. The Viscount obliged, tasting with the same cautious air he might give to an unfamiliar wine. He tried the spinach, then the pork, then the mutton. When he reached the pear and apple, his expression eased noticeably. "These 2 fruit tins are rather good," he admitted, going back for another spoonful, then another. The syrup clung to his tongue with a pleasant sweetness, the fruit tender but not mushy, carrying a hint of their original fragrance beneath the sugar. Hansel chuckled inwardly. Of course they are good. Every jar prepared for demonstration and tasting had been specially made. The meat tins contained carefully measured spices, enough to lift the flavor without shouting about it. The fruit ones had been dosed generously with white sugar. Both spices and sugar cost a small fortune back in the Northwest Bay. This little tasting session was practically an exercise in burning money for effect. At length, the Viscount dabbed his mouth with the napkin a servant offered, patting the corners of his lips as if reluctant to waste a drop. "If they truly keep for more than half a year," he said at last, "then these so-called tins are indeed a fine thing." "Of course they are, my lord," Hansel answered quickly. "And soldiers will love them. As quartermaster, you must know all too well how miserable it is for men in the field to go without meat and fresh vegetables for months on end." Whether the soldiers were happy or not was, to William, a secondary matter. They had their own ways of getting their hands on meat and greens when they were desperate enough. What mattered was something else entirely: how much trouble this could save the people in charge of feeding them. That thought warmed him far more than the beef had out loud. However, he merely nodded along with Hansel's point. "Quite right, Baron Abbot, quite right. This truly is excellent field rations." Only then did it fully return to him that Hansel was no longer merely some wayward son of House Abbot, but a baron in his own right. Chapter 152, Baron Andrew's Letters. Baron Abbot, these tins are precisely what the kingdom's army has been lacking. Viscount William looked noticeably more amiable than when Hansel had first been shown in. The food and the possibilities behind it had clearly put him in quite a decent mood. "So then," the Viscount went on, leaning back a little, "how exactly are they made?" "Best, of course, if such a thing could be kept firmly in one's own hands." Hansel arranged his features into a regretful smile. "Unfortunately, my lord, even I do not know how the tins are produced. The inventor and manufacturer is Earl Paul Grayman of the Ardor domain in the Northwest Bay. He has simply commissioned me, in my capacity as Royal Commissioner, to introduce this processed food to the Royal Army. As for the actual method, he has not breathed a single word." Viscount William shook his head over and over. "A great pity. A great pity indeed. The Earl really ought to present the recipe directly to the Crown. Local lords these days, where has their loyalty to His Majesty gone? Have they all forgotten the oaths their ancestors swore to Rodney I? What truly pained him was not some lofty ideal of loyalty. The real issue was that Grayman was a landed noble in his own right, an earl at that. One could not simply send a squad of men to squeeze the method out of him, especially not in such a sensitive time, with rebellions flaring in the southern marches. Hansel muttered inwardly. Those oaths never said anything about, if the royal household takes a fancy to something, all lords must hand it over without a word out loud. William continued, "Baron Abbot, you must pass a message to Earl Grayman. If he is willing to present the method for making tins, His Majesty will be sure to reward him handsomely. I shall certainly convey your words to Lord Grayman." Hansel's tone was smooth and respectful, but his thoughts were far less polite. Since when does a quartermaster speak as though he can promise rewards on the king's behalf, and what good are empty pledges, anyway? "So," Hansel asked, steering things back to the point that mattered, "does that mean the royal army is interested in this new ration?" "Interested? Of course." The Viscount's eyes flickered thoughtfully. "The question is, what kind of output are we talking about? Once the army decides to procure something, it will not be in trifling quantities." Hansel felt a faint flutter of nerves. To be frank, my lord, current production is still on the low side. However, you need not worry. Lord Grayman is already expanding the tin works on his lands. By the latest, around February next year, he should be able to provide the royal army with large quantities on a stable, ongoing basis." He added silently, "Let us hope all those merchants Paul has roped in actually do their part." The Viscount rubbed his chin for a moment, weighing this. "In that case, we shall speak of long-term procurement once he has the capacity for large-scale production. For now, you can supply us with a small number of tins so the men can get used to them and try them out." Hansel rose and bowed. "Thank you, my lord. I shall send you another small batch as a start. Once I return to the Northwest, I will make sure they prioritize production and delivery to the capital. Lord Grayman is loyal to His Majesty. In fact, my journey back this time is to escort a shipment of grain he is donating to the Crown. If the royal army does adopt tins on a large scale, the Earl will no doubt offer a very generous wholesale price." Viscount William nodded, giving a little snort. "HMPH. Let us hope so. In any case, there is something you should understand first, please, my lord." Hansel straightened slightly. This sounded important. "I am responsible only for the supply of the forces under Her Highness the Princess," the Viscount said slowly. "The other generals manage the logistics for their own troops. If you want them to adopt tins as well, you will need to find your own way to persuade them." Hansel mentally underlined the point. "Thank you for the warning, my lord." Leaving the Viscount's townhouse, Hansel headed straight back to his own family home. As soon as he stepped through the door, a servant hurried up to him. "My lord, a guest calling himself Baron Andrew is here to see you. When we told him you were out for the day and invited him to return another time, he insisted on waiting for your return." "Baron Andrew?" Hansel frowned. "Can't say I know anyone by that name." "From his accent he sounds like he is from the Northwest." The servant added, "We thought he might have some connection to you, so we showed him into the drawing room to wait. Take me to him." A name had just surfaced in Hansel's mind. Baron Andrew, a vassal under the county of Berdine in the Northwest Bay. According to Earl Maylon Gannard, Baron Andrew had been the only vassal who had not joined the uprising. Viscount Anjiro and the others, flaunting the banner of marching in loyal service to the crown, had pushed Andrew forward as the one officially leading the Gannard household's own troops south to help the royal family suppress the rebellion. Under cover of that pretext, they had marched their private forces into the county capital of Berdine, the city of Buchuya, and seized it. Before and after Paul led his troops to smash the Berdine revolt, Baron Andrew had never brought his men back. At first, that was because his lord, Earl Maillon Gannard, had issued him an order. Only once the royal rebellion was put down was he to return. Given how things now stood, the end of that rebellion was nowhere in sight. On top of that, the letters exchanged later had made it clear that Andrew had performed well on campaign, winning the trust of Her Highness the Princess. When a great fire broke out in the capital's granaries, most of the so-called loyalist contingents from various lords had been politely packed off home. Berdine's troops, however, had not been dismissed. After Maillon regained his freedom, the folk of Arda grew a little anxious. They feared that once Baron Andrew and his men returned north, there might be fresh trouble in Berdine. So Maillon was persuaded to write to his vassal in person. In his letter, the Earl explained that Viscount Anjiro and his cronies had indeed risen in rebellion, but that their little adventure had already been crushed. Maillon also repeated his earlier order. Andrew was to remain with the royal host until the wider southern unrest was properly settled, then return. To soothe any misgivings, Andrew's family were encouraged to add their own letters to the packet. The combined message, boiled down, read: "We have had a spot of bother at home, but it is all sorted now. You just keep fighting on the front line, and show His Majesty that Berdine's banners are loyal and true." And so Baron Andrew and the Berdine troops under his command had remained in the south. Hansel entered the drawing room and finally laid eyes on the man who had been waiting for him. Baron Andrew, a broad-shouldered, powerfully built knight with a square, resolute face and a steady gaze. Hansel stepped forward and introduced himself first. "I am Hansel Abbott. What business brings Baron Andrew to my door?" The Baron stood up at once, offering a respectful bow. "A pleasure to meet you, Baron Abbott. I have heard you are the royal commissioner posted to Arda, next to our Berdine." Hansel gestured for him to sit again and took the chair opposite. "That is right. I am in the capital on official business and will soon be heading back to the Northwest Bay." Baron Andrew's expression softened into something like admiration. A man as dutiful as Baron Abbott is not often seen these days. The commissioner posted to our Berdine found some excuse to return to Jinya and then simply vanished. "From what I hear, this is not an isolated case." Hansel nearly snorted. "Lords all over the realm are desperate to see their royal commissioners disappear." "Is that not exactly what they wanted?" Andrew, oblivious to that line of thought, went on. "I have already learned from Earl Gannard's letter about Viscount Anjiro and the others rising in revolt. I never could stomach those men in peacetime, but even so, I did not expect them actually to break their oaths. A disgrace to knighthood, truly." He clenched one fist lightly against his knee, jaw tightening in a brief flash of anger. "Thank the heavens Earl Greyman marched in time to crush those traitors," Andrew continued, his voice warming. "Lord Gannard truly chose his sworn brother well. Please, Baron Abbott, when you return, convey my gratitude to Earl Greyman." Hansel chuckled and nodded. Of course, I shall be sure to pass your thanks on to Lord Greyman." The two men talked on for quite some time. From Andrew's manner and his answers, Hansel came to a few firm conclusions. First, the Baron genuinely had no inkling of Anjiro's conspiracy beforehand. Second, Baron Andrew thought of himself first and foremost as a knight. His words were full of honor, vows, and duty. And when it came to politics, he was, frankly, a little naive. From a certain angle, that very simplicity made him rather endearing. Their conversation grew easier and more relaxed as the afternoon wore on. In the end, Hansel agreed to do him a small favor. He would take a great bundle of letters back to the Northwest Bay. Most of them, Andrew explained a touch sheepishly, were family letters from Berdine soldiers at the front, dictated to scribes and written out in proper form, waiting to be delivered home. Chapter 153, Medical Training. "Ow. Careful, will you?" Alan screwed up his face, wincing and whinging like a toddler with a scraped knee. "Honestly," muttered the girl holding the cotton swab, "you can't even handle a bit of pain, and yet you go on and on about sailing the high seas one day." She dabbed medicinal spirit onto the boy's swollen ankle with firm, practiced strokes, her voice dripping with mockery. This was Susan, granddaughter of the late town elder Peter. She was apprenticed to Dr. Ward these days, learning the craft at his clinic, and she had set her sights firmly on becoming a physician herself. This particular boy, along with the gaggle of self-styled naval cadets who always seemed to turn up with him, were regular fixtures at the surgery. If they were not nursing bruises from disciplinary beatings, they were patching up accidents from training exercises gone wrong. Alan's latest mishap had involved scrambling down a rope ladder from the mast of a warship, missing his footing halfway, and plummeting straight onto the deck. The result, a badly twisted ankle and an arm so bruised it had turned an impressive shade of purple. At Susan's teasing, Alan's cheeks flushed red. "I'm just giving honest feedback about my physical condition," he shot back defensively. "Saying something hurts doesn't mean I'm a coward. I'm not going to skip training just because of a few injuries." "Ha, so argumentative for someone your age." Susan pressed down harder with the swab, and the boy sucked air through his teeth, hissing in pain. She was long past standing on ceremony with these cadets. They had been through the clinic doors often enough that she treated them almost like younger brothers. Alan, being the youngest of their lot, got even less mercy. The other cadets had told her his story. His only living relative had been killed by pirates. Susan's heart ached for him. Her own grandfather, her only family, too, had nearly been murdered by pirates as well. But at least the old man had been saved in time. Compared to Alan, she had been lucky. "I still don't understand what our Lord is thinking," she muttered, shaking her head. "Putting a bunch of little brats like you lot into the military. What good can you possibly do? Why would the Navy saddle itself with a pack of half-grown children? Surely they were more trouble than they were worth." Alan bristled again. "Lord Grayman says we're the seeds of the Navy's future. We're the hope for Ada's expansion into 10,000 miles of ocean. Everything the Lord decides is right." Susan sighed and shook her head. What did children understand? Really? Expansion, ocean territories? It all sounded like war and death dressed up in fancy words. Still, she did not say so aloud. She thought back to the day she had let her temper get the better of her and spoken rudely to Earl Grayman himself. He could have punished her, but he had let it pass. She was still quietly grateful for that. Best to hope the Lord's decisions were sound ones, she supposed. A thought struck her suddenly. "Oh, by the way, I should warn you, City Hall sent word that Dr. Ward and I have to go to Lake Hart Town for some kind of training. It might take several days. If you and your mates get yourselves hurt again during that time, either through carelessness or another round of punishment drills, there'll be no one here to patch you up." Alan shrugged. "Is that so? Well, we'll be gone ourselves in a few days, so." He stopped mid-sentence, clamping his mouth shut. Susan looked at him curiously. "Gone? Gone where?" Alan paused, mentally checking whether the voyage of the Southern was classified information. Deciding it was not, he continued. "In a few days, we're sailing south along the coast aboard the Southern. Lord Grayman calls it opening the Great Sea Route. Even if you and Dr. Ward were here, we would not be around to bother you." "Oh, that. Yes, I've heard about it. The whole town is buzzing. Especially the merchants. They go on about the new route and long-distance trade like they've had too much coffee. Mind you, I've never heard of any ship managing to reach the southernmost tip of the kingdom's coastline before. It's not just the kingdom's southern tip, you know," Alan added eagerly. "If we've got enough supplies and the weather holds, we might even make it as far as Horn Bay." Alan, still new to service, did not really grasp how far Horn Bay actually was. He only knew it lay somewhere much further south. But judging by how excited the officers got whenever they talked about it, he had decided it must be something extraordinary. Poor lad, Susan thought. So young, and already drifting around at sea, following the adults off to God's new where. Her sympathy for the motherless boy swelled again. "Give me your arm." She dipped the cotton in the medicinal spirit again and began dabbing at the bruise blooming across his forearm. As she worked, she said quietly, "Look after yourself out there on the ship, all right? Listen to your officers, and don't go getting yourself punished for breaking the rules." Alan felt something warm flicker in his chest. He smiled. "I will, thanks, Susan." Right then, everyone. This is a microscope. It can magnify whatever you observe by several hundred times. This part here is the objective lens. You aim it at the object you wish to examine. And this is the eyepiece. You look through it with your eye to see the magnified image. In one of the classrooms at Wade Academy, Miss Diaz was introducing a crowd of students to the strange new device that had just been distributed to the school. These students, however, were not children. Most were noticeably older, some looked to be in their 20s or 30s, and there were even a few women who appeared to be past 40. This was the healthcare workforce that the Administrative Council was currently training. The two consultant advisors had compiled the first edition of the Basic Medical and Health Manual. With the massive influx of refugees that Hansel had gathered due to arrive any day, Paul had ordered them to begin building a proper medical and sanitation system immediately. The students came from all over Ardu and Berdine. Most were women. Some of them could not even read yet. So the teaching had to combine diagrams and illustrations with basic literacy lessons, delivering foundational health knowledge and written language side by side. Now then, You will each take turns coming up to the platform to use this microscope and observe the microorganisms described in your manual. Starting from the front row, the students filed up to the platform one by one, following the steps Ms. Diaz had just demonstrated. Oh, that's incredible. Ugh, how disgusting. Gasps and exclamations drifted back from the front of the room as each person peered through the lens. While the students took their turns at the microscope, Eileen slipped out of the classroom. During the lesson, she had noticed someone peeking through the window from outside. Earl Grayman, what brings you here? Paul clapped his hands lightly. Excellent work, Miss Diaz. Your explanation was very clear. I had business with Morrison, so I thought I would stop by and see how things are going. Odd, Eileen thought. He could easily have sent someone to summon the academy dean to the manor. Why bother coming himself? Still, she decided not to press the point. Perhaps the Lord simply wanted to stretch his legs. How many batches of existing physicians have we had through here now? Paul asked. Only the second batch so far. Even then, we have only covered basic microbiology, simple sterilization methods, and the principles behind them. The good news is that the physicians can already read, so they are learning quickly from the manual. In fact, some of them were already using certain sterilization techniques. They just did not understand why they worked. As for the complete beginners with no prior knowledge, she added with a slight grimace, they are taking a bit longer. Paul nodded sympathetically. Haste makes waste. Take your time. We are still exploring many of these ideas ourselves. We will share each new discovery as we make it, and we need to get everyone involved in the process of exploration. Paul glanced through the classroom window again. A particular group caught his eye, a cluster of women who seemed to stick together, separate from the rest. They did not mingle or chat with the other students, and there was a slight air of tension around them, as though they did not quite belong. He nodded towards them and turned to his advisor. How are they getting on? Chapter 154, Difficult Conversations. Paul jerked his chin towards the classroom. How are they getting on? Eileen looked puzzled. Who? The women we rescued from the pirates. Oh, them. The moment she realized who he meant, the female advisor's expression darkened, anger flashing hot and immediate. Those scum were absolutely vile. Do you know, my lord, that some of those women were kidnapped and dragged to that island when they were still children? Then they were forced to do those disgusting things. You should have hanged every last pirate. Not one of them was innocent. She took a breath, forcing herself to calm down, though worry now threaded through her voice. As for how those poor souls are doing, honestly, not well. They have been imprisoned for so long that they lack even basic life skills. The ones who were taken as girls can barely manage ordinary conversation. Paul winced and rubbed his temple. That serious bloody hell. At this rate, when will they ever be ready to start working? Does that mean I have to support them for free indefinitely? Eileen's temper flared immediately. Paul Grayman, have you got no humanity left? These women have been through absolute hell, and all you can think about is how to squeeze more labor out of them. She suddenly remembered that the man she was shouting at was her employer, and that perhaps yelling at him to his face was not the wisest move. But the words were out now, and she was not about to take them back. She glared at him, indignant and unyielding. Paul sighed inwardly. What a sheltered noble woman. Though, he had to admit, she looked rather endearing when she was angry. He knew the type well enough. Wealthy nobles from prosperous regions adored their charity work, handing out alms to the poor, especially the idle ladies and their daughters, who filled their empty days by indulging in that so-called moral superiority. Yet they never seemed to grasp that their family's wealth had been wrung out of those very same poor people in the first place. To them, frittering away money was simply their birthright. His first impulse was to snap back with something blunt. I do not have spare cash to run a charity. Or, those who do not work do not eat. But after a moment's hesitation, he let it go. No point getting into a row with her over this. He spread his hands in a placating gesture. Perhaps I phrased that badly, but it does not change the reality, Miss Diaz. For a family like yours, spending a little pocket money to support a few idle hands is nothing. For Ada, though, every coin we spend is carefully accounted for. Eileen did not argue this time. In all her months working here, she had never encountered a noble quite as tight-fisted as Paul, at least when it came to his own personal expenses. Over the past half-year, both official and private enterprises had opened numerous factories across the territory, vastly increasing the government's revenue. Yet Eileen, having worked close to Paul all this time, had come to understand that his military was a money-devouring beast. Whether army or navy, both demanded enormous sums just to keep running, and this peculiar lord had no hesitation whatsoever when it came to spending on his soldiers. Recently, Hansel, The agriculture minister had traveled south to the capital, gathering refugees along the way. Those people needed food and drink. The lords whose lands they passed through offered no help, so the administrative council had been forced to send funds south again and again. Once the refugees finally arrived, settling them would require yet another massive outlay, but you cannot just throw them out onto the streets. Eileen protested. Without any marketable skills, they would only be able to. She could not bring herself to finish the sentence. Paul's face lit up suddenly. How about this? Most of my soldiers are unmarried. What if we match them up with these women as wives? They would even enjoy military family benefits. He looked rather pleased with himself. Eileen, however, felt as though he had driven a knife straight into her chest. After all, she had fled her own home precisely to escape her father's attempt to arrange her marriage by force. Ah, this world is so bloody unfair to women. Earl Greyman. The advisor's voice turned icy. Even as Lord, that is too far. Have you forgotten you said those rescued from the pirates would not be treated as slaves? She raised one hand with solemn gravity. I, Betty Diaz, swear to the Father above that I will ensure every one of those women learns everything in the manual. They will be able to read the words on the page, and they will become qualified medical personnel, as you call them. Paul blinked, bemused. Honestly, what was the fuss? It was only an idea. Why was she taking it so seriously? Still, if she was suddenly this fired up, perhaps it was not such a bad thing. Well then, I will leave it in your hands, Miss Diaz. But the female advisor was not finished. More pressing than what you just suggested is another problem we need to address. Oh? What problem? Prejudice. Prejudice everywhere, because of what those women went through. People gossip about them behind their backs, embellishing the stories, painting them as fallen prostitutes. Paul shrugged. That is a problem only time can solve, I am afraid. Seeing his casual, dismissive attitude, Eileen's frustration boiled over again. No, there is a more effective way. You are the Lord. You can issue a decree banning such gossip and punish anyone who spreads malicious rumors. Oh, Betty, you are far too naive. Before she could finish, Paul was already shaking his head, one hand pressed to his forehead. That would achieve exactly the opposite effect. Trying to force people to stop discriminating only creates deeper divides. The moment you issue that decree, their situation will become even worse. If they cannot behave like ordinary people, if they cannot demonstrate the same value as ordinary people, then the public will continue to see them through tinted lenses. The prejudice and suspicion will only grow more entrenched. Eileen had no reply to that. The Earl had a point, much as she hated to admit it. So, you are just going to stand by and do nothing? Paul thought for a moment. Their military needs its own independent medical system. Once their training is complete, I will assign them to the barracks and form them into a separate unit. The camps are closed environments with limited contact with ordinary civilians. Beyond that, we will just have to trust in time. Eileen's eyes narrowed with sudden suspicion. You are not seriously planning to push that brilliant idea of yours again, are you? Besides, the barracks are full of men. Are you not worried something might happen? Or perhaps that is exactly what you are hoping for? Paul rolled his eyes. My soldiers are not as depraved as you seem to think. They are nothing like the troops you knew before. The military enforces these rules extremely strictly. They would not dare risk losing their heads by stepping out of line. In the Ada military, rape was a grievous crime, punishable by death at the most severe level. Of course, most national armies officially banned such offenses. The difference lay in how strictly the ban was enforced. Ada's forces were likely the strictest in the world. That said, Paul was not unrealistic about the physical needs of unmarried soldiers. He had no illusions about turning them into Puritans. So during leave, if they wanted to visit a brothel, he did not forbid it. Eileen gave a skeptical sniff. I hope you are right. Then she turned on her heel and strode back into the classroom. Paul turned to Cecil, who had been standing silently beside him the entire time, eyes fixed on the middle distance, saying nothing. Women really are difficult to deal with, are they not? The intelligence chief finally allowed himself a wry smile. They always have special privileges, especially women as beautiful as Miss Diaz. Too right. Come on, let us go find Morrison. Chapter 155, Scouts in the Night. A soft knock sounded against the door. When a voice called "Come in" from within, the attendant pushed it open and stepped inside. Good morning, sir. He bowed respectfully to the man standing in the center of the room. His master, Viscount Austin Klein, the young Viscount, his brown hair neatly combed, smiled warmly in return. Good morning, Bowman. From his fresh complexion and immaculately arranged clothing, it was clear he had been awake for quite some time. Bowman's tone carried a hint of gentle reproach. You could have slept longer. My lord. After all, last night's council ran so late. And you are not on wall duty today. Klein shook his head. A knight must never relax his discipline, even when no one is watching. A wave of admiration swelled in Bowman's chest. Truly a lord who holds himself to the highest standard. Bowman was the eldest son of a minor knight from a village near Thorn Fortress. He had only just turned 16 this year, hoping his boy might also become a knight one day. His father had sent him at the age of 8 to serve the Dodge family, to whom he owed fealty. Bowman and a dozen other young lads had lived at the Dodge estate for 8 years, receiving their training. When the old duke had time to spare, he often took a personal hand in shaping these would-be knights, teaching them combat, horsemanship, and other martial skills. Their education in literature and etiquette, meanwhile, fell to the Duchess. This year, rebellion had erupted across the south, sparked by Grand Duke Giles. Thorn Fortress, which lay within Dodge territory, had suddenly become the first line of defense against the rebel advance northward. Bowman, now grown strong and broad-shouldered, had accompanied Duke Dodge to the fortress to help man the walls. The southern rebels were still busy subduing those lords in their own backyard who remained loyal to the crown, so they had not yet attacked Thorn Fortress. Dodge's own forces, however, were too few to mount any offensive. Her Royal Highness Princess Catherine, who had been clearing barbarian raiders in the Eastern Highlands, immediately dispatched a cavalry detachment to race south and reinforce the garrison. After a tense stretch of waiting, bad news arrived. A massive fire in the capital's granaries had crippled the Supply lines, and the main body of the royal army could not march south for the time being. Instead, they sent only a vanguard led by Viscount Klein to bolster Thorn Fortress's defenses. It was then that Duke Dodge had recommended Bowman to Viscount Klein. The boy became a squire, stepping into the second phase of his journey towards knighthood. Klein held out both arms. "If you would, Bowman." Bowman responded at once. "Of course, my lord, it is my duty." He crossed to the corner of the room where the armor stand waited, lifted a piece from its hooks, and began fastening it onto the Viscount. The suit on the stand was only half plate, light armor that Klein could manage on his own if he wished. Still, helping one's master into his gear was a squire's obligation, and it gave the young men valuable practice with different types of protective equipment. During the first year of service, it was a task they simply had to perform. Bowman worked quickly and smoothly, his hands sure. He knew the steps by heart now. This damned war does not allow a moment's rest, Klein thought sourly. He disliked the sensation of clomping around in armor all day, but there was no helping it. They were on the front line, after all. "Come along. You will join me for breakfast with His Grace." The two left the room, one behind the other. They had barely stepped into the corridor when they encountered Viscount Leicester coming around the corner, the cavalry commander whom the princess had dispatched to reinforce the fortress in the earliest days of the crisis. Klein greeted him first. "Morning, Leicester. Long night on watch, I imagine. You must be knackered." Bowman bowed as well. Leicester gave only the faintest hum of acknowledgement, his face utterly expressionless. Internally, Bowman could not help but mutter, "Is this man born without the ability to show emotion?" He had never once seen Leicester smile. Not to his subordinates, not to his peers, and not even to Duke Dodge himself. The Viscount wore the same cold, blank mask at all times. Klein, who had worked alongside Leicester for years, was long accustomed to it. He had learned to read the man's moods through other, subtler cues. The three of them set off together towards the great hall of the fortress keep. Duke Dodge had invited them to share breakfast there this morning. As they walked, Klein asked casually, "Nothing happened overnight, I trust?" He was expecting a simple no in reply. Instead, Leicester dashed his hopes. "Yes." Klein's head snapped around. "What? What happened?" If the rebels had launched a full assault now, the fortress garrison would be hard-pressed to hold them off. "A scout came back," Leicester said flatly, "covered in blood. There were 7 of them when they set out. He was the only one who returned." "Did he report anything useful?" Leicester shook his head. "He collapsed the moment he got back. The physician has treated his wounds. Lucky to be alive, but he has not woken yet." Klein's expression softened with sympathy. "May the Father above have mercy on him. This is the first time we have lost so many scouts at once, is it not?" He must have run straight into an enemy force far larger than his patrol. Then a puzzled frown creased his brow. But spotting the enemy and gauging their strength in time is basic tradecraft for a scout. Even if they encountered superior numbers, surely they should have been able to retreat before suffering near total losses. Were the men sent out this time all green recruits? Leicester shook his head again. "No, veterans, everyone. That is what makes the loss so significant." "Sounds like we will not know the full story until he wakes." "Correct. They arrived at the Great Hall shortly thereafter and found Duke Dodge already seated, waiting for them. "Apologies for keeping you, Your Grace. Forgive the delay." Both men hurried forward to offer their greetings. The Duke waved a hand dismissively. "Not at all. I only just arrived myself, and we are still well ahead of the agreed time. Come, sit down." The two thanked him and took their places at the table. Their squires stood behind them, ready to answer any summons. Only after their masters had finished eating would the attendants be allowed to take their own breakfast. While they waited for the meal to be served, Lester reported the news about the scout. "A grave loss indeed," the Duke said, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "These are not farm hands who have just traded their plows for spears. Training a competent scout takes considerable effort." He was clearly troubled. "Your Grace," Klein said, leaning forward slightly, "what concerns me is this. The enemy may have intensified their counter-reconnaissance efforts. By hunting down and eliminating our scouts, they can conceal large-scale troop movements and their true deployments. Which means this could be the prelude to a major offensive." Lester, seated beside him, nodded in agreement. Duke Dodge's brow furrowed deeply. "Your concern is well-founded. The fortress must remain at full readiness. Once we have finished breakfast, I shall issue orders to notify all unit commanders of the situation." Klein pressed further. "There, rebels have been camped opposite us for so long without attacking that some of our officers have grown complacent. I believe you should summon the commanders here in person. Your Grace. Let them see the seriousness of this face to face." The Duke stroked his beard again, inwardly impressed by the young man's strategic insight. He was just about to reply when a guard came running into the hall. Breathless, "The scout who returned last night has woken. He says he has urgent intelligence to report." Chapter 156, Thorn Fortress, Part 2. A guard rushed in. Breathless, "The scout who returned last night has woken, sir. He says he has urgent intelligence to report." The air in the Great Hall immediately changed, growing heavy with tension. Urgent intelligence? Just how urgent? Had the rebels finally begun to move? Duke Dodge rose sharply from his chair. "Take me to him, now." Without waiting for anyone else, he strode swiftly from the hall, boots striking the stone floor in firm, echoing steps. Klein and Lester both sprang up and hurried after him. No one cared about breakfast any longer. Behind them came Bowman and the other squires, trying to keep pace. They reached a low barrack hut used to house the injured. The door creaked open under the guard's hand. "Has he woken?" the Duke demanded as he stepped inside. In one corner of the room, a soldier lay on a cot, wrapped head to toe in bandages. Another man sat beside him, gently spooning weak rice broth into his mouth. The attendant scrambled to his feet the moment he saw the commanders enter. Bowing so low his forehead nearly brushed his knees, the wounded scout tried to rise as well, grimacing. "No need to move," said the Duke quickly, stepping forward. His tone softened. "You're wounded. Stay where you are, thank you, Your Grace," the scout murmured. Even his voice sounded frail. A few stools were brought over, and the Duke, Klein, and Lester sat beside his bed. "You said you have important information to report?" the Duke asked. The soldier nodded weakly. "Yes, my lord. I believe what I saw last night is extremely important." The words seemed to dredge up something raw. Grief flickered across his face. Of the 7 men who'd gone out together, only he had returned. His brothers in arms, men he ate and joked with every day, were gone. "Go on." "Then," said the Duke gently. "Yes, my lord." The soldier closed his eyes for a moment, summoning the memory, then began. "Yesterday at dusk, our squad took up position along the section of the road we were assigned to, in case the rebels tried a night attack. It must have been around 8 o'clock when it started getting properly dark. We suddenly heard something out in the distance. There was still a bit of moonlight, so we could just make out a few figures creeping along the road aside toward us. Our captain guessed they were enemy scouts, or maybe a small forward unit, trying to get a look at the fortress. We were about to pull back and report when one of the lads, sharp-eyed fellow, counted them. Only 5 of them, against our 7. The captain decided we might catch a few and make them talk. The rest of us agreed." He paused to swallow, his throat dry. "So we shifted into position and waited for them to get close enough. It was dark, but we know our terrain. The enemy didn't see us. They walked right into the snare. When the captain gave the signal, we burst out and went straight at them. I grabbed my dagger and drove it at the nearest one. He had his back turned, completely unprepared. The strike should have gone clean through, but Klein leaned forward, his instincts already prickling. So did the Duke and Lester. The way the man's voice wavered said it all. Something was very wrong. The scout's eyes widened as the memory returned. But it didn't. It was like stabbing a sheet of iron. My blade hit him full force and just stopped. Klein frowned. He was wearing armor? No, my lord. The scout shook his head too quickly and winced as pain lanced through his body. When they came close, we saw them clearly. No armor, nothing. Dressed like ordinary men, just light clothing for moving quietly at night. The three officers exchanged uneasy glances. Perhaps, Klein suggested, they wore some sort of thin inner armor under their clothes. Even as he said it, he felt foolish. A suit of hidden mail fine enough to move in freely yet tough enough to stop a full-strength thrust. Such things were priceless treasures, heirlooms of great houses, not the kit of common scouts. This truly is strange, muttered the Duke, his tone now grim. And then. The soldier's expression turned uncertain, haunted. At first, the one I stabbed staggered forward a step or two, but that was all. I glanced round, and none of the five had fallen. Maybe it was the darkness, but they moved like men untouched. Not one wound slowed them. We're trained to strike precisely, you see. Maybe not to your standards, my lords, but we know where to hit to disable without killing. We pride ourselves on that control. The Duke's brow furrowed deeper. So you're saying all five of those men were unharmed, protected somehow, perhaps by that hidden armor you mentioned? The scout nodded uncertainly. If there really is such a thing as that kind of armor, then yes, that must be it. He had never heard of nobles spending fortunes on strange defensive tricks, but clearly his lords knew the sort of marvels common soldiers never saw. He gave a weary sigh. Anyway, the five of them reacted instantly. They fell into formation, back to back, weapons ready. We lunged again, but it was useless. Whether we slashed or stabbed, our blades couldn't seem to bite. They weren't even faster or stronger than us. But this invulnerability completely nullified our edge. We fought them for must have been 20 minutes. One by one, my mates went down. The five enemies barely looked troubled. He drew a shaky breath, eyes glistening. 3 of my brothers fell. The captain realized we couldn't win and ordered us to withdraw. He stayed behind to cover us. His voice cracked. I turned and ran. Just ran. Shame colored his battered face. The Duke reached out and laid a firm, steadying hand on his shoulder. Your captain was a hero. You did what you had to do. Bringing back the information was your duty as a scout. There's no dishonor in surviving. Tears welled at the corners of the man's eyes. Was I the only one who made it back? There were 2 other lads who fell back with me. I didn't see where they went. I just kept running. The room fell silent. No one had the heart to answer. The scout lowered his head and clenched his jaw, shoulders trembling. After a long moment, the Duke sighed. Rest now, heal. You're no use to them if you don't live. Survive, for the sake of your fallen brothers. He stood and gestured to the others. Without another word, he turned for the door. Klein and Lester silently followed, the weight of the report heavy on them all. Chapter 157. The Interrogation. The corridor of Thorn Fortress rang with the clipped rhythm of boots on stone. Duke Dodge, Klein, and Lester walked in silence, their expressions grim and unreadable. Your Grace, Lester said at last, his voice low and steady. I request permission to ride beyond the walls myself, to verify the scout's story firsthand. From his description, ordinary soldiers wouldn't stand a chance against whatever he encountered. The old Duke thought for a long moment before replying. We'll wait until the other scouts report in. Let's see if anyone else brings back similar news. Over the course of the day, a string of reconnaissance teams returned one after another, their reports laid out before the Duke. None of them had found anything unusual. A few had run-ins with rebel scouts, but nothing like the incident described by the wounded man. So it seemed the event was either an isolated case, or a fabrication. After weighing the matter, Dodge finally granted Lester's request. He approved a small mounted patrol made up of elite riders to explore the area and confirm the story. Until now, both sides had maintained a cautious understanding, avoiding each other's patrol zones and keeping to an uneasy peace. But if what had happened the previous night was true, it meant the rebels had broken the pact. Something was shifting. Not far south of Thorn Fortress lay a small town. At least, it used to be a town. Now it resembled a scar across the landscape. A tall, thick stone wall encircled the settlement, bristling with wooden watchtowers and makeshift fortifications. A moat had been dug around it, its floor lined with sharpened stakes. Anyone unlucky enough to fall into that pit would never climb out alive. Armored patrols marched the walls ceaselessly, moving like clockwork. Eyes trained north toward the fortress, every sense sharpened to a knife's edge. The town had become a fortress of its own, one held by the southern rebels. Originally, their encampment had stood closer to the fortress, but after a disastrous raid months ago, that outpost had been abandoned. The rebels stationed here, calling themselves the Southern Army, had no direct orders to attack Thorn Fortress. Grand Duke Giles had told them only to keep the royal troops bottled up where they were. Then, one night, A small ardent strike team slipped past their sentries. They crept in under cover of darkness, cut down the lookouts, set fire to the tents, and vanished before anyone could organize a counterattack. The fires and the panic had raged until dawn. The humiliation had been unbearable. When news reached the Grand Duke, known by his men as Greedy Wolf, his fury was immediate and immense. Command changed hands at once. The new officer was General Samar, one of Giles's most fearsome warhounds. At first, several of Samar's peers pitied him. The southern fronts were still burning, and the chance to seize glory was there for the taking, yet Samar had been saddled with a guard duty post. Few saw it as anything but a punishment, but Samar had laughed to himself in private. He knew better. If Giles marched north, Thorn Fortress would be the tip of the spear, and if Giles hesitated, the Crown's armies would march south eventually. Either way, the ones camped opposite Thorn Fortress would be the first to fight. Not minor skirmishes against tragged barons, but full-scale war with the kingdom's finest. When that day came, the chance for glory would be his. Upon assuming command, Samar immediately ordered his forces southward to the small town, both to distance himself from the burned camp and to rebuild morale. He conscripted local laborers by the hundreds, throwing them into round-the-clock construction until the place became a crude but stout fortress. For now, theirs was a defensive mission, and Samar meant to make defense into an art. Below that fortress, beneath its flagstones and torchlit corridors, screams echoed through a narrow dungeon. Talk, now. The crack of a whip followed the demand, cutting across the stifling darkness. Then another. Blood and salt water mingled on bruised skin. A prisoner hung suspended by his wrists, the ropes creaking above him, his ribs rising and falling in shallow, ragged breaths. Had the wounded scout from Thorn Fortress been here, he would have recognized the man. One of his own comrades, the same reconnaissance squad, captured during that chaotic night ambush. The Southern Army's interrogators did not waste time. They wanted answers, and mercy had no place in their vocabulary. Few men truly resisted torture. In plays and poems, heroes endured the lash without breaking, but in life the line between courage and collapse was breathtakingly thin. Even those prepared to die for their cause eventually cracked. Pain found its way in, or fear of what came next. And in this age, torment was an art form. There was always another method, another horror to inflict. Some captives held out by mixing truth with lies, feeding their captors morsels of information deliberately chosen to seem credible. A little real intelligence, but nothing that endangered their comrades. It was a cruel game of survival, and rarely one that could be won. The scout's hoarse voice croaked out between panting breaths. "I've told you everything I know. I swear I've told you all of it." Another crack of the whip silenced him, the sound sharp and final. The interrogator clearly did not believe him. This man was no fool. He had rehearsed for this possibility long ago. Every seasoned scout had false intelligence memorized for just such a situation. Early on, he had feigned defiance, taking the beatings until his captors believed they'd broken his will. Then he'd begun leaking those harmless details, one by one. It was a dance, give just enough truth to earn mercy before the pain became too much. Sometimes, if fortune smiled, an interrogator decided the prisoner had no more to give. Then, either they gave him a quick, painless death, or sent him to rot as a laborer in the real lines. The ones who kept torturing for sport were rare, but they existed, and every prisoner prayed never to meet them. A truly skilled interrogator never trusted confessions at face value anyway. Extracting the truth was a craft of sifting and cross-checking, wading through rivers of deceit until a fleck of gold gleamed through the mud. But this interrogator believed the man hid more. He was tall, broad-shouldered, his very presence oppressive. He seized the prisoner's jaw in one massive hand, wrenching his face upward until their eyes met. Once more, he said evenly, "Tell me what you've held back." "My lord, I swear I don't know anything else. Please." Inside, the prisoner cursed. It had been 5 rounds of this already. Perhaps now they'd finally be done. He dared not say the one truth that mattered, that Thorn Fortress was undermanned. If the rebels learned that, they'd attack immediately, and the blood of his comrades, of his wife and children living back in Dodge lands, would be on his hands. Armies left scars deeper than any whip. When Giles's troops marched, they left nothing alive. Everyone in the South knew it. Thieves plucked, soldiers stripped clean. And the House of Dodge, Giles's bitter rival, would suffer worst of all. The interrogator's gaze flicked to the side, where another man sat cloaked in shadow. The cloaked figure gave a soft, cold chuckle. "He's lying." The prisoner froze. The voice was light, almost amused, yet every syllable slithered along his spine. "He still has more to tell," the man said. The prisoner shivered violently. How could he know? He had rehearsed every detail to perfection. To any normal man, It should have seemed flawless. The cloaked one rose slowly, the air seeming to stir around him as he approached. When he spoke again, his tone was almost gentle. "You're wondering," he said, "how I can be so sure, time after time, that you're lying." The man raised his hood. For a moment the prisoner forgot the pain. The stranger's eyes glowed not with the flicker of torchlight, but from within. The pupils themselves shone like molten amber, alive and pulsing. "Because," the man whispered, his grin widening, "I can see the colors of your soul." Chapter 158, The Interrogation. Part 2. The prisoner started thrashing against his bonds, his voice breaking into panic. "No, I'm telling the truth. Everything I said, everything, is true. I swear I don't know anything else." But the interrogator believed the cloaked man implicitly. The sound of his knuckles cracking echoed in the chamber as he flexed his hands. "Looks like you still don't understand where you are," he said, voice heavy with cruelty. "Let's remind you." He gestured sharply. "Bring the water." Two guards moved in at once. Lowering the man from where he hung, they strapped him tightly to a wooden bench, face up, securing his arms, legs, and waist so he could not move an inch. One guard laid a coarse towel across his face. The interrogator approached with a bucket, filled his ladle, and poured half of it slowly over the towel. The prisoner immediately convulsed. GHK, cough. Water seeped through the towel and into his nostrils. Instinct screamed at him not to breathe, but it made no difference. The water found its way in, anyway. He jerked his head violently from side to side, hoping to throw the towel off, but it clung to him like a second skin. Laughter filled the room. "Go on, fight all you like," the interrogator taunted. "The sooner you tell the truth, the sooner I'll take it off." He scooped another ladle of water and splashed it again. The prisoner's chest heaved, his lungs screamed for air, the tightening pressure inside his skull built until his thoughts fractured into blind terror. When he finally broke and gasped instinctively for breath, the water came flooding in, into his nose, down his throat, choking him. The world around him dissolved into pure panic, the animal certainty that he was drowning. The interrogator's grin widened. "Ah, you seem to be enjoying this. Let's make sure you get the full experience." He poured again. From a few feet away, the cloaked man watched with amusement, eyes glinting in the torchlight. He leaned casually in his chair, one leg draped over the other, smiling faintly. "Fascinating," he murmured. "So the common folk have found ways like this. Crude, but impressive. Works far better than half the magical torture spells I've seen." The prisoner's body convulsed as it fought for life. Reflex forced him to gulp in air, and more water. It filled his lungs, stomach, and throat. He tried to retch but couldn't. His entire body revolted against him, racked with spasms. The fluid burned through his throat. His head throbbed as though nails were being driven into his skull. 2 or 3 endless minutes dragged by. His consciousness slipped away, but the body refused to die. His nervous system clung on, forcing him to feel the pain of survival. Thick mucus began to flood his airways, the body's last desperate defense. Then came the smell, pungent, sour. The prisoner had lost control of his bladder. A crack split the air as the interrogator brought his whip down across the man's torso. "Filthy beast, you pissed on my floor." Satisfied with the punishment, he yanked the towel away. The guards rushed to unbind the ropes and set the man up. One began pounding on his back until water spilled from his mouth and nose in sputtering gushes. "Cough it out," said the interrogator with mock concern. "That's it. Good lad." He crossed his arms and smiled darkly. "So, ready to talk yet?" He tilted his head, grin widening. "I call this little trick the drowning treatment. 8 out of every 10 end up confessing to everything. The rest," he chuckled. "The rest die before they can." The guards struck the prisoner a few more times with their whips, jolting him back to full awareness. He coughed, wheezed, and finally stammered, "I'll talk. Please." "I'll tell you." "Smart choice," the interrogator said, his voice dripping satisfaction. "You could have saved yourself a lot of trouble if you'd done that sooner. Go on, then. Speak." "Loosen his ropes," he ordered. The guards complied. The prisoner collapsed against the bench, still gasping. Air had never tasted so sweet. The cloaked man approached, his tone almost cheerful. "Now, to be honest this time. If you lie, I'll know right away." He pointed lazily toward the interrogator. "And then he'll treat you to another round of that delightful little routine between us. I rather hope you do lie. I enjoyed the last one." His laughter filled the chamber, shrill and wild, while the drenched prisoner shook and sobbed silently. In the makeshift command room at the heart of the rebel fortress, a group of officers sat gathered around a rough wooden table. Samar, their commander, rested his chin on one hand while the cloaked man, no longer amused, now smug, relayed his report. "My lord Samar," he said smoothly, "this is our moment. The scout's confession confirms it. We should attack now, before the royalist main force can march south. Strike hard. Take Thorn Fortress in one sweep." He leaned forward, eyes gleaming. "Once we hold the fortress, we'll command the central front through the winter. Come spring, we'll be unstoppable." Samar regarded him in silence, his expression carved from stone. He despised this man, this soulless, whispering creature Giles had saddled him with, almost as much as he despised the title of ally. The reason was simple. The man was a sorcerer. Everyone knew the Grand Duke had surrounded himself with them. Some whispered that dark magic had emboldened Giles to rebel at all. When the Duke first revealed his arcane retainers to his inner circle, most of his commanders had dismissed it as a mad boast, until they saw the proof. Men who could twist minds. Women whose hands conjured fire from thin air. After that, disbelief vanished. Fear took its place. The priesthood's resistance had been quietly neutralized years ago. Southern churches were now puppets of the Giles family. Even the Grand Cathedral in the capital had no idea how deep the rot ran. Officially, wizards were myths. Unofficially, they sat at the right hand of a traitor duke. To Samar, they were parasites wrapped in velvet words. He'd learned that firsthand when this particular sorcerer arrived, bearing Giles's own orders, to assist him. It hadn't taken long to see what that really meant. Usurp control. The bastard kept inserting himself into command decisions, questioning strategies, suggesting magical alternatives. But Samar was not a man easily undermined. His fists had built this army long before the Duke's magicians showed their faces, and he still held the loyalty of his soldiers. The wizard had been urging an attack for weeks. Too eager by far. Thorn Fortress, Samar thought darkly, the strongest bastion in the south. The wall on which dynasties had broken their teeth. And this man, who had never fought a real war in his life, wanted to storm it with 20,000 tired men. Let him conjure that with his spells. Samar remained motionless while the room waited for his response. His heavy brows cast a shadow over his eyes. He was remembering that demonstration the wizard had arranged days earlier. A handful of scouts had been sent north, wearing little more than soft leather. After being anointed with the man's so-called enchantments, they'd returned, or rather, one had. Blades, arrows, even daggers, the sorcerer claimed, could not pierce his magic. Send them into enemy lands. The wizard had told him then, have them snatch a few tongues. If they confirm the garrison is weak, we attack. Samar had agreed, at least in words. The warehouse fire in the capital had crippled the royal army's supply lines. That much was rumored fact. It meant reinforcements would be slow to come. And now the prisoner's confession, claimed to be drawn from the sorcerer's truth-sensing magic, said Thorn Fortress held only a few thousand men. If the magic was genuine, if the information was true, the sorcerer leaned forward expectantly. "Well, my lord, do we wait, or do we seize destiny?" Samar's jaw tightened. He could almost hear the words of his master, Duke Giles, whispering in memory, "The road to glory begins with boldness." He looked from the sorcerer to the map spread across the table, where Thorn Fortress sat like a thorn indeed, blocking their path north. To attack, or not to attack? The decision hung there, heavy as drawn steel. Chapter 159, The Siege of Thorn Fortress, Part 1. Samar sat brooding in silence, his broad, scarred hands clasped beneath his chin. The tent was heavy with the smell of damp leather and cold steel. Across the war table, the sorcerer Scott was watching him with open impatience, contempt flickering in his pale eyes. Coward, he thought. This timid fool commands an army? How the Grand Duke can entrust a man like this with leadership is beyond comprehension. Scott's fingers traced an idle circle in the air, faint motes of light stirred around them. With the power of enchantment at his disposal, he could take the fortress himself. He smiled faintly at the thought, then rose to his feet. Bowing with exaggerated politeness toward Samar, he addressed the officers assembled around the table. "My lord Samar, esteemed gentlemen, permit me to introduce properly the craft in which I specialize, the art of enchantment." He began to pace slowly behind his chair, his voice rising with theatrical confidence. "My enchantments can strengthen weapons, armor, and equipment, granting either temporary or permanent properties. For example, I can take a simple leather cuirass and imbue it until it protects like chain mail, or a light chain shirt until it resists blows as well as plate. You all saw the enchantment at work a few days ago. 5 of our scouts engaged 7 of the enemy and achieved a decisive victory. 4 dead, 2 captured. Only 1 escaped, and our side suffered nothing worse than a few scratches." A murmur of admiration rippled around the tent. "Yes," one officer called, "that was truly incredible. Your art borders on the divine, Master Scott." The sorcerer acknowledged him with a satisfied smile. I can also enhance blades, he continued smoothly, turning ordinary iron into the edge of forged steel, blades that bite like the work of dwarven masters. The men around the table exchanged awed glances and began whispering among themselves. The possibilities glittered in their minds like coin. Samar cut through their chatter. How many men can you enchant at once? You are not without limits, surely? Scott puffed out his chest slightly. With myself and my several apprentices casting together, we can enhance the equipment of 500 soldiers clad in leather armor, raising their defense to the level of full plate, and if they wear leather gloves and boots, the enchantment spreads across the body as though they were encased in an entire suit. Samar's dark eyes narrowed. And these effects, are they permanent? The sorcerer hesitated, the confidence leaking from his tone. Well, no, my lord, the effects last roughly 5 hours. But if the enchantment is placed during the forging or crafting of the armor, it becomes near permanent. Too late for that, Samar muttered. We haven't time to forge new armor. Scott leaned forward eagerly. But 5 hours is more than enough, my lord. Picture it, 500 men with the strength of plate and the speed of leather, a hammer formation, concentrated against one point of the fortress wall. Once they breach it, the rest of the army pours through. We'll take Thorn Fortress before the sun sets. Samar frowned, exhaling slowly. 500 men, armored like knights. That, he had to admit, was a vision worth considering. In over a century, the entire kingdom of Ordo had produced only a few hundred suits of plate, most passed down through families like sacred relics. Sensing the shift, Scott pressed harder. One more advantage, my lord, he added, slyly smiling. The weight remains unchanged. A man in enchanted leather still moves as lightly as before. They'll be near unkillable and swift. Samar's mouth twitched. That, more than anything, tempted him. Armor the weight of cloth, strength like steel. Even he felt the urge to don a suit himself and lead the charge. He turned to his officers. Select 500 of our strongest men. I want them ready within 3 days. In 5, we march against the fortress. The nearest officer leapt to his feet and snapped a salute. Yes, my lord. Scott smiled thinly. An excellent decision. History will remember your boldness. And mine, he added silently. When Thorn Fortress falls, the council will raise me higher still. 5 days later, the thunder of the fortress bell rolled across the stone ramparts of Thorn. The rebels are moving. Messengers raced along the parapets. Men snatched up spears, strapped on helms, ran to their stations. For days, rebel scouts had been testing the perimeter, probing the outer defenses. Lester himself had caught several of them during his rounds, yet none displayed the strange invulnerability that had marked the earlier encounter. Still, the growing frequency of the incursions set every soldier's nerves on edge. The attack everyone had long feared was finally coming. On the 15th day of November, a forward scout dashed through the fortress gates, shouting breathlessly that the rebel host was advancing in full. Duke Dodge gave the order himself. Ring the warning bells, ready every battalion, man the walls. The fortress exploded into activity. Within minutes, the Duke, Klein, and Lester stood together atop the battlements, the wind whipping their cloaks as they looked south. Beyond the barren valley, dust plumes marked the rebel army's march. They've never come in numbers like this before, Klein muttered. No, Lester said grimly, eyes narrowed against the light. This time they mean it. The Duke's jaw hardened as he watched the enemy banners rise like waves upon the horizon. If not for that cursed plague last year, I'd have 20,000 men here instead of a few thousand. The three men spoke quietly, exchanging sharp glances of resolve. Anxiety was there, but fear had no place among them. Duke Dodge drew his ancestral saber, the blade flashing bright gold in the sunlight. He raised it high, voice carrying clear above the rising wind. For the kingdom, Klein and Lester drew their own blades, holding them aloft until all three swords met in a ringing chime. For His Majesty the King, for Her Highness the Princess. Their unified cry blazed across the ramparts. Death to the rebels. South of Thorn Fortress, the rebel host unfurled its banners and locked its ranks into place. Samar had gathered 10,000 men for this assault, half his total force. Though the Grand Duke's orders had originally been to watch and contain the fortress, the army stationed there was still large enough to hold off the royal counterattack if one came. 6 siege towers, freshly built, loomed at the head of the formation, rough, raw wood still gleaming with sap. In only 5 days they had been hammered together, dragged here piece by piece. Soon soldiers would push them under the rain of arrows and drop their ladders onto the walls. Once the first men got over the parapet, chaos would follow. Beneath one of the towers, Scott stood proudly, cloak snapping in the cold wind. His eyes gleamed with fevered triumph. At last, he whispered. This will be remembered. This is the moment Lord Scott rises to greatness. From the walls above, he could see the defenders moving into position. Crossbows ready, shields braced. They looked disciplined, prepared. He sneered. Pathetic little gnats, they'll serve well enough as my offering. His grin widened, and a faint shimmer of energy rippled through the air around him. You, and this entire fortress, shall become my sacrifice to the Secret Order. Chapter 160, The Siege of Thorn Fortress, Part 2. Scott turned sharply, his robes swaying like smoke. The time has come, he announced to his fellow sorcerers. Let us begin the enchantments. The three others followed silently as he strode toward the ranks of soldiers waiting nearby, a formation of hand-picked warriors standing shoulder to shoulder, their breath fogging in the cold morning air. They were unmistakably elite, tall, broad-shouldered brutes with arms like coiled rope and jaws set in grim anticipation. A handful were smaller but wiry, the kind whose movements betrayed trained precision rather than brute force. These 500 men had been chosen personally by Samar for the first assault, the spear point that would shatter Thorn Fortress's defenses and carve a path for the army behind. They wore well-crafted leather armor, polished to a dull sheen, with every limb now covered by fresh layers of hide and padding. They had been told this gear was blessed, but only now were they to see that blessing take shape. When Scott and the others reached the front, a junior officer hurried forward and saluted them, keeping his head bowed. Honored clerics, our men stand ready. Scott dipped his head slightly in mock solemnity. Very good. We shall now offer our prayers. He nearly choked on the words. Cleric, the very thought soured his stomach. That he, a mage of the Secret Order, must masquerade as a servant of the light to fool these gullible footslers? What an insult. But he would endure. The time for revelation would come later. He and his three assistants took up positions around the formation, north, south, east, and west. Together, they spread their arms wide, palms glowing faintly, and began to chant. The incantations rose like a hum through the air. As they chanted, the equipment of every soldier began to shimmer, a soft, pearly radiance sliding across leather and metal. The soldiers stared, wide-eyed and silent. Many had never seen sorcery, and those who had only through rumor. A few murmured to one another, but their officer shot them dark looks that silenced them instantly. Is this what divine blessing looks like? They wondered. The Father's light, the promise of protection? They had been told as much, but witnessing it was another story. Days earlier, they had been summoned from different regiments and promised glory. They would be the first up the walls, the chosen few to strike the kingdom's defenders. If they survived, their families would be rewarded beyond imagining. If they did not, well, at least those same families would eat well after their deaths. Some had rejoiced at the news, others had turned cold with dread. Everyone knew that leading an assault on a fortress, especially the fortress, Thorn Fortress, the pride of the South, was as close to suicide as soldiering got. Then the army's priests had appeared, proclaiming that 4 holy emissaries had come from the holy city itself, bringing divine favor. The light, they said, had chosen these men as instruments against a corrupt and fallen monarchy. Before battle, the clerics would bestow a prayer of protection upon them, one so powerful it would cloak them from blades and arrows alike. Divine favor, holy blessing. The words took root fast. Even the men who'd quietly counted themselves already dead began to look heavenward with new hope. The chosen 50 score, shielded by the very hand of God. Scott raised his voice, drawing the chant to a climax. The field pulsed with sudden brilliance, and then the glow vanished, as if swallowed by the air itself. The 4 mages staggered slightly, breathing hard. Sweat soaked the collars of their robes as they lowered their arms. The soldiers waited in reverent silence, afraid even to speak. After nearly 2 minutes, Scott opened his eyes and forced himself upright. His voice came out rough but steady. It is done. You now bear the blessing of the Lord of Light. When the order for the assault is given, fight without fear. Do not fail the glory placed upon you. The officer's face shone with zeal. Yes, Father. We shall fulfill the divine will. Even as he spoke, he discreetly slipped a dagger from his belt and pressed its edge to his cuirass. When the blade met the leather, it stopped dead with a metallic ring. His breath caught. That wasn't leather. It felt like striking a steel plate. Yet when he ran his fingertips across it, it was still supple, soft, exactly as before. He swallowed hard. By the Holy Father, we truly are blessed. Do not forget the sacred draught distributed to you, Scott added. Drink it before the assault begins. It will lend you strength beyond mortal measure. The enemy will crumble before you like infants before men. Yes, yes, glory to the Father. Praise be to the Almighty. The officer blurted fervently. Scott's expression did not change, though a flicker of disgust crossed his eyes. A grunt of acknowledgement was all he gave before turning away, leading the others toward Samar's waiting horse. "My lord, all is prepared," he reported. Saman nodded from the saddle, his sword balanced easily on his shoulder. "Well done." He surveyed the ranks around him, took a deep breath, and drew the blade, pointing it forward like a promise. "Advance." The blare of the war horn drowned out every other sound. The cry rippled through the host, banners rippled in the icy wind. The chosen 500 each drew a small, dark red pill from their belts, no bigger than a pomegranate seed, and swallowed it. Within moments, heat surged through their bodies. Every heartbeat felt like thunder. Energy flooded their veins, muscle and marrow humming like drawn bowstrings. Heavy armor? It was nothing. The leather felt weightless. There was no time to marvel at the miracle, or to question it. Split into two groups, the soldiers pushed the great siege towers forward, their movements frighteningly swift, while waves of infantry formed up behind them. The other four towers followed, flanked by swarms of regular soldiers marching to the rhythm of the drums. Ahead of all of them ran a tide of archers, sprinting to range. The moment they halted, arrows darkened the air, bent in graceful arcs toward Thorn's towering walls. At the first sound of the rebel horns, the fortress came alive. "Take cover, arrows incoming." The defenders ducked behind the stone crenellations as a storm of black shafts descended, rattling like rain on the ramparts. Men who had been too slow collapsed where they stood. "Medic, get them out of here." A sergeant roared. "Archers, return fire." Bows twanged in unison. The arrows of Thorn arced high, vanishing into the clouds before striking down among the rebels below. For every man who fell on the walls, 2 rebels dropped in the open field. But still they came on. Wave after wave of fletched death traded in the air. The first siege towers reached the walls unhindered, their tall sides protecting the soldiers behind them. The defenders poured volleys of arrows into the slits between, but the effect was minimal. Then came the crash, wood and stone colliding as the towers locked into place. A moment later, the assault ladders slammed down, and men began to climb. The first attacker vaulted onto the parapet with a wordless shout, eyes bloodshot, veins standing out on his neck. 4 defenders struck at him together. His blade met theirs with a clang that echoed like struck iron. He did not fall. With a sweeping strike of his own, he hurled all 4 back as if swatting flies. A 5th defender lunged forward, the young squire bowman. He thrust his sword clean into the rebel's chest, driving it with all his weight. The steel hit, but it did not pierce. Bowman's eyes went wide. His blade had met something unyielding, a thin leather breastplate that should have split open, yet now felt like pure iron beneath his hands. He barely kept his footing as the rebel turned toward him, grinning through the sweat and blood. "What kind of sorcery is this?" Bowman thought, his heart hammering, and all around him, the battle for Thorn Fortress erupted into chaos. Chapter 161, The Siege of Thorn Fortress, Part 3. More and more rebel soldiers poured onto the walls, howling like devils unleashed. The defenders fought back with everything they had, desperately trying to contain the breach before it spread. All 6 assault ladders had been raised successfully. On both flanks the fighting had settled into a deadly stalemate, but in the center, the heart of the fortress wall, the situation was turning grim. The soldiers there moved as if possessed. Eyes red, veins bulging at their necks, they bellowed like beasts as they hacked at the defenders. They didn't even flinch when steel met flesh. Their every movement was an attack, unrelenting, unguarded. And worse, nothing seemed to hurt them. The defenders' blades bounced harmlessly off their armor. It was only leather by appearance, yet it held firm like forged plate. From head to foot, their bodies seemed wrapped in unseen iron. Even blows to the arms and legs rang like strikes against steel. Bowman, one of Klein's young squires, was locked in brutal combat with one such enemy. After a few exchanges, it was obvious. The man's technique was crude. His sword work little better than the standard drills of a foot soldier. Ordinarily, Bowman would have dispatched him in moments. But this foe fought with monstrous endurance, and strength that bordered on the inhuman. Every time Bowman's blade connected, it was like striking a wall of metal. The jarring vibrations numbed his arm, yet the rebel only pressed closer, eyes wild with bloodlust. It made no sense. The man's movements were too agile for a knight in full plate. Yet his armor stopped blows as if it were. Then Bowman remembered the wounded scout's report from days before, the strange enemy who had shrugged off steel as though wearing invisible protection. He had dismissed it then as an exaggeration born of panic. Now he was seeing it for himself. As a trained squire, Bowman could hold his own against a single such opponent, but the ordinary garrison soldiers had no such luck. Within minutes, dozens of defenders had fallen around him, while the rebels fought on, scarcely bloodied. From the tower above, Duke Dodge's powerful voice rose through the chaos. "Blunt weapons. Use hammers, clubs. Anything that isn't a blade. Strike them down. The order spread like wildfire. The commanders had already discussed this possibility. The scouts' impossible story of enemies impervious to cuts. If swords failed, then crushing blows might yet work. Hidden stores of maces and hammers were hauled out and passed along the walls, but there were few to go around. Bowman had been issued one and kept it slung at his side. Its compact steel head barely the size of a man's fist. Not the oversized monstrosities sung of by bards, but a weapon of precision and terrible force. Steeling himself, Bowman dodged the rebel's next blow, sheathed his sword in a single motion, and drew the hammer. He let his phalange again, then pivoted aside and swung with every ounce of strength in his arms. The hammer struck the rebel's right arm with a sharp crack. The impact sent a violent jolt through Bowman's hand, numbing his knuckles and forcing him to tighten his grip before it slipped free. The rebel had no such fortune. His scream tore through the din, his arm dangling limp while his sword clattered to the stones. "It works," Bowman gasped. He pressed the attack mercilessly, swinging again and again, each strike a dull, sickening thud. The blows rattled through the rebel's chest and ribs until the man staggered, dazed, his defiant roar replaced by ragged gasps. Bowman stepped in close and brought the hammer down squarely on his helm. There was a sharp crack, and the rebel dropped backward, motionless, blood pooling beneath his skull. Panting hard, Bowman scanned the wall for the next foe, but his brief surge of triumph froze. Though several red-eyed attackers now lay broken under the defenders' hammers, the advantage remained in the rebels' favor. Too many of them poured up the ladders to replace the fallen. Too few of the garrison had hammers to wield. Gritting his teeth, Bowman hefted his weapon once more and plunged back into the melee. His eyes flicked across the battlements to where Sir Klein fought. The night was a whirlwind amid chaos, his flail arcing in deadly circles, sweeping aside blade and man alike. Already half a dozen rebels lay sprawled at his boots. Encircled though he was, Klein neither faltered nor retreated, moving with the calm assurance of a veteran who had lived through too many wars to bother counting. The sight rekindled something fierce within Bowman. His fear, his despair, burned away in a rush of pure determination. He bellowed a battle cry and charged. Below, on the plain beyond the walls, Scott laughed. The sound was sharp and strange, swallowed by the wind. His fellow mage observed coolly, "It seems things are going well." "Of course," Scott replied with a sly grin. "Under our enchantments, even peasants can fight like war gods." He turned his gaze upward toward the fortress, eyes alight with arrogance. "I'll make sure our lord understands the true power of enchanters. Let the others call physical enhancements the purer path all they like. Our craft changes armies." A bitter memory flickered through his thoughts. A senior member of the secret order, a master of body enchantment, who had once told him disdainfully, "True strength lies in the flesh. When you can crush armies barehanded, you'll have no need for tools at all." Scott's jaw clenched at the recollection. Ridiculous. The flesh had limits. Divine power was forged through intellect, through craft. A single man could only slay so many enemies, but through his art, Scott could elevate an entire legion. That fool sought his glory alone. Scott's vision encompassed nations. The Order could not conquer the world with a handful of gifted mages. It needed armies, weapons, systems. His art, the art of enchantment, made that possible. With enough time, every soldier on the continent would march under spells of his making. He smiled again, proud and bitter all at once. Pity that old brute had been sent to the northwestern bay on some grand errand. Had he been here to witness this battle, he might finally have understood who truly carried the Order's future. Scott tilted his head, listening to the distant thunder of war, the clash of steel, the desperate cries. Soon, he thought, they'll see. This victory will be mine. The world will see the power of a god's craftsman. Chapter 162. The Siege of Thorn Fortress, Part 4. Duke Dodge stood grimly on the battlements, his face like carved granite as he watched the battle raging below. The situation was dire. The defenders were being pushed back step by step under the rebels' relentless assault. After a long, silent moment of thought, the old Duke turned to his aides. "Send in the reserves. Pull the forward companies back to the inner wall." The signaller at his side immediately lifted his horn and blew a deep, trembling note that carried a distinct rhythm known only to the men of Thorn. Then the Duke turned to another officer behind him. "Fetch our weapon of last resort." The man stiffened, eyes going wide. "My lord. That's our final trump card. You gave orders it was not to be used unless all hope was lost." Dodge's expression softened with weary irony. "Can't you see it? That time has already come. And if we don't play this card now, there won't be a last resort left to use." The officer hesitated, then bowed his head bitterly. "Yes, my lord." He turned and ran, fall back to the inner wall, across the fortress line. Officers repeated the cry, their voices half lost in the roar of combat. Formations of weary soldiers shifted back in steady order, covering one another as they retreated through the open courtyards toward the higher defenses. Thorn Fortress had not one wall but two, the outer ring and the towering inner curtain behind it. Between them was a space nearly 20 meters wide, a killing ground built for exactly this moment. The rebels, sensing their victory, pressed forward hard. They could not let the enemy regroup behind the second wall. The battlements on the inner side of the outer wall were lower, offering little shelter against archers above. This was their chance to break the fortress from within. But then, as the rebels surged forward, the great gates of the inner wall swung open, and a fresh wave of defenders poured out. The reserve companies, rested and burning for payback, charged from the gateway with a thunderous roar. In moments, the exhausted rebels who had fought their way across the outer wall found themselves driven back, falling before the sudden counter-attack. The defenders crashed through them with renewed fury, forcing them off the battlements. The counter-strike was brutal and brief. Once the last of the garrison's forward soldiers had retreated safely, the reserves withdrew in turn, slamming the gate shut behind them with a resounding boom. Outside, chaos reigned. "Lord Samar, the outer wall is ours," shouted a breathless messenger. The rebel commander's eyes lit up. "Excellent. I didn't expect it to fall so fast." He straightened in the saddle and slashed the air with his sword. "Now press the second wave forward. Take the inner wall." Drums rolled. The rebels pushed through the capture gate like a flood breaking through a dam. 6 siege ladders rose once more under barrages of arrows and stones. The first to climb were the surviving elite assault troops, those same men in enchanted leather, perhaps 300 of the 500 who had begun. Below, teams of soldiers swung rams against the inner gate with rhythmic crashes of wood on iron. Yet something strange was happening. The defenders, who only moments ago had rained fire and stones on the ladders, abruptly pulled back. The rebels, wary, hesitated on the parapets. The sections of wall they reached were empty, devoid of defenders. An uneasy silence spread. "What are they up to?" one of the climbers muttered. No one answered. Then, as the ladders filled and the top of the wall swarmed with dozens of rebels, a cry rose from below. "Charge!" The rebels surged forward, straight into the open space the defenders had cleared. Now, the command split the air like a whip. Dozens of soldiers appeared behind the parapets, each holding a strange weapon, metal tubes with wide, flared nozzles, aimed squarely at the intruders. "Fire!" someone shouted. A roar like the breath of a dragon filled the world. Streams of blazing fire burst from the nozzles, leaping across the stone wall and engulfing the rebels in a storm of flame. In seconds, the parapet became hell itself. The tongues of flame merged into a single roaring column that devoured everything in its path. Men screamed, stumbling and clawing at their burning bodies. The air reeked of scorched flesh and smoke thick enough to blind. It was not ordinary fire. The streamers of burning liquid clung to whatever they touched, spreading flame across cloth, skin, even armor. Soldiers tried to smother the fire with their hands and cloaks, but the more they fought it, the stronger it burned. Those who dropped to the ground and rolled only spread it further. Some leapt from the wall entirely, their bodies trailing ribbons of fire before shattering on the rocks below. Others tried to help their comrades, only to have the flames catch on their own hands and sleeves. They screamed, flailing, until instinct drove them away from the cursed blaze. Even the fortress soldiers who had unleashed the inferno stood frozen, their faces pale in the flickering light. The terrifying weapon they'd been trained to handle. None of them had truly imagined its effect. The men nearest the shooters instinctively drew back, not wanting even a spark of that roaring liquid to brush against them. "What are you waiting for?" shouted an officer, jolting the fire crews back to their task. "Keep spraying. Don't stop until they're ash." "Yes, sir." Streams of burning fluid erupted again, washing over the remaining climbers. Fire rained from the parapets like molten rain. At that same moment, the gates of the inner wall burst open. The rebels who had been hammering at them turned in triumph, only to be met by a torrent of flames blasting through the gateway. Their screams rose to the heavens before being drowned in the roar of fire. What in God's name is that?" From his observation tower, Samar stared, speechless. Beside him, Scott's pale face was illuminated by the reflection of the firestorm tearing through the inner wall. On the battlements, where moments before his men had fought bravely, only writhing figures remained, flaring like torches in the night. The sight was so horrific even the veteran general struggled for words. Those who weren't burned leapt from the ladders to escape, but the defenders aimed again and unleashed another fiery blast. The ladders caught, and soon the whole wall was ablaze from top to bottom, a vertical sea of fire. Samar stumbled down from the tower, furious and shaken. "Find out what's happening up there," he barked to a mounted knight. The man had just turned to ride when a wave of panic rippled from the fortress gates. Rebel soldiers came streaming down the slope, hundreds of them, running for their lives. Behind them, Thorn's cavalry thundered through the breach, cutting them down like wheat. Samar drew his sword and shouted, "Form ranks! Hold the line!" The troops at his side scrambled into formation, long spears bristling toward the oncoming horsemen. "Anyone who breaks formation dies where he stands," bellowed a captain to the retreating men. The terrified fugitives slowed, swerving wide to avoid their own commander's spears. Those who didn't were cut down on the spot. The rebel cavalry pulled back at last, satisfied after a short, ruthless pursuit. Broken bodies littered the stony ground between the armies. Samar exhaled heavily, then ordered the survivors rounded up. When one officer with burns along his arms was dragged before him, Samar's tone softened to something almost human. "What happened in there?" The man's face was grey with soot, his voice shaking. "It was fire, my lord, liquid fire. They sprayed it at us. It wouldn't die. It clung to our armor, to our skin. Men burned alive, screaming, fire that can't be extinguished. Yes, my lord. Even water didn't stop it. There's a small pond between the two walls. Men threw themselves in, but the flames followed them. The harder they tried, the worse it got." "What?" Samar's eyes narrowed. Even Scott looked startled. "Water feeds the fire?" The wizard whispered. "That's impossible. Water douses fire," Samar growled. "That's a rule of the world." And yet those screams still echoed in his ears. He sent the mutilated officer away to reorganize his men, then stood silent for a long while. At last, he spoke in a flat, drained voice. "Withdraw the army." "What? No, my lord," Scott protested. "You can't abandon the siege now. It's nothing more than a trick, a chemical flame, easily enough." Samar turned on him in a sudden burst of fury. "My men are dying like beasts on a pyre, and you dare call their deaths a trick?" Scott flinched and fell silent. The general closed his eyes, breathing deeply until the color faded from his face. "Forgive me." That was poorly spoken. He looked back toward the fortress, its walls still wreathed in smoke. "That officer I questioned is no coward. If he says the fire cannot be quenched, I believe him." "Tell me, wizard, have you heard of the hellfire?" Scott blinked. "Hellfire?" Samar nodded gravely. "An ancient weapon from the days of the old Beru Empire, a mixture of black oil, brimstone, pitch, and resin. It burned even on water, devoured everything it touched. Its exact formula was lost centuries ago, guarded too well, perhaps deliberately forgotten." Scott's mouth hung open. "A substance like that actually existed? They used to say," Samar murmured, almost to himself, "that when hellfire came, even the devout could only kneel and pray for deliverance. No one could fight it." He lowered his sword and sighed. "I never thought I'd see it with my own eyes. But it's back. And I'll not waste another army's lives trying to resist it." Scott's voice trembled with frustration. "Can't it be countered somehow?" Samar shook his head. "If there is a way, I do not know it. We'll withdraw and keep the fortress under watch. The Grand Duke entrusted me with this army. I won't ruin him by throwing more lives into the fire. Better to lose ground than lose everything." He turned his gaze once more toward the shattered battlements of Thorn Fortress, still flickering red beneath the smoke, and clenched his jaw. "Signal the retreat." Scott stared long at the flames, the glint of obsession in his eyes dimming to regret. "As you command, my lord." He lowered his head, his lips curling into a faint, bitter smile. "So this is the legendary hellfire. To think that humanity's oldest weapon of terror still survives." Chapter 163, The Southern sets sail. On the 11th day of November, in the year of Holy Reckoning 1990, the Southern was set to depart. The docks at Fulham Port were packed to bursting, a sea of faces and noise. Word had spread through every street and tavern. A fleet ship was bound to carve a new sea route, voyaging as far as Cape Bay. Many had never even heard of that place. It was an adventure spoken of like a myth, and everyone wanted to catch a glimpse of history in motion. On deck, the sailors of the Southern were a blur of motion, preparing for the long voyage ahead. Amid the bustle, the shipwright supervisor, Reuben, and the old craftsman, Benjamin, strode the deck with practiced ease, inspecting every mast and bolt one final time. Even the cadets, those still too young to call themselves soldiers, were dashing about, carrying crates, hauling ropes, or helping stow supplies below deck. Alan, small and earnest, struggled alongside another boy as they heaved a heavy barrel down the ladder into the hold. Together they set it down carefully and straightened up, saluting the purser standing nearby. "Sir, that's the last barrel of wine." The purser ticked off the items on his small, grimy ledger. 6 barrels of rum, 4 of wine, 4 chickens, 10 crates of tinned rations, biscuits, bread. He pressed the pencil into the page, nodding. "Good. That's everything. Well done, lads, go have a rest. Yes, sir. After a morning of hard work, the boys nearly tripped over themselves climbing back to the deck. Grinning with relief, excitement trickled through the younger recruits. For most of them, this voyage south was their first taste of a world beyond the horizon, wide, free, and unknown. They were orphans, after all, raised on discipline and salt air. The ship was their home. Wherever it sailed, their lives followed. Alan leaned on the rail, scanning the bustling docks below. He recognized the butcher from the market, the miller's wife, the blacksmith's apprentices cheering from the pier. But he felt a pang of disappointment. There was no sign of Dr. Ward or Susan. They'd gone to Lake Hart Town for some sort of training, and hadn't yet returned. Turning back to his friends on deck, Alan called out, "Hey, Captain says we'll be at sea over a month before we go. How about we head down and say goodbye to the folks in town? They've looked after us plenty these past weeks." The idea spread fast. Aye. Good thinking. They scurried down the gangplank, laughing as they went, slipping past sailors and dockhands toward the gates beyond the security post. "Gentlemen, this way, please." Captain Quick led 5 distinct-looking passengers aboard. None of them looked like Navy men. 4 were merchants, envoys representing trade houses from Ada, 1 even from Bardine's port of Emden. The 5th was a different sort altogether, a slender man with a scholar's air, pale and well-dressed. The Lord himself had ordered his passage. His name, apparently, was Dirac, and he claimed to be sailing south to fetch his family back north to the bay. Pretty boy, Quick thought to himself grudgingly as he studied the newcomer's face. Slender features, smooth skin, eyes too sharp for a civilian. If not for the faint moustache, he might have mistaken him for a woman in disguise. If we were down south, that face alone would make him the darling of every noble salon. Quick forced a polite smile. "For at least a month, gentlemen, this ship will be your home. Allow me to show you around our fine vessel, the Southern." They followed him below deck, ducking their heads under the low beams. "The cargo hold doubles as crew quarters," Quick explained. "Aside from my cabin, this is where everyone sleeps. We hang hammocks for rest. They roll up neatly when off duty." He led them further aft, where several spaces had been partitioned by thick canvas walls. "And here's where you'll be staying." Each room was scarcely 2 paces wide, but each contained a hammock, a small trunk for personal items, and just enough of privacy to count as luxury at sea. Quick's tone grew jokingly boastful. "For passengers, this is as comfortable as a palace." He stopped at the back, unlocking a door. "And this is my room." The captain's cabin was modest by any noble standard but positively grand for a seaman. A 4-square-meter chamber with a bright porthole looking out to sea, a hammock swayed above a storage chest, and a tiny table stood against the wall cluttered with charts, quills, and inkpots. His logbook station, a small ladder led directly up to the open deck above. "Now, to an equally critical feature of the ship," Quick said, his tone conspiratorial. They followed him forward to where 2 small wooden doors stood side by side. He opened one. The men peered in, and blinked in surprise. It was little more than a cramped closet with a hole in the floor. The realization dawned. "Captain, surely that's not..." "Indeed it is," Quick replied cheerfully. "Congratulations, you've found the lavatory. Direct to the sea. Efficient, but mind your footing in rough weather, and if you're inclined to bathe privately, this room will have to suffice." A few uneasy chuckles rippled through the group. They'd sailed enough to know luxury didn't exist at sea. Inside, one passenger, Dirac, let out a quiet sigh of relief. The disguise would have been much harder to maintain aboard a ship with no such facility at all. Finally, Quick guided them to the food storage room. "We've stocked provisions for 15 days. Fresh vegetables, meat, bread, and eggs first. Those go bad quickest. Once those are gone, it's dried goods and salt meat, and when that's through..." He tapped a crate. "Canned rations," he added nonchalantly. "Bit of advice. If you find the biscuits crawling with maggots, try not to panic. Happens all the time at sea." Several faces went pale. Quick continued as if he hadn't noticed. "We've 4 hens aboard too, some fresh eggs every morning. Nothing like breakfast laid under sail, eh?" He clapped his hands together. "Well, gentlemen, that concludes your grand tour. You've still some time before we sail. Say your farewells ashore while you can. In 2 hours, we depart." 2 hours later, with the sun climbing high and the wind rising from the west, the final preparations were complete. "Gentlemen," Commodore Austin's voice thundered across the deck. He stood before the assembled crew of the Southern, his uniform bright against the dark rigging. "This voyage must succeed. Failure is not an option. You carry with you the hopes of the Northwest Bay, and of Lord Greyman himself. When you return, all officers and sailors who participated shall be promoted, and additional rewards granted. Captain Quick stepped forward, saluting sharply. Rest assured, sir, we will complete our mission without fail. Excellent. I won't delay you further. Make ready to sail. Austin turned to leave. But before descending the gangplank, he glanced toward the rail, where the green-haired scholar, Dirac, caught his eye and gave an easy wave and a subtle, confident gesture that said everything was under control. The Commodore nodded, satisfied, and stepped ashore. Quick wasted no time. His voice rang out, clear and commanding. Haul in the gangway. Raise the anchor. Unfurl the sails. The Southern, set sail. The wind caught the canvas, billowing wide and full. The ship slipped free of the pier, its hull groaning as it gained speed and pushed toward open sea. From the docks, a cheer erupted. Fair winds. Come home safe. Hundreds waved. Hats, scarves, arms raised high. Reuben and old Benjamin stood among them, their weathered faces wet with tears. They waved until their arms ached, pride and apprehension warring silently across their expressions, as if watching their own children leave home. On deck, sailors leaned over the rails, waving back at the crowd below. Some laughed, others wept openly. For most, it was their first voyage far from home. This time across thousands of miles of ocean to the fabled south. Under the breath of a strong north wind, the sails filled, the ropes strained, and the Southern cut across the glittering waves. Her bow pointed toward the great blue beyond, and with the shouts, tears, and cheers of Fulham Port fading behind her, she plunged boldly into the open sea. Chapter 164, The Refugees, Part 1. In the border village of Cass, near Ada's southern frontier, the morning air was unusually tense. Across the southern road, wooden barricades had been erected one after another, sealing the route completely. Sergeant Makarov, now promoted and proud of it, stood at the head of 100-strong militia in ragtag uniforms, formed into a stiff line facing south. They waited like men bracing for battle. Today, the refugees were scheduled to arrive. The General Staff's orders had been clear. They were to welcome them, but Makarov's version of a welcome looked more like an ambush. Most of his men were armed with spears, pikes, and swords. Those without proper weapons carried pitchforks, iron hoes, or anything sharp enough to make a point. Every man's face was hard and expressionless, their posture rigid as though an enemy army might appear instead of starving civilians. Behind the barricade stood several tents draped in plain canvas. Inside each, two figures sat at tables, wrapped head to toe in thick coats, gloves, and broad masks, only their eyes visible. "Listen up," Makarov bellowed, his rough voice carrying over the wind. "When the refugees arrive, keep your wits about you. Remember, your job is to look intimidating, scare them, make them feel small, make them understand we're in charge here." His gaze swept the militia line. "Don't let them think they're coming here for comfort. Understood?" A sharp, unified shout answered him. "Yes, sir." From one of the tents, Susan rolled her eyes audibly. "Must you be so dramatic?" She mumbled under her breath. "They've come halfway across a war zone. Shouldn't we be giving them warmth, not more fear?" She and her teacher, Dr. Ward, had been seconded by the Administrative Council after completing their medical training in Lake Hart Town. Their job here was to conduct health inspections, to quarantine the refugees before they could enter Ada proper. Susan's tent handled the women. Her teacher worked with the men in the next one over. When the lookout sprinted in from the road, panting, Makarov stiffened. "Report, soldier." "The refugees have arrived, Sergeant." Makarov raised a hand sharply. "Stay alert." Moments later, a dark mass began to appear on the horizon. As the group shuffled closer, the militia could finally make out the faces of the oncoming crowd, faces hollow with hunger, clothes in tatters, skin stretched bone thin. They were the image of misery. A few mounted riders broke away from the column and galloped ahead, reining in before the barricade. They dismounted and saluted. "Sergeant Makarov, these people are yours now. We're returning to Lake Hart for debriefing." First group, 357 total. Makarov returned the salute crisply. "Leave them to me. We'll make sure nothing gets past us." The riders belonged to the internal guard. The escort unit Hansel had led south to gather the displaced and shepherd them safely north. Their task was not only logistics but survival, clearing passage, negotiating with lords, and preventing their charges from starving on the road. With the handover complete, the riders spurred their horses north again. Makarov turned to his men. "Split by pre-arranged groups. Form them into lines." "Yes, sir." Half the militia broke into 5 squads and jogged forward, clubs and whips in hand. The refugees halted, shrinking back in alarm. Hundreds of hollow eyes darted in every direction as steel flashed in front of them. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Confusion, fear, and resignation intermingled. One of the militiamen, a burly fellow named Joss, stomped forward and screamed, his face knotted into a mock ferocious snarl. "Listen up, all of you," he barked. "Form a single line, there, toward the gate. Move one at a time when the sentry says, 'Into the tent for inspection.' No pushing, no shouting, or I'll have your hides." To the ragged souls from the south, his accent and attempt at menace might have looked absurd more than intimidating. A few couldn't help but giggle quietly, an honest, nervous reaction from people who'd seen worse monsters than provincial soldiers. Joss flushed with anger. At once, two guards cracked their whips toward the sound. "You think this is funny?" one shouted. "Laugh again, you bastards. See how much you laugh then." The refugees scattered backward, yelping for mercy. After a few harsh strikes and shouts, fear won out. The crowd fell silent. Even so, it took the militiamen nearly half an hour to force them into a proper line. At last, the column began to shuffle forward. 6 at a time were pushed through the checkpoint, each sent to one of the inspection tents. Then something changed. A smell drifted through the air, warm, rich, and unmistakable. Meat stew. The scent came from a large tent beyond the barricade, where a massive pot bubbled over an open flame. Steam curled upward, carrying a fragrance so hungry it silenced even the babble of voices. "Food. There's food, real food," someone cried. The exclamation spread like fire in dry grass. The refugees' fragile discipline shattered. Men and women surged forward, tripping over one another, clutching at the air. They had been living on roots, bark, and whatever slop their escorts could forage. The barest imitation of meals. Compared to that, the smell of cooked broth was divine, irresistible torture. "What's this chaos?" Makarov shouted, fury cutting through the growing noise. "Back, back, damn it!" Joss yelled, as more soldiers rushed in with whips flailing. "Form the line." "No one eats until after the inspection." But their voices were lost in the rising panic. "Mercy, sir, please, just a bite. We've had nothing fit to eat for weeks." "The children, they're dying." "The broth, please, just one mouthful." The barricade groaned as desperate hands began to climb. Makarov's face hardened. "Formation ready," he roared. 50 militiamen at his back shifted in unison, each armed with a long wooden staff. The tips of the staves were thickly wrapped in cloth, training spears, meant to subdue without killing. "Advance." Moving in neat ranks of 3, they jabbed forward as one. The blunt poles punched into the mob like battering rams, toppling men and women in droves. Cries of pain and terror filled the air. People tumbled backward, clutching broken ribs or bruised limbs. When the front ranks fell silent, the soldiers turned their staves forward again, pointing at the next wave of refugees now frozen in terror. "Mercy, sirs. Please, no more." The first man to speak dropped to his knees in surrender, shaking uncontrollably. Then another followed, and another. Soon, the front row of the crowd was kneeling in the dirt, heads bowed. Makarov stepped forward, towering over them, hands clasped behind his back. The faint clink of his sword belt punctuated his silence. Unlike his men, the sergeant had fought real enemies, pirates, once upon a time, and his presence carried that unmistakable air of violence that comes from killing with one's own hands. He studied the huddled figures before him and then spoke, his voice like gravel. "You have 10 minutes to restore order." His gaze swept the crowd once more. Those who stood at the barricade just now, moved to the back of the line. The command rolled through the air like a physical blow, as unyielding and cold as iron. Chapter 165, The Refugees, Part 2. "Take off your clothes and stand still." Dr. Ward's voice was calm but firm as he gestured for the man in front of him to step forward. What?" The refugee stammered, his grimy hands twitching at his sides. Ward adjusted his spectacles and repeated patiently, "I said, take off your clothes." The man's eyes bulged, his dirt-streaked face flushing crimson. The doctor, clean-shaven and finely dressed compared to anyone in the camp, looked harmless enough, but the request sounded deeply suspicious. Surely he didn't mean that? Both of them were men. Seeing the panic in his patient's face, Ward gave a faint, kindly smile beneath his mask. "There's nothing to worry about. I'm a doctor. This is only a medical examination." "Truly?" Reluctantly, the man, his name, as Ward had seen on the ledger, was Sam, began to peel off his rags. The tent was warm thanks to the brazier glowing beside them, so at least hypothermia wasn't a concern. Sam fidgeted, his nervousness bleeding through his voice. "Doctor, if you find something wrong with me, are you gonna throw me out?" Ward shook his head. "Not unless it's infectious. A cough or a scratch doesn't matter. But if we find a contagious disease, we'll need to isolate you." "Isolate?" Sam's eyes widened in fresh alarm. You mean like locking me up? Not exactly, Ward replied, walking a slow circle around him, inspecting his skin, his joints, the state of his hair and nails. We'll keep you apart for a while, just to be safe. It's not punishment. You'll be given medicine and proper care. When you're well, you'll rejoin the others and be assigned work and housing. Understand? Sam exhaled, his shoulders dropping. Oh. Thank you, Doctor. Bless you. Ward smiled faintly. The refugees were in far better shape than he had feared. The long trek north had already weeded out the weakest. Those still alive were hardy enough to survive anything. He finished his inspection and patted Sam's shoulder. You're a healthy young man. I hope the Northwest treats you better than the world has so far. Sam bowed awkwardly, beaming through the grime. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. At last, a glimmer of hope. His wandering, nightmare life might finally be over. Go on now, Ward said. The kitchen tent's just outside. You'll get a hot meal there. A hot meal. At the words alone, Sam's stomach growled audibly, and his eyes lit up. The smell of cooking from beyond the tent had been tormenting him for hours. He reached for his filthy old clothes, ready to dress and bolt, but a gloved hand scooped them up first. He froze. The other attendant, like the doctor, masked and swathed head to toe, was already bundling his rags in a sack. My clothes?" Sam asked hesitantly. "Oh," said the attendant, as if he'd nearly forgotten. He reached into another bag and tossed Sam a tightly wrapped bundle. "Wear this instead." Inside was a set of thick cotton clothing, simple, clearly hand-stitched, but sturdy. Understanding dawned, and Sam chuckled nervously. "Ah, I see. Don't want us looking like scarecrows in town, do you?" "Smart thinking, sir." He dressed quickly. The fit was poor, sleeves a little short, trousers too wide, but the warmth and softness made him sigh with gratitude. Compared to the rags he'd been wearing, it was a king's robe. The gloved attendant didn't hand back the old clothes. "We'll wash and boil these before returning them," he said. Sam frowned. "Boil them? Why?" The man hesitated. "Because they're filthy." "Never mind. You'll get them back later." "What was your name?" "Sam, sir." "Right. Sam. Off you go. Others are waiting." "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir." Still a little uneasy, Sam cast one last glance at his old clothes before ducking out of the tent. Maybe they really were just washing them. Either way, he had no intention of arguing. Soup and bread waited for him. After all, stew, bread. "I'm coming." The promise of food drowned every other thought as he raced off toward the smell. Behind him, the masked attendant muttered under his breath, prodding the pile of rags with obvious disgust. "Gods above. Look at this filth. Bedbugs, lice, fleas, good grief. It's a crawling zoo. And these white clumps. Eggs. Thousands of them." Ward only sighed and spread his hands. "Try to be patient. They're refugees, not animals. Our own peasants aren't much cleaner." The attendant shot him a longing glare. "I just wish Lord Greyman's New Life initiative would start soon." After learning about microbes at Vice Academy, I can't look at dirt and not see things. I think about bacteria every time I wash my hands. Ward chuckled softly. "You'll make yourself miserable that way. Habits as old as mankind won't change overnight. We can only start one step at a time." Not every examination went as smoothly as Sam's. In Susan's tent, things were unraveling. "You're not taking my clothes," screamed a woman clutching a bundle of rags to her chest. "They're all I have left." Susan knelt beside her, speaking gently. "Please don't worry, we're not taking them away. They only need washing. You'll have them back soon, I promise." "No. I won't be separated from them, not for a moment." The woman's voice broke into sobs. "They were my parents. The last thing I own of them." She collapsed onto the floor, wailing uncontrollably. Susan froze, unsure what to say or do. Before she could react, the attendant beside her called out sharply, "Guards!" Two militiamen rushed in. After a brief explanation, they tore the bundle from the woman's arms and hauled her away as she kicked and screamed. Susan stared after her, pale-faced. "Was that really necessary?" she whispered. Her colleague, another woman in the same uniform, didn't even blink. "There's nothing wrong with it, Doctor. The Lord is already showing them mercy by taking them in. If they can't obey simple instructions, perhaps they don't deserve his generosity." The words landed like stones. Susan said nothing. She couldn't. Her heart ached at the thought of the sobbing woman, and at the quiet fanaticism in her aide's tone. During her month's training at Vice Academy, Susan had met others like that young woman, survivors of the pirate raids, women who had been prisoners for years. Even since childhood, the Navy had rescued them from the islands and brought them north. Lord Greyman had personally ordered that they be educated in nursing and sanitation at the academy. Under Misty Ass's guidance, they had learned to see themselves as healers, to find purpose again. For many, it was nothing short of a rebirth. And in gratitude, They spoke of the Earl with near religious devotion, worshipping him as if he had personally pulled them from the abyss. Her assistant was one of them. Susan looked down at the trampled rags on the tent floor and sighed deeply. "They're all such unfortunate souls," she murmured. Chapter 166. The Refugees, Part 3. Inside the Lord's Castle at Lakeheart Town, a council meeting was well underway. Around a long oak table sat ministers from the Administrative Council and senior officers of the army. "An excellent haul this time, my lord," said Hansel with barely concealed pride. He had returned only a few days earlier from his southern mission and had instantly thrown himself back into work. Recruitment, logistics, refugee management, his usual tireless self. In addition to the refugees, we secured 56 skilled workers of various trades, blacksmiths, teachers, alchemists, medics and so on. Before he could finish, Paul Grayman broke into applause. "Well done, Hansel. I didn't think you'd manage to find so many willing souls. I thought the Southerners all saw the Northwest as a frozen wasteland." Hansel smiled modestly. "If one looks hard enough, my lord, there's always someone eager for a new start. Those fallen on hard times, those chasing luck. The world is never short of both." "Good, good," Paul said with a nod. "Let Steward Ford decide how to place them. For now, let's talk about the refugees." He cut Hansel off with a faint smirk. The way the man described it, it sounded like every newcomer was some half-starved failure hoping for a miracle. But that was fine. Arda didn't need prodigies just yet. It needed hands willing to work. "How many have arrived so far?" Hansel did a quick count in his head. "As of the latest reports, 421 refugees have reached our territory. And more will follow." "Plenty more, my lord. The 500 I mentioned earlier was the count before I left the south, and our stations are still taking in new arrivals." "There's a steady flow northward toward the bay." Paul frowned slightly. "Strange. The Royal Army and the rebels are still facing off near Thorn Fortress, aren't they? How are these people managing to slip through?" This time, it was Schroeder, the strategist, who answered. "My lord, Thorn Fortress was never meant to completely seal the border. Refugees can easily skirt around it." "Then what's the point of building it at all?" Paul asked. "Doesn't that make it useless if the enemy can simply walk past?" Schroeder smiled faintly. "Most fortresses on open plains aren't designed to block every road. Thorn can house 50,000 men and a year's rations for them. Countless roads still connect north and south, but all lie within its striking range. Armies are not like refugees, my lord. They need supplies. Marching around the fortress would risk stretching their lines too thin and leaving their logistics exposed to attack. No Sen commander would take that gamble." "I see," Paul murmured, finally understanding. He turned back to Hansel. "And the refugees already here? How are they faring?" Hansel's grin widened. "You needn't worry, my lord. They've been settled comfortably in the temporary barracks near the southern edge of town. Plenty warm for winter. After so much hardship, they believe they've stepped into paradise. They praise you constantly, calling your generosity divine. In short, the relocation process is progressing efficiently and harmoniously." Paul was about to nod approvingly when a clear voice interrupted him, pleasant but sharp as glass. "Harmoniously, Baron Abbott? Efficient, perhaps, though that's debatable. But harmonious? Not in the slightest." The remark came from Miss Betty Diaz, his advisor, who was glaring daggers at Hansel. "What's this about?" Paul asked, a touch of unease behind his calm expression. Had Hansel somehow managed to offend her already? "Nothing, my lord," Hansel said quickly, smiling stiffly. "As I said, all procedures are proceeding smoothly." But there was a nervous edge to his tone. Miss Diaz pushed back her chair and stood, her voice rising. "My Lord Grayman, do you know how your so-called agricultural director treats those refugees?" Paul folded his hands. "How?" "With violence and contempt," Eileen snapped, her temper getting the better of her usual composure. "My sources report that the guards beat and insult them freely. Their few belongings are seized or burned. These people have already survived war, famine, and displacement, yet their welcome here is humiliation. Baron Abbott has gone too far." Hansel bristled at that. "Miss Diaz, please, as the Earl himself once said, order must precede comfort. These refugees have no discipline, no organization whatsoever. During the medical checks, they brawled and shouted like animals. To keep the process moving, for their own good, the militia had to step in and restore order. A little rough handling was unfortunate but unavoidable. And their possessions?" Hansel sighed dramatically. "Possessions? Hardly. Nothing but rags, my lady. Most of what they wore fell apart once it touched water. We simply replaced them with proper clothes. Warmer, cleaner, better in every way." Miss Diaz's eyes narrowed, a convenient excuse for cruelty. The argument escalated at once, voices rising, both unwilling to yield. "Enough. Both of you. Paul raised his hands in surrender. Weary already, the tension crackled in the air before. Grudgingly, they stopped talking. Mistias is right, he said at last, adopting a grave, statesmanlike tone. These refugees have suffered greatly. We mustn't add to their pain. He turned to Hansel. And you, Hansel, you're to ensure they're treated kindly, as future citizens of my domain. Show them warmth and compassion, like brothers and sisters. Understood? As he spoke, he gave Hansel a subtle sidelong glance, the sort meant to be seen only by the person it was meant for. Hansel caught it instantly. Relief spread through him. So the Earl did understand. Support, perhaps tacit, but support nonetheless. Paul's tone, after all, was pure theatre, all grand words and no teeth. Yes, my lord, Hansel said loudly. I'll instruct all staff at the shelters to watch their tone and attitude from now on. Satisfied? Paul nodded. Across from him, Mistias looked triumphant, flashing him a brilliant smile that made his heart skip before he hurriedly hid it behind a cough. Her indignation, however, wasn't entirely born from charity. In truth, her anger came from deeper guilt. She knew all too well that this flood of refugees was the direct consequence of the war between Crown and rebels, a war of her own royal bloodline's making. Treating them well was the least she could do, a small way to atone. But that, of course, was something she could never admit aloud. Chapter 167, The Tax Farm System. When the brief quarrel died down, the meeting resumed its steady rhythm. Paul leaned back in his chair and turned to Hansel. Now then, about the royal army. Are they interested in our canned goods and salt? Hansel straightened, his tone turning serious. My lord, time was limited, so I only managed to meet with the quartermaster serving under Her Highness the Grand Princess. But from his reaction, I'd say our canned food suits their needs perfectly. How much could they buy? The scale wasn't discussed. But the princess commands roughly 8,000 troops. The demand could be substantial. Paul frowned slightly. You mentioned you only met her quartermaster. What exactly did you mean by that? Hansel clasped his hands. The army in the capital isn't a single unit, my lord. Each general maintains their own supplies. The princess controls only a portion of them. Ah, I see, said Paul, nodding slowly. Different banners, same cause, but no unified supply chain. Sounds familiar enough. Exactly. So rather than dealing with one office, we'll need to strike separate arrangements with each commander. Paul hummed thoughtfully. Then we ought to send people to do just that. Hansel brightened. That was precisely my thought, my lord. Appoint a trade delegation, merchants and factory owners. Send them to the capital to seek contracts directly. Paul's eyes lit up. A trade delegation. I like that. He grinned, fingers tapping the table. Yes, that's good. Let them go under our banner. The name of a noble house opens far more doors than a merchant cart ever could. And it's about time these businessmen learned some wolfish grit. No one grows strong suckling at their lord's hand forever. Hansel inclined his head. A wise policy, my lord. Paul slammed his palm on the table, energized. Then it's settled. You'll see to it, Hansel. Organize our finest merchants, not just the canning manufacturers but our porcelain and paper makers too. When the sea routes open, we'll sell directly to the south. No more letting middlemen skim the cream off the top. Hansel placed one hand over his chest. It will be done at once. Good. But, he hesitated, production might be a problem. I met several factory owners here in Lake Hart. They're already struggling to meet existing orders, not only in food processing but in ceramics and papermaking as well. Paul rubbed his chin, a valid concern. He paused, then smiled. We'll solve both problems at once. Put the new refugees to work in our factories, not in the fields. Tell the factory owners in Arda and Berdine they can recruit freely from the new arrivals. No point in keeping hands idle. We'll make them productive. Hansel bowed. As you command, my lord. Suddenly, Paul's eyes glimmered with another idea. And speaking of workers, why not free some of the serfs under the Grayman estate? The room went still. Paul carried on, oblivious to the apprehension. Our farms don't need so many laborers anymore. Between the harvesters and threshing machines, we could cultivate the same land with fewer hands. Let's release a portion of them, allow them to seek work as they will. It'll help relieve the labor shortage in our industries. No one dared object. It was, after all, his domain to command. And further, Paul added, I intend to issue an edict encouraging other landowners to do the same. Free their serfs. Invest their wealth into new industries. That earned a wave of uneasy silence from around the table. Paul immediately raised his hand, half in jest but not without warning. Calm yourselves. It's only encouragement. I'm not assigning quotas or issuing threats. I know how eager some officials can be when chasing praise. But this is not a stick to beat the people with. The tension in the room eased, and Paul smiled faintly. To those who willingly follow the example, I'll grant tax reductions as reward. Steward Ford stroked his beard, thoughtful. A fine notion, my lord. And releasing serfs is indeed a good way to bolster the workforce. But the incentive you suggest, tax relief, may have little effect. Oh? And why is that? Ford adjusted his cuffs. Because, my lord, most of the great landowners, those who possess the largest number of serfs, also hold another position in the provinces. They are tax farmers. Tax farmers? Paul's brow creased. Explain. In short, a tax farmer is a private collector. The law delegates the duty of collecting taxes from a given area to one of its influential men. That person is responsible for ensuring a minimum sum is delivered to the treasury. If the total falls short, he must pay the difference from his own wealth. In return, if he gathers more, he keeps the surplus as profit. Ford looked apologetic. So whether your rewards would tempt them depends entirely on their goodwill, but these men already decide their own tax rates. The more they squeeze, the richer they grow. A minor deduction on their own dues, I fear, would hardly move them. Paul shot up from his seat. Wait, what? Our lands are taxed like that? Ford jumped slightly at the sudden outburst. Not in every place, my lord. Here in Lake Hart, and in Fulham Port, the Lord's office collects revenue directly, but in the countryside, yes. Most rural villages are subcontracted to local gentry. Centuries of precedent, he thought. Perfectly normal, self-sustaining, efficient. So why did his lord look as if someone had spit in his wine? Because Paul, privately, was seething. The image of smug nobles and petty lords shaking down peasants in the name of his house made his blood burn. Taxes meant for him, for his coffers, flowing instead into their greedy hands. Unbelievable, he muttered coldly. They rob my people and pocket my taxes. Rising to his full height, he declared, this ends now. I'll issue a decree abolishing the tax farming system. From this day forth, the Administrative Council will collect all taxes directly. The old steward nearly threw his hat in alarm. My lord, wait, please, reconsider. Why should I? The authority is mine, not theirs. Paul snapped. Ford cleared his throat, searching for careful words. In theory, yes, but in practice, many of these tax farmers are hereditary. They've held power in their villages for generations, even before the Grayman family took root here. Removing their privileges outright could cause unrest. Not one or two, entire districts might revolt if they unite. Unrest? Paul echoed, incredulous. A pack of local bullies dictating terms to their lord. Captain Bryce, head of the army's 1st Battalion, leapt to his feet, fist to chest. My lord, the army awaits your command. Should any defy you, we'll drag them out by the hair and line them up for the firing squad. Paul felt a flicker of grim satisfaction. Whatever else might stir rebellion, the army remained loyal. Thank you, Bryce. He gestured for him to sit. Then, turning back to Ford, he frowned. Is this practice common outside our lands? The steward nodded reluctantly. Yes, my lord. The system dates back to the old Beru Empire. It's used almost everywhere, even today, though not, perhaps, in the independent cities of Cape Bay. Paul groaned inwardly. Brilliant. So some long-dead fool invented this mess and now I'm stuck babysitting it. Ford tried to lighten the tone. It began for many reasons, my lord. Some new lords relied on local chiefs for legitimacy. Others sold tax rights to pay off debts or fund their campaigns. It's an old arrangement. Paul exhaled through his nose, trying to bury his frustration. Strength first, he reminded himself. Build the guns before you pick the fights. Fine. Let it stand, for now. But I'll have that system gutted eventually, mark my words. Ford bowed in relief. However, Paul said, the decree encouraging emancipation of serfs still stands. Draft it, Ford. Lady Laddie's away, so it falls to you. Of course, my lord. Ford all but sagged with relief. In truth, he agreed with much of what Paul wanted, only one step at a time. Then Paul's eyes gleamed mischievously. By the way, how many of you here own land and serfs yourselves? An awkward silence. Slowly, hands went up. Bryce, Ford, Cecil. Most of the senior council were landowners, born and bred. Paul chuckled. Don't look so frightened. I'm not about to confiscate your farms. They relaxed visibly, but, he added, leaning forward with a grin, for those of you who do choose to free your serfs, there'll be rewards beyond tax relief. You've all served my house loyally for years. I believe in paying loyalty back. Murmurs of interest filled the chamber. Paul slammed his palm down for attention. I declare this, any of my retainers who releases their serfs will receive shares, real stakes, in industries under the Grayman estate. The room erupted. The factories Paul had founded were no small operations. Their profits were widely whispered of. To fund a force of over 2,000 soldiers solely from industrial revenue and taxes was unheard of for a provincial noble. Now that same booming enterprise was open for investment, it was like divine favor descended disguised as policy. True, exchanging serfs for shares required some sacrifice. But those who listened closely remembered another of Paul's speeches, his agricultural reform model that replaced serfdom with paid laborers, set the workers free, hire them back cheap, and still keep the land. Profit on both ends. All eyes now gleamed with calculation. Paul smiled inwardly at their eagerness. They were hooked. Take your time, he said smoothly. Think it over. Then come see me if you're willing. And he'd think about it too. How many shares a life of bondage was worth? The meeting buzzed with whispered excitement. When it quieted, Hansel stood. My lord. One last suggestion. According to several contacts in the capital, the royal army intends to march south come spring. War will resume in earnest then. Paul leaned forward. And your point? When war begins, demand for iron, and for weapons, will skyrocket. This could be our chance. Paul nodded slowly. He had once dreamed of expanding the foundries. You're right. With Berdines or mines in our hands, we can increase steel output. But manpower will be an issue. Hansel was ready for that. Then allow me to send word to our agents in the capital. Let them recruit blacksmiths and miners specifically. Paul smiled. Do it. And this time, we'll use the new smelting methods. His mind was already turning, sparks of old knowledge flickering to life, plans for blast furnaces, controlled carbon content, secrets of true steel making. Outside, the bells of Lake Hart rang softly in the evening air. The revolution he envisioned was coming. One workshop, one edict, one hammer blow at a time. Chapter 168, Arrival at Cape Bay. Cape Bay, a land of opportunity and unimaginable wealth. Here stretched the busiest waters in the known world. Along its bustling trade routes, hundreds of ships passed each day, their oars churning and their sails straining in the wind. Almost every vessel that plied these seas was an oar-powered galley. Their holds were filled to the brim with goods from across the continent, while hundreds of chained oarsmen rowed in unison beneath the deck, their bodies glistening with sweat as overseers barked orders to the beat of drums. When the winds finally favored them and the sails swelled with air, the galley slaves were granted brief, precious moments of rest. Most of these men were not free. They had been bought like livestock, debtors unable to pay their dues, prisoners of war, or the children of slaves born into bondage. Once shackled to an oar bench, a man's fate was sealed. Many lived and died without ever standing upon land again, their backs scarred and their wrists scarred by iron. Even when their hair turned silver, they rode on under the lash, nameless and forgotten. The lands surrounding Cape Bay were no paradise either. The terrain was hilly and fragmented, offering no broad plains for the growth of empires. Instead, the coastline glittered with dozens of city-states, independent, proud, and fiercely competitive. With little soil fit for crops, the people turned to trade as their lifeblood. Commerce was not merely culture here, it was law. Every city-state revered merchants above farmers, and the greatest noble houses doubled as shipping magnates or trading dynasties. Some of these cities formed loose alliances, abolishing tariffs between themselves while imposing uniform fees on the outside world. The most powerful of these coalitions, politically, economically, and militarily, was the Cape Bay League, a maritime confederation whose influence reached across 4 seas. Generations of merchants had built their fortunes on these waters. They carried furs from the north to the south, grain from the south to the north, and spices from the east to the west. Theirs was a greed of profit. Buy cheap, sell dear. No prejudice, no sentiment, only the currency that jingled in their purses. Wealth bred comfort, comfort bred refinement. Even the poorest citizens of the Cape lived better than common folk elsewhere. Prosperity fostered culture. Poets, sculptors, philosophers, and playwrights flourished along these sun-drenched shores. It was from this very soil that countless names had risen to claim immortality in history books. It was little wonder then that Paul Grayman had once asked Quella Forster to bring back popular works from this region. Who knew which playwright scribbling away in some harbour tavern might become the next legend? After over 2 weeks at sea, the Southern finally entered the waters of Cape Bay. The voyage had gone unusually well. No pirates, no storms, no mutiny. Only one setback marred the journey. Near the kingdom's southernmost coast, a sailor fell ill. Captain Quick, unwilling to risk contagion aboard, ordered the man to disembark for rest, leaving him funds and directions to return overland once recovered. Better to lose one man temporarily than risk the health of all. Ah, Captain, said Alan, standing by the rail. Now I finally understand why every ship around here uses oars. Indeed, Since entering the bay, the Southern had practically crawled across the water. They had sailed into what felt like a vast, windless basin. They must think we're idiots, another cadet muttered, watching sleek galleys glide past them with ease. Quick chuckled. HMPH. Only here, lads. In any other sea we'd leave them meeting our wake. Wind carries us farther than our moor or ever could. Speaking of which, have you lot learned to use the compass and sextant yet? Of course, Captain. The cadets chorused proudly, puffing their chests like little soldiers. Good. Quick grinned. Then let's see just how much you've really learned. For him and his crew alike, veterans and greenhorns both, this voyage had been a bold experiment. Every officer aboard was jotting careful notes on currents, wind patterns, temperature, and tides. These records, painstakingly compiled, would become the first maps of the Great Southern Route. Captain Quick's logbook was already thick as an atlas, filled margin to margin with figures and sketches. For the cadets aboard, this journey was also a priceless rite of passage, the kind of experience most sailors could only dream of. Lottie watched quietly as the young sailors sweated through their training. Her heart clenched with pride. The first time she had met these boys, fresh out of the pirate dens the Navy had liberated, they'd been fragile things, starved, fearful, eyes hollow from captivity. Now they were bold, confident, climbing rigging like squirrels, adjusting sails like seasoned hands. They could read the stars, take bearings with the sextant, and speak in the sharp, clipped tones of true sailors. Mr. Dirac. Lottie turned, startled to hear the alias she had worn for months. It was one of the merchant representatives, still pale and weak from weeks of seasickness. None of the traders had taken well to the voyage. Most had spent the first 10 days clutching buckets, swearing to every god they knew that they'd never go to sea again. Quick had even suggested setting them back ashore early, but pride and greed had kept them on board. Good sir, the man asked timidly. I heard you were born in Cape Bay. Lottie, maintaining her guise as the refined scholar Dirac, inclined her head. That's right. They were nearing home now. Each hour brought the faint scent of salt and citrus she had known as a child. She often found herself at the rail these days, staring toward the horizon, waiting for the first glimpse of the familiar hills. Could I trouble you for a moment, sir? Few aboard dared disturb the aloof scholar, whose soft speech and steady gaze lent him, or rather, her, an air of intimidating authority. Pretending to be a man was exhausting, but speaking little helped. It kept suspicion away. What is it? She asked gently, her voice smooth, confident. The merchant blinked, flustered by the ease in her tone. Well, I wanted your opinion. Do you think our goods will sell here in the south? Will they want them? The question hung awkwardly. It was the fear whispered among all the traders. They knew Cape Bay was wealthier and more advanced than anything in the kingdom's north. What if the locals laughed at their wares? What if their new inventions were already old news here? Lottie caught his worry at once and smiled reassuringly. Please, don't fret. The products authorized by Lord Greyman will find eager buyers here, I assure you. According to records I've seen, our lord already maintains close trade with the Forster family, one of the League's great houses. Their caravans collect goods from Lake Hart every month, and not even the southern wars have interrupted the shipments. That sort of persistence means profit, and great profit at that. The merchant's brows rose. The Forsters, the Forster family. Even in the chaotic markets of the north, their name carried weight. So Lord Greyman's already linked arms with them. The man muttered with mock outrage. Setting up his own connections without telling us, eh? Leaving us out of the fun. Lottie winced inwardly, realizing she had said too much. She had just leaked a rather delicate business secret. If Paul ever heard about it, he might. Well, she hoped he'd forgive her. Sensing her discomfort, the merchant quickly changed the subject. In any case, Captain Quick certainly runs a tight ship, doesn't he? He does. She agreed warmly. Before we sailed, Commander Austin warned me, the captain on the vessel is its lord. His word is law. The merchant nodded eagerly. Quite right. Quite right. His crew treat him like a king. As they should. No matter how large or sturdy a vessel, it's still a frail leaf on the sea. In a storm, hesitation kills faster than error. Better one decisive order than 1,000 arguments. Well said, sir. Very well said. Just then, a shout echoed from their masthead. Land. Land ahead. Every man on deck stopped what he was doing. The lookout was standing high on the mainmast, waving furiously, pointing eastwards. Moments later came a chorus from those with spyglasses. Land ahoy. There, it's a harbor. We've found a bloody harbor. Joy exploded across the deck. Sailors, merchants, cadets. Everyone crowded the starboard side, laughing, cheering, weeping. Quick allowed the uproar to continue for a moment before booming. Back to your stations. We're not done yet. You think land means you get to holiday. Laughter rippled through the ranks as the men reluctantly returned to their duties, though grins never left their faces. Excitement buzzed through the air. Somewhere just beyond the horizon waited another world, foreign markets, strange food, and, as one wit put it, southern girls whose beauty could sink 3 ships by themselves. The helm turned under Quick's command, the prow swinging toward the glittering sight ahead. The coastal city of Asta was about to witness something it had never seen before. From the harbor watchtower, officials gawked at the approaching vessel, a large, ungainly ship with not a single oar along its sides. Only one massive mast stood upon its deck, holding an enormous sail that strained against the faint breeze. What in heaven's name is that? A dockhand muttered. Nevertheless, procedure was procedure. The port officer gathered his men, boarded a small boat, and rowed out to meet the alien craft. Raising signal flags, he demanded boarding permission. The Southern replied in kind, granting access. They climbed aboard, the officer flashing a brass insignia. I'm from the Office of Maritime Entry. Where's this ship from? I've never seen it on any registry. He spoke in the Cape's native tongue. The sailors of the Southern stared at him blankly. Fortunately, one among them understood. Lottie stepped forward, bowing slightly. Good day, sir. If I'm not mistaken, this is the port of Asta? The official's surprise melted quickly into polite approval. It is. And you are? The Southern. From the northwest bay of the Kingdom of Order. We come to open trade between our lands. The crew are all Orden. They don't understand your language. Ah, so you're their translator, he said, nodding. And by your accent, you're one of us, aren't you, young man? Yes, sir. The officer smiled broadly. Foreign merchants were always welcome here. Still, to arrive with only one interpreter was either impressive bravery or spectacular folly. Very well then, welcome to Asta. Please, come ashore and register your vessel. Lottie turned and explained in Orden, this gentleman is the harbor officer. He asks that we disembark to complete entry records. Then, puzzled, she added, Captain Quick. Gentlemen, don't tell me none of you speak Cape dialect. Quick blinked. Cape dialect? You mean people here don't speak Orden? His officers looked equally confused. To them, the idea that other lands spoke different tongues was utterly foreign. None of them had ever left the kingdom. None had ever imagined a world not bound by their own words. Lottie buried her face in her hands with a groan. Saints preserve us. Lord Greyman really sent you out here like this. It wasn't Paul's fault, she reminded herself. He had simply assumed this world worked like so many tales back home, where everyone, human or elf or dragon, conveniently shared a single language. And until this moment, so had she. Chapter 169. Landing. The Southern eased into the harbor with slow, deliberate grace. Though the port of Asta pulsed with activity, cranes creaking, sailors shouting, gulls shrieking over the docks, it didn't stop hundreds of curious eyes from turning toward the unfamiliar vessel. Workers, merchants, and bystanders alike paused in their labor to stare at the great ship with its lone massive sail and lack of oars. Welcome, gentlemen, travelers from afar. The port officer of Asta greeted them now in fluent Tordic, his thick accent noticeable but elegant. Cape Bay had long been the hub of international trade, and most among its educated class, traders, officials, and scholars, spoke several foreign tongues. After all, the languages of Order, Cape Bay, and the ancient Gabaran Empire all shared deep linguistic roots, making it easy for one fluent speaker to learn another. According to custom, we must inspect your cargo, the officer continued formally. Duties are levied by volume and category. Captain Quick beamed in relief. Ah. You speak our tongue. Excellent. Well, Quick scratched his chin. We're not here for trade just yet, sir. This voyage is a scouting expedition. Mapping routes, testing conditions. We aren't carrying goods intended for sale. So about that tax. The officer's polite smile didn't falter. Be that as it may, inspection is still required. His eyes roved over the deck until they landed on the heavy bronze barrels fixed along the rails. What in the world are these? He stepped closer, running his palm along the surface of one cannon. The cool metal under his glove was unlike anything he had seen in Cape Bay. The news of Arda's new flame-spitting siege engines had traveled no further than its neighboring fiefdoms. Here, thousands of miles south, the word artillery held no meaning. Quick cleared his throat and launched into his best improvisation. Ah, those are tools for defense against pirates. Yes, when raiders try to board, we fill these with flammable oil, ignited through that little hole there, and PFFT, like fire-breathing dragons, sends them running every time. The officer looked skeptical. Does that actually work? The contraption looked as absurd as it did dangerous. Quick shrugged with feigned modesty. We've been lucky. No need to use them so far. The man chuckled. For sea combat, nothing beats the crossbow ballista. tried and tested technology for centuries. His expression turned proud. Our weaponsmith sinister make the finest of them. Lightweight, powerful, beautifully carved. If you're interested, I can recommend some excellent shops. Of course, the best are made right here in our own city. He launched into a booming sales pitch about Asta's weapon craft, leaving the newcomers sweating politely. Even a government official here, it seemed, was a born merchant. When he finally finished, he clapped his hands briskly. Now then, let's have a look below deck. Quick led the way, wishing the inspection would be brief. The office appeared around the hold. Aside from the crew's rations, barrels of provisions, and the trappings of daily life, there was nothing resembling a shipment of trade goods. He frowned slightly, until he spotted the neatly stacked powder kegs and crates of iron spheres. And what are these powders? Quick replied coolly, medicine. The officer blinked. Medicine? Yes, Quick said quickly, seizing on the explanation. For treating skin disease, killing pests, keeping moisture out of storage. You know, dampness is a sailor's worst enemy. That at least was technically true. Gunpowder could dry out mold and kill vermin. The officer rubbed his chin. So much medicine for one crew? Still counts as trade goods to me. There will be a pharmaceutic tariff. Quick groaned inwardly. As you say. And these? The man tapped one of the heavy cannonballs with his boot. Iron spheres, ballast, Quick explained seamlessly, to keep the ship balanced. The officer shook his head. Ballast or not, iron is valuable. You could sell it, therefore it's taxable. He glanced up at the deck again. And those bronze tubes above? Also saleable. Bronze fetches a fine price. He let out a theatrical sigh. Thought you could disguise a treasure behind tall tales of dragons, eh? Quick opened his mouth to protest, but Lottie, still dressed as Dirac, tugged discreetly at his sleeve and shook her head. The captain winced. Best not to make enemies on his first day in foreign waters. Very well, sir, Quick relented. You name the sum, we'll pay it. After parting reluctantly with a sizable amount in customs and harbor fees, the crew of the Southern were finally permitted to set foot ashore. Quick left his first mate and 20 sailors to guard the ship, then led the rest to the bustling docks of Asta. And what docks they were! Magnificent, someone breathed. Unbelievable, murmured another. The word struck them all the same way. Radiant splendor. Even the hardiest sailors and most traveled merchants of the Southern paused, struck dumb by the sheer beauty of the city before them. Buildings of pale stone and red brick framed the harbor, their facades etched with dancing reliefs and marble statues. Roads were paved entirely with cobblestone. No mud, no ruts, even in the rain. Back home in the Northwest Bay, most towns were a patchwork of timber and thatch, mud walls held together by good fortune and stubbornness. Villages used straw for roofs, clay for walls, and rocks for dreams. Compared to Asta, they were children's toys beside a cathedral. Then there were the people. Never in their lives had these northerners seen so many souls in one place, nor such variety among them. Faces brown, black, and golden, fabrics bright as festival banners, jewelry flashing in the sun. The air was alive with a dozen tongues all spoken at once. Like the music of a strange, chaotic choir, the cadets started about wide-eyed, pointing and wandering until Quick barked at the men to grab each one by the collar before someone got lost. Even the grown sailors gawked openly, mouths agape. The merchant representatives fared little better. Look at that woman's clothes. One whispered. And that fellow's hat. By the gods, what is he wearing? I said stop staring. You look like yokels, says the man who nearly tripped gawping at those dancers. They sniped and muttered. Too awestruck to care about dignity. Among them, only Mr. Dirac kept composure. Lottie walked with calm, steady poise, her disguise intact, though inside her chest her heart raced with a strange mixture of nostalgia and awe. To return to her homeland. Not as the girl who'd fled years ago but as the envoy of another lord, it felt almost like standing in two worlds at once. Quick fell in step beside her. So, he murmured, his voice half teasing, half wistful, how does it feel to be home? She glanced at him sideways and smiled faintly. Louder, she whispered wryly, the city's never quiet. And indeed it wasn't. The scent of spice and smoke, the roar of merchants bargaining, the clatter of cartwheels on stone all merged into a single, living rhythm. This, she thought, was Cape Bay, the beating heart of the world. Chapter 170. The Hired Navigator. The crew of the Southern wandered from the docks into the beating heart of Asta, and for men who had never seen a true city before, the sights were overwhelming. Captain Quick, ever the disciplinarian, clapped his hands sharply. Right, you lot. Split into 4 groups. Each group stays together, no wandering off alone. The sailors, unable to contain themselves, burst into cheers. Long live the great Captain Quick. He smirked. Remember, keep to the main streets. No ducking down alleys unless you fancy getting lost. 2 hours leave, then back here for roll call. Once you're aboard again, we'll swap out shifts so the rest can come ashore for a turn. Aye, Captain. The Southern wouldn't linger long in Easter. Its true destination lay further south, to the cities of the Cape Bay League. Once there, Quick was to meet with the Forster family and then return home to the Northwest Bay. We'd stay 1 day, no more. He reminded them. Save your coin till we reach the League proper. And don't you start any brawls. You can't even speak the locals' tongue. Keep your eyes open and your mouths shut. Yes, Captain. Quick gave a satisfied nod. Good. Dismissed. He beckoned to the smallest group, his own. You cadets, with me. Lottie, still passing under her alias of Mr. Dirac, joined them as well. With her translating, this team clearly had the easiest time ahead. They roamed through the Grand Plaza at the city's center, losing themselves in the flurry of color and sound. Shops lined the marble avenues. Hawkers bellowed prices. Jugglers tossed hoops and knives into the air while minstrels sang to the accompaniment of lutes and tambourines. Lottie translated for Quick as the crew bartered hesitantly with stallholders, occasionally overpaying for trinkets they didn't need but would cherish dearly as proof they had once traveled halfway across the world. At least the local merchants accepted Audic silver, though everything here cost startlingly more than back home. Beyond the trade, there was entertainment of every sort, acrobats balancing on impossible towers, dancers whirling like flickering flames, tame leopards performing tricks for children, and even a makeshift boxing ring that drew loud, drunken cheers from passers-by. By the time they had circled back to the plaza's fountain, the 2 hours were up. Yet none of the other groups had returned. Quick frowned. Where in hell have those idiots gone? Don't tell me they've wandered off to the brothels already. Captain, Lottie said delicately, mind your words. The children, he grumbled, clenching his fists. If they're not back soon, I'll thrash them personally. He waited another half hour before, at last, the stragglers staggered back, looking both tired and sheepish. Bastards. Quick roared. You were told to return on time. They stood at stiff attention as he barked their punishment. Right then, deck scrubbing duty every morning for a month. Oh, and latrine cleaning, since you love sightseeing so much. You can contemplate the scenery from there. Satisfied, he waved them toward the ship. Once they were aboard, he released the next watch to go ashore, laughing and jeering as they sprinted down the gangplank. Lottie approached him then. Captain, when do we set sail for the Cape League? I'll let the men rest tonight, Quick said. We depart at dawn. She nodded. Then I suggest you hire a local navigator, someone familiar with these waters, and the ports along the coast. It'll save you a great deal of time. I was already thinking that, he replied. In fact, I was just about to start looking. Would you come with me? I'll need someone to handle the language. Of course, Lottie agreed. Then added thoughtfully, there's an adventurers guild nearby. Many who frequent these waters take contracts as guides. Unlike formal pilots, they'll accept short-term work. And for our purposes, that should suffice. An adventurers guild? Quick tilted his head, intrigued. I've heard of those places. A fine idea. There's something else, Captain. Yes, this city isn't far from my home. If it's all right with you, I'd like to travel inland from here. My family is waiting for me. Quick paused. All right. You're a local, after all. He hesitated. Do you want an escort? The Lord instructed us to ensure your safe return, remember. Lottie smiled faintly. That won't be necessary. This is my homeland. Captain, I can look after myself. I may be a scholar now, but I've adventured enough years to manage a road or two. He raised his brows. You don't say. Never would have guessed. Very well. If you get back before us, wait at an inn here in Easter. We'll collect you and your family on the return voyage. Lottie shook her head. That's kind, but unnecessary. I'll bring them to meet you in the League's capital instead. Don't rush back on my account. The mission must come first. Besides, she said, nodding toward the merchants waiting below deck, I doubt our dear trading partners would mind a few extra days browsing the local markets. Quick chuckled softly, then nodded. Fair enough. Tomorrow we sail for the League. If anything goes wrong, send a message through the Forster family. We'll come running. Thank you, Captain. Fair winds to you all. And to you. Later that afternoon, the two of them followed the directions to the Adventurers Guild, a large stone building scarcely a few streets from the harbor. From the outside it looked more tavern than office. Its windows glowed with warm lamplight and the noise spilling through the doors told of laughter, dice, and tankards colliding. Inside, adventurers clustered around tables, swapping tales between swigs of ale. On the right-hand side stood a long wooden counter, behind which waited several young women in crisp uniforms whose smiles seemed designed to part gold from pockets. Beside the counter hung a notice board plastered with parchment sheets. The quest postings. Lottie noticed at once that most were written on parchment rather than paper. Despite the Foster's distribution of Alden goods here, fine paper remained rare and expensive, far less profitable than porcelain to import. The pair approached the counter. One of the receptionists beamed at them, her voice warm and lilting. "Welcome, travelers. How may I assist you today?" Lottie stepped forward smoothly. "We'd like to post a commission, temporary hire of a navigator to guide a ship from Aster to the capital of the Cape League. The client also requires that they speak Ordic, to serve as an interpreter." The receptionist's gaze lingered a moment longer than was polite. Lottie's androgynous features often had that effect. A faint blush crept across her cheeks. "Of course, sir." "And for how long will you require this navigator's service?" Lottie turned to Quick, who considered aloud. "Let's say a week to start with. Who knows how long we'll spend in the league. Once we arrive, the Fosters can help us further." "Make it 2 weeks," Lottie told her gently. 2 weeks, then. The girl scribbled swiftly, the quill scratching against parchment. "The standard fee is 1 silver tainin, paid up front. Accommodation and meals are the employer's responsibility." Quick frowned. "We only carry Ordic currency. Will it do?" "Yes," she replied cheerfully. 2 Ordic silver coins will cover it exactly." Lottie translated, and despite himself, Quick winced inwardly. 2 weeks' pay for 1 navigator equaled what a skilled craftsman back home earned in 2 months. Cape Bay's labor truly didn't come cheap. Still, he managed a dignified nod and slid the coins across the counter. He represented Lord Grayman. After all, no haggling over pennies. Once Lottie checked the contract line by line to ensure it was sound, Quick scrawled his signature with a flourish. The notice went up on the board, and not even an hour later, a candidate stepped forward to claim the job. A simple route, decent pay, generous lodging. Every sailor in the guild knew a bargain when they saw one. Chapter 171, Homecoming. After helping Captain Quick hire a temporary navigator from the Adventurers Guild, Lottie, still in her borrowed name of Mr. Dirac, bade farewell to the crew of the Southern the next morning. Alone, she began her journey home. She rented a fast horse to save time, galloping day and night across the coastal roads. When at last she reached the borders of her homeland, the free territory of Messiah, the sun was only beginning to climb. It was 8 in the morning. She hadn't slept in more than a day. But the moment familiar rooftops and winding streets came into view, every trace of fatigue melted away. Yet something quickly tightened in her chest. On the main road, nailed to a weathered post, hung a new bounty notice. Ink fresh and stark, the wanted men were listed as sorcerers. Only local lords had the authority to issue such decrees, which meant one of 2 things. Either the magistrates of Messiah had bent the knee to the church, or they had struck some fearful compromise with it. Keeping her head down, Lottie led her horse on foot, careful to blend with the morning crowds. She forced her expression into calm indifference as she moved through the city streets, though her pulse was a rapid drumbeat beneath her ribs. 20 minutes later, she turned a familiar corner, and there it was, the Wyvern Inn. Her breath caught. For a moment she stood there, hands trembling with anticipation, before she drew a deep breath and pushed open the door. The place was bustling. Locals filled the tables, the smell of stewed meat and wine thick in the air. Business, it seemed, was as good as ever, but the face she sought was nowhere to be seen. Behind the counter stood a young waitress she didn't recognize, scribbling figures into a ledger. A new hire, then. It made sense. The old serving girl had planned to leave even before Lottie had gone north. Months had passed. After all, Lottie stepped up to the counter and asked quietly, "Is the proprietress in?" The girl looked up, and froze. A refined young woman with vivid green hair and bright, knowing eyes stood before her. She seemed familiar somehow, though the waitress couldn't imagine why. Do you mean Mistress Sheila?" she stammered. Lottie's lips curved softly. "That's right, but I'm not a customer. I'm her daughter," the poor girl squeaked, nearly dropping her quill. Her daughter? Oh saints, forgive me. I didn't realize. Please, my apologies, Miss Lottie." Lottie waved a hand, amused. "There's nothing to apologize for. You've never met me. Just call me sister, all right?" The girl blushed, nodding rapidly. "Why yes, Lottie sister. Is my mother here?" "She's in the back garden, sorting supplies. Thank you." Lottie smiled, then slipped through the hallway toward the rear of the inn. The back door opened to a small sunlit courtyard, and there, on the other side, a woman with the same green hair was hauling a crate toward the kitchen. At the same moment, the woman looked up. "Aha," she said, her voice a mixture of disbelief and laughter. "So the wild girl finally remembered where home is, mother." The single word caught in Lottie's throat. Tears welled in her eyes as she crossed the courtyard in 3 quick steps. Her mother dropped the crate and opened her arms, and the 2 women embraced wordlessly. clinging tight. Though Lottie had traveled far before, months and years spent adventuring, it had never been like this. Those journeys had been shared with comrades. This time, she had crossed lands and seas entirely alone. To those in the Cape region, the northwest coast of Oda was little more than the edge of the world. For Sheila, hearing her daughter would live there was torment enough. And knowing what the church had begun to do to those accused of witchcraft made the fear worse still. "If it weren't for the letters you sent every month," Sheila murmured, voice trembling against her daughter's shoulder, "I would have gone looking for you myself." Thanks to the Forster family's merchant convoys, Lottie's letters had found their way safely home, passed from caravan to ship, then inland through Cape Bay to her mother's hands in Messiah. The Fosters had accepted this task partly because Lottie served as advisor to Count Grayman, and partly thanks to her old ties with the Lichman Adventurers Guild, whose members were friendly with the Fosters' second son. Mother and daughter retreated to Lottie's childhood room and shut the door behind them. At last, safe from prying ears, they spoke freely. "How did you manage to get back?" Sheila asked at once. "I sailed," said Lottie. "The Count's ship traveled by sea all the way to Cape Bay. We landed at Easter, and I rode the rest of the way here." "By sea?" Her mother frowned. "From the northwest to here? That's over 2,000 nautical miles." Lottie grinned. "You haven't seen it, Mother. The Count's ship doesn't use oars at all. She runs entirely on wind. One set of great sails drives her faster than you'd believe. With the steady north winds this season, we made 8, sometimes 10 knots a day." Sheila blinked, astonished. "That's impossible," she whispered. 8 to 10 knots. All day? In her youth she had served aboard coastal vessels. She knew what that speed meant. Even the fastest galleys could reach it only in brief bursts, and only through relentless rowing. To sustain it, powered by wind alone, was a marvel beyond reason. So, this Count Grayman again, the man her daughter had mentioned often in her letters. He sounded more engineer than noble. A young visionary building strange machines at the edge of civilization. The letters had never gone into detail, but Sheila could tell from their tone how much admiration filled her daughter's heart. This ship, then, must have been one of those inventions. "Tell me, child, did anything dangerous happen on the voyage?" "Nothing at all," Lottie assured her. "No storms, no pirates. The journey was calm from start to finish, and in that faraway land." "Were you well?" That was the true question, the one that had haunted Sheila's dreams. She needed to hear her daughter say it, not read it on parchment. "I was," said Lottie softly. "Truly, life there is different, but good. I've learned so much. Count Grayman and my colleagues treat me with the utmost kindness. Please don't worry." Sheila sighed in relief, though worry still lined her eyes. "People say the Northwest is a barbaric hinterland." "Mother," Lottie chided gently, "you shouldn't judge before seeing it yourself. Yes, it's rougher than Cape Bay, but not the wilderness people claim. The Count is working hard to change that place, to bring new life and prosperity. The voyage I took, it's part of his plan, to open a trade route between our two worlds." Sheila smiled faintly, brushing a tear from her daughter's cheek. "Leaves alone on the wind, now building roads across the sea. My clever girl." Lottie leaned into her mother's arms once more, breathing in the familiar scent of home, cedar floors, sea salt, and stewed herbs from the kitchen beyond. She was finally back, home. Chapter 172, Old Companions. Mother and daughter talked long into the afternoon, their voices quiet and warm amid the scent of herbs and freshly baked bread drifting from the kitchen. At last, Lottie broached the question that had lingered through every letter she'd sent home. "Mother, are you ready for what I wrote about?" She meant the plan to bring Sheila back with her to the Northwest Bay, to live together under Count Grayman's protection. Her mother exhaled softly. "I'm ready, child. But to leave the place I've lived my whole life." Her voice faltered. "It's harder than I thought. Your father and I built everything here together, you know." Seeing the shadow of grief on her mother's face tightened Lottie's chest. "I'm so sorry," she murmured. "If not for me, don't you dare." Sheila interrupted sharply, gathering her daughter into her arms. "None of this is your fault. It's the damned church that's torn our lives apart." Regret warred with resolve in her eyes, whatever she might be leaving behind. Her daughter's safety came first, especially now, in such dangerous times. "I saw you've taken on a new server at the inn," said Lottie after a pause, seizing a lighter thread. "That girl, Lisa," Sheila said. "A poor orphan I took in. She's a sweet thing, and she's agreed to come with us to the Northwest Bay." "Oh, that's wonderful. You can open another wyvern in there. I promise. Your cooking will be famous within weeks." Sheila chuckled for the first time that day. "Let's hope so. But tell me, will it really be safe there, for you? I mean, your other identity." Lottie hesitated, then bit her lip. "You mustn't be angry, Mother. Count Grayman already knows I'm a mage." "What?" Her mother's face drained of color. How could you be so careless? If he sells you to the church. He won't, Lottie said quickly, grasping her hands. He isn't that sort of man. The circumstance forced my hand, I had to use magic to save lives, and he witnessed it, but he bears no hatred for sorcery or sorcerers, and the clergy there answer to him more than he answers to them. She thought briefly of poor Father Morris, exiled to a monastery at the Count's command. She doubted the man enjoyed his new title of vice abbot. Sheila listened silently as her daughter recounted every detail, how the secret had been exposed, how Paul had responded not with fear or condemnation but curiosity and compassion. I hope you're right about him, Sheila said at last, her expression firm but strained. But even the kindest man can change when power whispers in his ear. Promise me you'll stay cautious. I promise. For a while, they simply sat hand in hand. Then, softly, Lottie asked, Mother, have you heard from Mayu and the others? You mean your old friends from the Lichman Guild? Sheila nodded. They've visited often since you left. Last came by just a few days ago, actually, for dinner, but I think they're out on a mission now. Then I'll stop by the Adventurers Guild later, Lottie said. Not yet, darling. Sheila brushed a strand of hair from her daughter's forehead, her touch light but insistent. You look exhausted. Rest first. Lottie smiled faintly. It was true. Now that she was home, the constant state of alert she'd carried for months began to ebb away. At her mother's gentle coaxing, her eyelids grew heavier by the second. You're right. I'll sleep for a bit. She paused, then grimaced. But first I need a proper bath. She'd nearly forgotten what one felt like. Fresh water had been precious aboard the Southern. Their baths little more than seawater rinses followed by a token splash of clean water, enough to wash the salt off their skin. The thought of her mother seeing her in such a state made her cheeks burn. She wanted nothing more than to sink into a real bath again, steaming hot, until the world disappeared beneath the water's surface. Sheila only laughed softly. Sit right there, my dear. I'll prepare it for you myself. My hard-working little girl deserves it. An hour later, Lottie was submerged in bliss. Heat soaked into her bones, washing away the ache of weeks at sea. Afterward, she fell asleep almost instantly and didn't stir again until mid-afternoon. When she finally woke, she found her mother and Lisa patiently waiting at the table. Neither of them had eaten lunch. Oh, honestly, Lottie scolded fondly, you should have eaten without me. But her heart swelled at the sight. The dishes her favorites from childhood, all lovingly arranged and still warm. They ate together, laughter returning to the house for the first time in months. Afterward, Lottie kissed her mother on the cheek and set off toward the city center. The familiar facade of the Messiah Adventurers Guild came into view, painted letters still the same weathered gold. For a long moment she stood outside, taking it in. Only a few months ago she had been one of its many drifting members. Now she was advisor to a lord in a land so far away it might as well have been another world. I suppose that makes me a noble's pet now, she muttered under her breath, smiling wryly, and pushed open the door. The moment she stepped inside, heads turned. Wait, isn't that Lottie? By the gods, it is. The one from Lichman's party. She hadn't even changed her usual clothes, so recognition was inevitable. I heard she quit adventuring. Someone whispered. Took some fancy post up north. What a waste. She was the gem of the guild. HMPH, and now the Northerners get her. Life's unfair. Shut it. She's back, isn't she? Lottie let their chatter wash over her. She'd never been much for small talk, and the rumors didn't bother her. She simply nodded and smiled politely at the few who came to greet her, mostly old allies from shared expeditions, people who'd earned her respect. She hadn't gone 3 steps inside before the receptionist spotted her. Lottie, it really is you. It's been a while, Lottie said with a small bow. They exchanged pleasantries before Lottie asked the question in her heart. Are you and the others here? They took a job. But, oh, wait. The sudden shout from the doorway cut her off. Lottie, it was more a cry than a word. The voice struck her like lightning. She turned just as Mayu barreled across the hall, brown hair flying. The next instant the two women collided, locking in a fierce embrace. Behind her, the rest of the Lichman party followed, Dean, grinning as always, and the rest of the crew, waving or clapping her on the back one by one. They soon found a quiet corner away from the bustling hall to catch up properly. When did you get back? Mayu asked eagerly. This morning, Lottie said. I went home first. Of course. Mayu's smile faltered a little, shadows crossing her bright eyes. So, you're really here to take Miss Sheila away? Lottie nodded. Yes, it's too dangerous for her to stay here alone any longer. Mayu sighed. Good. The sooner you both leave, the better. You've no idea how. But Dean shot her a warning glance, fingers brushing her sleeve in silent caution. He didn't need to finish the thought. Everyone in the guild knew the church was tightening its grip, even over independent territories like Messiah. A silence hung between them, heavy and bitter. Then another of their comrades, Kai, slapped the table. Enough gloomy talk. This is a reunion, not a funeral. Let's eat and drink till we forget the world's nonsense. At that, laughter broke out again. Eat? No need to look far. She's right here. The Wyvern still stands. Does it not? Perfect. I haven't tasted Miss Sheila's cooking in months. Lottie chuckled, eyes warm. Then let's go home. For tonight, at least. She would set worry aside. Tonight was for friends, for laughter, and for one last meal in the city that had built her. Chapter 173. The capital of the League. After spending one more day in Messiah, Lottie and her family packed their belongings and prepared to set off for the Cape Bay League. The inn had already been sold before her return, the furniture too, since the long journey north by ship made carrying anything heavy impossible. They traveled light, just clothes, jewelry, and coin, the memories of a life left behind. A hired carriage took them out of the city at dawn. Lisa, perched by the window, couldn't hide her excitement. Miss Lottie, is it true there's snow in summer up there and that the sun barely rises in winter? You'll see for yourself soon enough, Lottie said with a tired smile, though a pang of guilt tugged at her. The child had never left the Cape before. Would she adapt to the cold, rugged lands of the Northwest Bay? As they passed through the city gate, a cluster of familiar figures stood waving from the roadside. Mayu and the others too. The entire Lichman party was there, smiling and calling out as the carriage slowed. They'd already said their goodbyes the night before. Apparently not well enough. The group's bright-eyed leader, Mayu, vaulted up onto the running board beside Lottie. Hey, lucky timing. She grinned. We've picked up a job heading the same way. So, said Dean from horseback, we figured we'd travel together. Lottie's smile warmed. That's wonderful. I'd be glad for the company. The two carriages rolled forward at an easy pace, conversation flowing as easily as the sea breeze. What kind of job did you take on this time? Lottie asked. Mayu puffed out her chest. A profitable one. Big money, this. You'll never guess what's happened in the Duchy of Eton. Eton? Lottie leaned forward. That's the duchy bordering the League, isn't it? What news? The Grand Duke's sister-in-law, the Duchess's own younger sister, has gone missing in the League's territory. What? The shock escaped before Lottie could stop herself. It was more than surprise. For a brief instant, genuine alarm crossed her face. Mayu frowned at the reaction but said nothing. Lottie quickly smoothed her expression. So, the duchy put out requests for help through the guild? Exactly. At first, both sides wanted to keep it quiet. The Duke didn't want to admit failure, and the League didn't want foreign meddling. But weeks passed with no progress. Their own enforcers are useless, couldn't find a cat in a cellar, let alone a missing lady. So now they've resorted to us. Lottie forced a calm smile. Then the Duchess must be frantic. Her sister. She's her only living relative, isn't she? Mayu blinked. Eh? You sound like you know her personally. Not at all, Lottie said quickly. But the Duchess's name is well known. A generous patron, beloved by Eton's people. I've read about her. Well, you certainly sound concerned. Mayu teased. Lottie looked away. Anyone who rules with compassion deserves concern when fate turns cruel. 2 days later, the Southern finally completed its voyage, gliding into the immense harbor of the League's capital, Port Nisbrough. It was the beating heart of the Confederation, where ships from every corner of the world came and went like tides. The moment the anchor dropped, a delegation was already waiting on the docks. Gentlemen, called a neatly dressed man in fluent Ordic. You must be our honored guests from Ada. Captain Quick stepped forward warily. And you are? He gave a courteous bow. Steward to the Forster family. I was instructed to await your arrival. Apparently, once the latest merchant convoy had carried back word that Count Grayman would soon send a vessel south, the Fosters had stationed men at the docks each day to keep watch. The ship was hard to miss, just as young Master Quella Forster had described. No oars, just a single towering mast and an enormous sail. After a brief explanation, Quick warmly clasped the steward's hand. The Forster family's hospitality does you credit, sir. We thank you. Please, there is no need for thanks, the man replied smoothly. We treat all of our partners with proper enthusiasm. He then conveyed an invitation from the Foster's second son, asking Quick and his officers to stay at their mansion during their visit. Oh, that's far too kind, Quick said, though part of him worried. But what about the rest of our crew? I came prepared, the steward assured him. Some of my men will escort your sailors around the city while you're our guests. All expenses, naturally, will be covered by the Forster household. Quick blinked. We can't possibly. You can and you will. The man cut in pleasantly. Please indulge us. Unable to argue with such cheerful insistence, Quick scurried back to the ship, gathering the crew for a short meeting. Within minutes, It was decided he would take 2 soldiers to accompany him to the Forster estate, while the rest were to explore the city in groups under their officer's supervision. Before leaving, he repeatedly ordered twice over, no loose tongues, no talk about the ship's design or equipment, no matter who asks. Just as he was about to depart, the merchant delegates intercepted him, eyes gleaming pitifully. "Captain, please, let us come too. We've dreamt of meeting the Fosters." After exchanging a glance with the steward, Quick agreed. Soon, they were all aboard 2 of the family's carriages, rolling through the streets of Nisbrough. It took nearly an hour to reach the house itself. And when they arrived, even hardened sailors and merchants were struck dumb. The Forster mansion was magnificent, a palace of ivory stone and gleaming glass, its facade adorned with sculptures of sea gods and trade spirits. "I heard the family patriarch sits on the League's council," one of the merchants whispered. "Now I believe it. Look at this place. It's bigger than 5 noble estates put together." Another ran a hand along the marble gatepost. "Even the castles back home look like pigsties next to this." The steward, overhearing their murmured awe, straightened his back proudly. "Gentlemen," he said with polished grace, "welcome to the Forster estate." He descended first, opening the carriage door and offering a perfectly executed bow with an inviting gesture. Quick and the others exchanged uneasy glances. None of them had ever been greeted like this before. "Nobles, perhaps, but them," one merchant muttered. "So this is what they call noble etiquette, eh?" Another whispered in reply. "Strange. I've never seen Lord Grayman do it quite like that." Quick coughed discreetly. "Right, lads, off the carriage." The steward's composure nearly wavered at the captain's bluntness, but he covered it with a polite smile as the guests clambered awkwardly down. The coachman flicked his reins, sending the carriages trotting away, leaving them standing before the towering iron gates. "Please, honored guests," the steward said, returning to his impeccable courtesy, "follow me." They obeyed in nervous silence, beads of sweat already forming on their brows despite the cool sea breeze. Quick tugged at his collar, wishing he'd brought a cleaner shirt. Even dressed in their best, he and the others felt hopelessly out of place beside this man whose uniform seemed tailored by angels. They glanced around the marble courtyard, polished to mirror sheen, and mentally cursed their boots for leaving footprints. "Let's hope," whispered one of the merchants, "they don't charge us for breathing their air." Quick felt the same way, but straightened his shoulders nonetheless. They had come on behalf of Count Grayman, after all, and whatever grandeur the Fosters flaunted, the Northwest Bay had its own kind of pride, one carried in sails, not stone. Chapter 174, The Evening Banquet. The Forster family's steward led the guests into a grand reception hall and instructed several servants to bring refreshments and delicate pastries. "Please wait here. I'll inform Master Queller Forster at once. He'll join you shortly." With a bow, the steward withdrew, leaving the visitors to their thoughts. One of the merchants exhaled in awe. "Now this is what southern nobility looks like. Look at the house, the servants, everything gleams. Even the goblets," another murmured, turning his glass in the light. "Same glass as ours, technically, yet it feels like art in their hands." "Art?" His companion snorted. "You? Since when do you understand art?" "Why shouldn't I?" he retorted, grinning, and lifted the cup for closer inspection. "Wait a moment, this isn't glass at all, it's porcelain. The Count's wares have made it all the way to Cape Bay already." Someone sighed. "Lucky devil, how did Lord Grayman ever manage to link up with the Fosters?" Captain Quick took a cautious sip of the beverage that had been poured for him, then nearly choked. "By the seas." "What is this? It's bitter as death." Laughter rippled around the room. One merchant leaned over, smirking. "That, Captain, is tea. You won't find it growing anywhere in the north, and it's far too expensive for ordinary folk. A true luxury." "Luxury? Paying money for bitterness?" Quick grimaced. "People pay for the strangest punishments." "You just don't understand taste, Captain. The subtleties of tea are—" The door swung open suddenly. "Master Queller Forster is here." Everyone scrambled to their feet. "Welcome, welcome." The young heir strode in with easy energy, smiling broadly. Instead of the distant formality they expected, he greeted each of them with a warm handshake and, to their astonishment, a friendly embrace. The visitors, who had been bracing for haughty noblesse, relaxed almost immediately after introductions were exchanged. Quick first, the merchants following. Queller waved them back to their seats. "No ceremony. Please, sit. You're all friends here." He leaned forward eagerly, the picture of good humor. "So, Paul wrote that he was sending a ship south to open the trade route." I confess, I nearly fell out of my chair reading it. When I was up in the Northwest Bay, he kept talking about his dream of building an all-sail vessel. I thought it'd take years to make it seaworthy, but here it is already. Quick smiled. "We owe your family a great debt for that, sir. The shipwrights you recruited for us, especially Master Benjamin, have been invaluable." "I'd owes them much." Queller laughed, Pleased. Think nothing of it. Paul saved my life once. I'd sooner thank him for letting us help him in return. As the conversation flowed, Queller asked after news of Arda. Quick recounted the campaign against the pirates, careful not to reveal anything specific about their new warship or its armaments. The trade secrets weighed on his tongue like cannonballs, but he managed restraint. The merchants, meanwhile, eagerly described the North's economic progress, the explosion of new industries, porcelain, paper, saltworks, canned goods. Their factories ran full tilt, they said, yet demand still exceeded supply. They hinted, politely but plainly, that they hoped for investment or partnership with the Forster family. Queller's sharp eyes gleamed with mischief. So Paul has begun sharing his manufacturing secrets with you? Curious, he never so much as whispered a word of them to us. The merchants froze, glancing uneasily at one another. Quick's stomach tightened. Gods above, don't arrest us, he thought. The Fosters wielded more power in Cape Bay than most lords held in kingdoms. If they wanted to keep him as a guest, escape would be impossible. But Queller only chuckled, dismissing it with a wave. No matter. I can hardly blame him for being careful. The entire room seemed to exhale as one. He leaned toward a servant, murmured a few words, and the young man hurried away. You must all be hungry. Allow me to return a friend's generosity with a little hospitality of my own. Soon, a parade of servants entered bearing silver trays. Dishes steamed and glistened under the lamplight, filling the room with mouth-watering aromas. Each guest was given a set of polished cutlery and, of all things, cloth napkins folded into fans. Look at that, whispered Quick. Fancy doesn't begin to cover it. He quickly watched the others and copied their movements, tying his napkin clumsily under his collar. The merchants handled theirs like seasoned courtiers. Despite Cape Bay's hilly terrain and limited farmland, its rich climate yielded a diversity of crops, and Nisbro's position as a trade hub meant delicacies from across the world graced its tables. To the northerners, it was a feast fit for kings. Every bite was new: fragrant stews, sweet spiced meats, delicately grilled fish. They ate with the abandon of men tasting civilization itself. But midway through the meal, Quick felt thirsty. Spotting a clear glass beside his plate, he reached for it and swallowed half of it in one gulp. A quiet PFFD of laughter came from behind him, a servant's barely stifled giggle. The sound, though faint, crashed like a wave of embarrassment across the room. The guests looked around in confusion, unsure what was funny. Quick blinked, oblivious, and drained the rest in another gulp. Ah, that hits the spot, he said cheerfully. Queller simply smiled, shaking his head with amusement. My household isn't as strict as others. Please, everyone, keep eating. A merchant seized the chance to flatter him. Such kindness, such grace, my lord. The others followed obediently with praise of their own. In Arda, most nobility wouldn't even glance their way, Lord Greyman being the lone exception. To be treated here with genuine warmth, by a house as illustrious as the Fosters, filled them with a mixture of disbelief and gratitude. Several could already imagine relocating their enterprises south. Cape Bay really was as it was rumored to be, a paradise for traders. Not that they truly would. Of course, their roots were in the north, their homes, families, connections. And they suspected Queller's generosity was as much courtesy to Count Greyman as friendship to them. Still, the thought lingered. Conversation turned again to business. The merchant delegates expressed their wish to study Nisbro's markets and trading networks while they remained. No trouble at all, Queller said, clapping his chest. I'll provide translators and guides personally. Anything you need, you come to me. The praise rained down once more. By the time dinner ended, the candles had burned low. The visitors rose reluctantly to take their leave. Quick intended to return to the southern and relieve his crew. The merchants, though, began whispering about finding a comfortable inn for the night, perhaps with silk sheets and full baths. Queller's brow creased in mock offense. What's this? Do you mean to insult me? You think my family so poor we can't spare a few guest rooms? The men exchanged awkward smiles, protesting that they simply didn't wish to inconvenience their host, but he would hear none of it. Before long, the merchants had been ushered away to their appointed chambers, overwhelmed but secretly delighted. Only Captain Quick stood firm. Kind of you, sir, he said, shaking his head, but I've men aboard who'll be standing watch. I ought to be with them. Queller studied him for a moment, then nodded respectfully. Loyalty like that's rare, Captain. I admire it. He personally escorted Quick to the gates and ordered a carriage to return him to the docks. As the wheels rattled away through the gaslit streets, Quick glanced back at the glowing mansion receding into the distance and let out a low whistle. So this was the world the Count was entering, the world of silk, marble, and politics masked as courtesy. He almost laughed. For all its finery, he thought, he'd take the creak of deckboards and the sting of salt on the wind any day. Chapter 175, Gathering Clouds. As Captain Quick's carriage rolled away into the fog-lit streets, Quella Forster turned back toward the mansion gates, only to see another carriage approaching, its crest gleaming in the gaslight. His father had returned. The Marquis stepped down slowly, cloak brushing the marble as the servants rushed to his side. He looked distracted, his expression clouded. "Father," Quella greeted, bowing slightly. "Father?" The older man blinked, as if only now realizing his son was there. "Ah, Quella. What are you doing outside in this chill? The ship Count Graymond sent has arrived." "I dined with their captain this evening." The Marquis nodded absently. "Ah, yes. The Arden ship." He turned toward the doors. "Entertain them properly. They're valuable partners." "I've eaten already. I'm going to rest." His voice was flat, his stride heavy. Quella watched him ascend the steps, frowning. The man who usually brimmed with commands now seemed lost in thought, troubled. Something was clearly eating at him. "Father," he pressed, "is it about the Eton affair?" Still no progress. At the name, the Marquis stopped mid-step. Slowly, he turned back. "None. Not a trace. And if this keeps up, the treaty will evaporate before our very eyes." The Eton affair had come to dominate every discussion in Nisborough. A week earlier, the Grand Duke of Eton had arrived in the capital with his wife and her younger sister, Lady Fanny, a cheerful girl of just 11. Their visit had been meant as a gesture of goodwill, cementing political and trade agreements between the Duchy and the Cape Bay League. Everything had gone perfectly, until Lady Fanny vanished. It happened on an ordinary afternoon. According to her attendants, she'd been strolling down the Grand Avenue and stopped before a jewelry shop. A smiling clerk stepped forward to advertise their wares. The guards had tried to clear the way, but the young lady was intrigued and insisted on looking inside. Moments later, chaos. When city patrols arrived, every person in the shop, guards, attendants, clerks, lay unconscious on the floor. In the storeroom, they found the actual proprietor and his staff tied and gagged, clearly not the same people who had welcomed the party inside. The scene was bizarre. A few guards still clutched drawn swords, but most had never even managed to unsheath theirs. There were faint signs of struggle, a shattered display case, and a strange, sweet odor lingering in the air. An alchemist's analysis later identified it as a potent anesthetic gas, fast-acting and hard to trace. And when the victims awoke, the mystery deepened. They all remembered nothing. Hours of memory snuffed out, erased. The shopkeeper remembered opening his doors that morning, and then nothing. The guards remembered following Lady Fanny through the doorway, and then darkness. A cover-up? Collective deceit to hide failure? That seemed impossible. The Duchy's royal guard were chosen as much for loyalty as for skill. These men would sooner die than betray their charge. Yet belief was hard to come by. The entire retinue was now imprisoned, interrogated day after day under magical scrutiny. The League's council had no way to absolve themselves. The kidnapping of a duchess's sister on their soil was an international humiliation. They launched nationwide searches, the Duchy did the same. But after a week, nothing. No ransom letters, no sightings, nothing but whispers. Desperate, even the proud Eton court had begun posting requests through the Adventurers Guild, appealing to freelancers for help. The Marquis sighed. "I sit on the council that welcomed the Eton delegation. Their diplomats expected answers. Instead I have excuses." His voice sank heavy with frustration. "We were on the verge of sealing several major treaties. Now everything is frozen. And my name." He rubbed at his temples. "My name stands beside the word failure." Quella said nothing. He understood now why tonight's business talk had fallen flat. The whole league was reeling from scandal. The following morning, sunlight spilled over Nisborough's harbour as Lottie, again in her disguise as Mr. Dirac, led her mother and Lisa through the bustling port district. Finding the Southern was easy enough. When she asked about a large, strange ship with no oars and one enormous mast, every dockhand in earshot pointed in the same direction. Two sailors stood guard at the gangway, rifles slung across their shoulders. They straightened at the sight of her, then grinned as recognition dawned. Mr. Dirac, moustache and all, had returned. Captain Quick descended the ladder himself, all smiles. "Mr. Dirac, welcome back. And these ladies must be your family?" He'd been briefed before leaving Arda, retrieve the scholar's family safely. Though the thought of women aboard made him uneasy, the order had come from Lord Grayman himself. There was no refusing it. Lottie bowed gracefully. "Captain, allow me to introduce my mother, Mrs. Sheila Sertier, and our assistant, Lisa. They'll be accompanying me to the Northwest Bay." Quick swept into what he hoped looked like a proper gentleman's bow. "Mrs. Sertier, a pleasure. You'll find no safer vessel between here and the north. I promise you that." Sheila smiled warmly. Even in middle age, she carried a beauty that turned heads. Grace touched with quiet strength. It wasn't difficult to imagine where her daughter's poise came from. Beneath that kindness, though, Quick sensed something else, a seriousness, an unspoken weight. "Thank you, Captain," she replied in fluent Ordic. "My child speaks very highly of you. I hope our stay won't cause trouble." "Not at all," he said hurriedly. "Escorting you home is part of our orders." Lottie, meanwhile, asked, "Captain Quick, how long will the Southern remain in Nisbroor?" He rubbed his chin. "Hard to say. I imagine at least 5 days. Those merchant delegates of ours seem determined to pick the city clean before leaving." "Why, are you in a hurry?" "Quite the opposite." Relief softened her tone. "That gives me enough time to settle a few matters of my own." She smiled faintly. "If you don't mind, Captain, I'll find a nearby inn for my mother and Lisa. Once you're ready to sail, I'll bring them aboard." "Fine by me," said Quick. 2 more passengers aren't something we need to trip over in port. Bidding the crew farewell, Lottie led her companions into town. They found a modest inn overlooking the river, a clean, sunlit place, safe and quiet. When they were settled, she turned to her mother. "I'm sorry, Mother. I'll have to leave you here for a little while." Sheila brushed a hand through her daughter's hair with a knowing smile. "You still can't ignore another's pain, can you?" "Go then." She must be terrified. Lottie froze for a heartbeat, then nodded. "You guessed." "Of course I did." Her mother's tone turned solemn. "Help her if you can. But be careful. Promise me that." "I will." And so, dressed once more in the scholar's plaincoat and false whiskers, Lottie stepped out into the streets of Nisbroor. Her path led straight toward the embassy quarter, toward the web of politics and danger now clouding the league like the scent of that strange, lingering perfume. Chapter 176. Shadows over Nisbroor. Inside the Eton embassy, a young attendant hurried down the marble corridor, his every step echoing nervously off the gilded walls. He stopped before the door of the Grand Duchess's apartments, hand raised to knock, then hesitated. Under normal circumstances, Her Grace would have welcomed the interruption. But these days, everything had changed. That morning, one of the maids had been sharply scolded for tugging too hard while brushing her hair. It was a small thing, yet unthinkable for the Duchess, known throughout both Eton and the League for her gentleness. Now, none of the servants dared disturb her unless absolutely necessary, but duty was duty. With a silent prayer, the attendant knocked softly on the door. "What is it?" came a weary, strained voice from within. He winced at the exhaustion in her tone. "Merciful heavens, spare this poor lady her torment." "Your Grace," he said quietly, "a woman has arrived requesting an audience. She gives her name as Lottie Sertia Gerard and claims to be an acquaintance. We felt it improper to." "Does she bring news of Fanny?" The question was sharp, desperate. "I'm afraid not, Your Grace." "Then I shan't see her." "Yes, Your Grace." He turned to leave, but before he could take a step, her voice came again, almost cracking. "Wait, did you say, Lottie? Bring her in at once." The attendant blinked, startled. Of course, if that name had stirred such a reaction, the two women must have shared more than passing acquaintance. Bowing quickly, he hurried away to escort the visitor. Inside, the Duchess murmured to no one. Lottie Sertia Gerard. "I knew the moment I truly needed someone, you would come." Moments later, Lottie followed the attendant down the long corridor to the private chambers. 2 maids standing sentry opened the polished double doors, and Lottie stepped into a room flooded with evening light. A woman sat upon the sofa, rising the instant their eyes met. Her hair, once a bright chestnut, now hung dull over her shoulders. Her beauty, legendary across the League, was shadowed by grief. This was Her Grace Helen, Duchess of Eton. Once, her engagement to the Grand Duke had broken a dozen noble hearts across the coast. But the radiant Helen of those court portraits was gone. In her place stood a mother, a sister, and a woman hollowed by dread. Lottie's heart tightened. She shut the door softly behind her as the attendant retreated, leaving them alone. The moment the latch clicked, Helen crossed the room and threw her arms around her. "Lottie, you've heard what happened, haven't you? My sister, my poor Fanny. What am I to do? If anything happens to her, how will I face our parents in heaven?" "Lady Helen." Lottie held her gently, rubbing soothing circles over her back. I know. You're not alone, all right? I'm here to help." Helen clutched her hands, tears spilling freely. Thank you. Thank you." Lottie guided her back to the sofa. "Tell me everything you know," she said softly. "And don't leave anything out, especially the strange parts." The Duchess drew a shaky breath and began recounting the story. The visit, the afternoon stroll, the jewelry shop, the sudden blackout. Lottie listened intently, fingers steepled under her chin. "So the most suspicious detail," she summarized, "is that no one remembers several hours of the event, the guards, the attendants, even the shop staff." Helen nodded grimly. "Exactly. It must be magic. Nothing else could do such a thing." Could it not have been a drug? Lottie asked, something like forget-me-grass. Her Grace's answer was immediate. Impossible. No herb can erase such a precise span of memory. Forget-me-grass causes total amnesia. It strips a life clean, not a few hours, but the victims remember everything except that window of time. That specificity. Only magic could manage it. She hesitated, then reached into the folds of her gown and took out a small, blackened stone, placing it on the table between them. Lottie's eyes widened. A thormic stone? Indeed, Helen whispered. After the abduction, I went to the shop myself. This stone confirmed my suspicions. So it was true. Helen of Eton, the celebrated Grand Duchess, admired for her piety and grace, was also a mage. Her title provided perfect cover. In an age when the church's witch hunts grew fiercer by the month, no one would dare suspect the wife of a reigning duke. No one except two people in the world, her old mentor, and her former classmate and confidant, Lottie Sertia Gerard. Now, for the first time in months, the truth had returned to the surface. Helen's fingers trembled as she clutched Lottie's hands again. What should I do? I can't tell my husband. He'd never understand. He'd despise me, and he must never learn that I know magic. Lottie frowned slightly, tension pulling at her brow. If it was one of our kind, why target a noble child? Whoever did this took a terrible risk. In this climate, abducting the sister of a duchess is suicide. Helen's voice hardened, her composure fracturing. Our kind? You still call such filth our kind? Anyone who would commit such an atrocity is no comrade of mine. Mage or not, they are vermin, cowards, and I will see them ground to dust. Her sudden fury made Lottie's stomach twist. The gentle scholar she had once known now stared back with the eyes of someone consumed by guilt and vengeance. When the Duchess at last fell silent, trembling with the aftershock of anger, Lottie spoke softly, then let's think clearly. Is there anything about Fanny herself that might have drawn magical interest? Something unusual? Helen blinked, then inhaled slowly. For the first time, her grief gave way to an expression of grim clarity. Yes, she said, voice low, there is something about Fanny. Something that could entice any mage to take her. Her gaze fell to the dark stone on the table. Its faint shimmer reflected in her tired eyes, and Lottie, feeling the weight of that look, realized a deeper shadow hung over Nisbro than anyone yet imagined. Chapter 177, The Bishop's Visit. Fanny possessed something that would inevitably attract a mage's attention, Helen said at last. Lottie leaned forward, her voice quiet but expectant. I thought as much. Go on. Half a year ago, the Grand Duchess continued, she awakened magical potential of her own. So it's true. Lottie breathed. Was it you who guided her? No. Helen shook her head. My own training was born of chance, curiosity mixed with danger. I would never wish that burden upon her. When I understood how perilous life is for our kind, I swore Fanny would never follow my path. Then who? She taught herself, Helen whispered, half proud, half terrified. Fanny's awakening was spontaneous. Lottie stared in shock. Spontaneous awakening? You're sure? It was the rarest of miracles, to touch the source without mentor or ritual. A child who could do so was not merely gifted, they were an anomaly, a legend in flesh. I'm certain, said Helen. She's been under my guard since birth. I know everyone she's ever met. There was no tutor, no teacher. One morning she simply knew. At first she treated it like a parlor trick, and I begged her never to show it to anyone. Then someone must have noticed. Lottie said grimly, children aren't careful. Not with power they barely understand. Helen's lips trembled. I should have hidden her better. No, Lottie began gently, blaming yourself won't. A sharp knock interrupted her. Not now, I'm occupied. Helen called, irritation cracking through her fatigue. Forgive me, Your Grace, came the muffled voice of the attendant, but the Bishop of Nisbro, His Excellency Elvius, has arrived to see you. The bishop? Both women stiffened. After years of witch hunts, the mere word reeked of danger. Tell him I am engaged, Helen said coldly. He left a box. Your Grace, the attendant replied hesitantly. He said if you would not receive him, to deliver it in his stead. Helen exchanged a glance with Lottie, then sighed. Very well, bring it in. The servant entered, set a small lacquered box upon the table, and left. Helen's fingers hovered uncertainly before lifting the lid, then froze. Oh, heavens! Lottie leaned in. Nestled inside was a delicate silver necklace. Does it mean something, my lady? Helen seized it, eyes wide. This is Fanny's. I gave it to her on her 10th birthday. Relief and dread warred across her face. There, at last, was a sign, a cruel confirmation that her sister still lived, or had recently lived. But why would the bishop have this? Her thoughts spun darkly through the possibilities, the church, the witch hunts, Fanny's raw magic. The conclusion waiting at the end of that chain made her blood run cold. Speculating will do no good, said Lottie softly. Let's hear what he has to say. You're right. Helen straightened, clutching the necklace tight. Show him in. A tall man in clerical robes soon entered the embassy's salon. The Bishop of Nisbro bowed deeply, though the gesture carried the faint air of self-importance. Your Grace, he said smoothly, I'm honored by your time. Helen cut him off with the flick of her hand. Spare me the formalities. Bishop, sit. Once he had taken his seat, she lifted the necklace. Explain this. Ah, he said, smiling faintly. So you recognize it. Her expression did not change, and so he continued, voice light, almost amused. A few nights passed. The church struck at a coven of heretics. During that holy raid, we found an unexpected guest. Helen's heart lurched. Fanny. Indeed, the very same. Your sister, Lady Fanny. This was taken from her neck. Silence thudded between them like a heartbeat. She forced her voice steady. Then you have my gratitude for rescuing her. But if that is the case, where is she? The bishop's smile didn't fade. Ah, that is the complication. You see, we discovered much more than a frightened child. Helen's pulse quickened. What do you mean? Magic? Your Grace, he said softly, we found traces of magic within her. Ridiculous. Her shout cracked the air. Not at all, he said pleasantly, unfazed. Given the gravity of such a revelation, we summoned every witch hunter in the city to verify our findings. Their verdict was unanimous. The girl possesses the power of a witch, or, at the very least, stands upon that path. She's 11 years old. Helen shot to her feet. The bishop nodded serenely. An 11-year-old witch. Age offers no absolution. She's a child. She wouldn't harm a fly. If magic truly clings to her, it's because someone tricked her, manipulated her. She doesn't even understand what it is. Oh, she said as much, he replied, but witches are masters of deception. Your Grace, you of all people must know that. Helen's eyes blazed. I'll have the Grand Duke present a complaint to the Archbishop himself. Alvius only smiled wider. You won't need to trouble His Eminence. In matters such as this, I assure you, our Archbishop and I are aligned. Rage trembled just beneath her skin. She wanted to scream for guards, to see this sanctimonious predator locked in chains, to march straight to the cathedral and tear the truth from its vaults. But she forced herself still. Despite her fury, she knew the church had yet to make the matter public. That meant they were cautious, afraid of the scandal that would follow if they condemned a duke's sister without proof. Carefully, she schooled her voice into calm. Then tell me, Bishop, what will you do with her? Do? He said innocently. Such harsh words. No, no, there will be no punishment, not for one of such noble birth. Helen's gaze sharpened. Because we have privilege? Alvius smirked. Exactly. When it is peasants who consort with demons, we burn them. When it is the young and well-born, why? We entrust their families to correct them. A period of reflection and discipline, then reintegration. He leaned back, lacing his fingers together. After all, Your Grace, nobility has always demanded its share of mercy. The words dripped with mockery, each syllable a dagger wrapped in silk. Chapter 178. The Threat. The Duchess forced herself to listen without flinching as Bishop Elvius's words dripped with mockery. Yet hidden beneath her stillness, a subtle relief fluttered through her heart. Whatever cruelty this man was capable of, his tone suggested they did not intend to execute Fanny, at least, not yet. Of course, she was not naive enough to think the church would simply hand the girl back. If that had been their plan, they would have done so already. No, this visit, this soft, private audience, meant they wanted something. She smoothed her voice into careful politeness. Then, Bishop, let us not prolong this. Please return my sister to me, and my husband and I will ensure the girl is properly contained and disciplined. You would have our gratitude, and that of Eton. Alvius smiled faintly. But of course, Your Grace. Lady Fanny will be restored to you in due time, if all proceeds smoothly. I see. Then tell me, Bishop, what is it your church requires? We are prepared to offer what aid we can. A bribe, she thought. Best to measure how deep their greed runs before I offer the purse. But the bishop's response surprised her. Tell me, Your Grace, this visit of yours and the Grand Duke's, what truly brings you to Nisbro? A simple diplomatic visit, she said evenly. Nations, like neighbors, must keep good relations, nothing more. Neighbors, he echoed, the word curling into a sneer. You'll forgive me if I suspect there's more to it than an afternoon's cordial tea. Helen's brows knit. I don't follow your meaning, then allow me to clarify. His voice rose abruptly, sharp enough to make her flinch. Your husband's presence here is part of a conspiracy, my lady, a vile plot against the church itself. Helen exhaled slowly, restraining the surge of derision that threatened to spill out. Bishop, truly, you sound paranoid. Not paranoid, informed, Alvius snapped. We have confirmed reports that the League has extended a secret invitation to surrounding nations, asking their leaders to convene in Nisbroor. The purpose of this clandestine summit? His tone darkened. To curb the church's influence. To restrict our authority. To tear down the holy order that guards this land from witchcraft and corruption. He began to pace, voice rising with each word. His eyes bright and fanatic. They accuse us of overreach because they crave power for themselves. They despise that the people trust us more than their own thrones. They would silence the light of faith simply to cling to their petty crowns. But I tell you, it is they who are corrupt, wallowing in shadow, dabbling in forbidden powers, aiding witches behind closed doors. His hands shook with fervor. It is treachery of the lowest order. And your husband, the Grand Duke of Eton, is among the instigators of this blasphemous council. Why else would he hurry to Nisbroor before any other ruler? When he finally finished, he stood panting, sweat shining along his temples. Helen regarded him coolly, though disgust curled beneath her composure. Perhaps if your church weren't choking half the world with taxes and edicts, she thought, there'd be no conspiracy to oppose you. The witch hunts were a convenient shield, an excuse to confiscate property, to purge rivals, to crush dissent. In the merchant nations of Gape Bay, it had strangled trade, fewer foreign ships stocked by the month. Even Eton's markets had slowed, the number of foreign traders dropping for the first time in years. She shook her head with feigned innocence. Bishop, I'm only a woman. I know little of politics or the rumors of men. If you think there's a conspiracy, you should take it up with my husband. In truth, she knew perfectly well of the talks, and quietly approved of them, for those who wielded magic in secret. The church's downfall could not come soon enough. Elvius chuckled darkly. Whether you were ignorant before or only pretending, you certainly know now. And that makes you a custodian of knowledge that could, shall we say, complicate your family's reputation. After all, he added, leaning forward, your husband would not enjoy seeing his sister-in-law denounced as a witch, would he? A nerve struck. Helen's heart lurched painfully. Fanny's secret, her magic, must never reach her husband's ears. She steadied her voice. All this talk of intrigue is your conjecture, nothing more. And even if I did know, what would you have me do? The bishop smiled, eyes glinting with triumph. Turn the Grand Duke to our side. Persuade him to support the church. Not this Heathen coalition. Helen gave a short, brittle laugh. Bishop, I may be the Grand Duchess, but even I cannot steer national policy with a whisper. He laughed harder, the sound sharp and ugly. Come now, your grace, modesty ill suits you. Everyone in Eton knows your influence eclipses any minister's. Your husband's very title owes its security to your family's name. You're beloved by the people, cherished by the court, and, I suspect, well positioned to whisper when the candles are low. The insinuation made her cheeks flush scarlet. Bishop, she said icily, mind your tongue. If I refuse your demands, will you keep an innocent child imprisoned? Oh, heavens no, he said lightly. The church would never harm a noble girl. We would simply inform the public, for their safety. His tone turned falsely official, his words rehearsed. The Church of the Holy Light hereby notifies the faithful. Lady Fanny Elvis of Eton has exhibited signs of magical awakening, likely due to sinister influence. Because of her noble status, punishment is withheld, but citizens are urged to remain vigilant. May the Father's radiance guide her back to the righteous path. Helen's nails dug into her palms. You monsters, the people won't believe you. Alvius's smile widened. They will. We'll stage a demonstration. Awaken the magic within her again. Let the thormic stones react before their eyes. Once her power is displayed, the verdict will be undeniable. Do you understand? He added softly. Even your husband's throne isn't safe from scandal. There are always others waiting to seize it. Inside, Helen's fury churned against dread. They had her cornered, and they knew it. Finally, she exhaled. Very well. If you keep this matter secret, I will speak with my husband. I will try to make him withdraw from the conference. Elvius shook his head with mock regret. I'm afraid you misunderstand me, your grace. Withdrawing will not suffice. I require the Grand Duke to destroy the conference. Sabotage it by whatever means necessary. His eyes gleamed. By any means. Helen's stomach turned cold. There was no reasoning with him now, but showing defiance would endanger Fanny further. After a long silence, she nodded faintly. Give me 1 day, she said. I must think this through. The bishop's smile was that of a man smelling victory. Of course. You have until tomorrow at this hour. Fail to answer, and we shall make our truth known to the world. He bowed theatrically, then turned and strode out before she could reply. Moments later, The echo of hooves clattered down the embassy street as his carriage disappeared into the mist. No one noticed the small green bird that slipped through an upper window moments after he left, its wings catching the light as it rose above the rooftops, gliding silently in the same direction as the bishop's carriage. Chapter 179. The Cathedral. Bishop Elvius's carriage rumbled through the crowded streets until it reached the gleaming white spires at the heart of Nisbro city. The newly built cathedral rose above the skyline like a challenge to heaven itself. Designed to display the church's growing might within the league, it had been raised with staggering expense. Its gilded domes gleamed across the central square. Its bells already rivaled thunder in reach. Compared to the old church in the East Quarter, this one was twice the size and 3 times as tall. Its main tower, the Grand Belfry, soared higher even than the League Council's Golden Tower. For convenience, a pulley lift had been installed for visitors unwilling to brave the endless spiral of stairs. Before long, that belfry would replace the Golden Tower as the symbol of Nisbro's skyline, and of the church's dominion. Elvius disembarked at the great doors. His eyes lingered briefly on the posters plastered along the outer walls. Reward for information. Missing lady, Fanny, sister to the Grand Duchess of Eton. He chuckled under his breath. How ironic, he murmured, their lost princess is resting under their noses. Then, smoothing his robes into place, he stepped through the doors. Inside, clergy and laity alike bowed as he passed. Elvius returned each gesture with practiced humility, the humble shepherd once more. There was not a trace of the arrogance or venom he displayed at the embassy. Outside, the small green bird that had followed his carriage alighted on the church's marble lintel, fluttering restlessly. It darted back and forth, hesitant to enter through the main doors crowded with worshippers. Finally, spotting open windows along the side wall, it veered away just as it was about to slip through the stone tracery. Another door opened below. Elvius emerged again. Heading toward the rear courtyard, the bird readjusted its flight path and followed. The courtyard was quiet and manicured, a patchwork of herbs, flowering shrubs, and white gravel paths. It was meant for the clergy's afternoon meditations, secluded from the bustle of the city. Elvius appeared more relaxed now. He whistled softly as he walked, his pace light, almost buoyant. At the far end of the garden stood a man in a priest's robe, scattering handfuls of grain from a wooden box. Birds of every color clustered round his feet, pecking and chattering merrily. Elvius smiled. Monsignor Anthony, I couldn't find you inside, and guessed I'd catch you feeding your congregation out here. The man didn't turn around immediately, still watching the birds flutter and hop about. How went your meeting with the Duchess? Predictably, Elvius replied, brushing dust from his sleeves. She pleaded for time to consider. I granted her a day's grace. If, by tomorrow, she hasn't accepted our terms, her family's reputation will be ashes before sunset. The other chuckled. Always so merciless. They say Her Grace Helen is still the beauty of Cape Bay. Elvius frowned. Such talk seemed unseemly, even from a fellow clergyman. But Anthony was no ordinary priest. He carried the authority of the holy capital itself. Best not to quarrel. With God's strength, Elvius said stiffly, I shall overcome every obstacle, be it worldly or otherwise. Anthony finally turned, his face illuminated with an approving smile. Ever the devoted servant. Truly, Bishop Elvius, with such zeal guarding Cape Bay, our Lord's light shall surely shine even brighter upon this land. Elvius straightened proudly at the praise. Though he affected modesty, you're generous, Monsignor. Had you not brought word of the League's schemes, I might still be groping in ignorance. They conspire right under my nose. Shameful that I did not notice. Anthony sighed theatrically. The bishop blinked. Why the lament, my friend? Anthony's expression shifted, tightening with a sober kind of anger. Because while pious men like you labor to defend the faith, too many in the holy capital gnaw at our foundations. They undermine you, us, from within. Elvius's temper flared. Traitors, heretics, he hissed. They should all burn together on the pyre. In his eyes, internal dissent was far worse than outright unbelief. Apostates were knives that slipped between the ribs of the faithful. Anthony continued, voice heavy with feigned despair. Some clerics even whisper of undoing the witch hunts altogether. They speak of reconciliation, claiming the sacred canon never branded every mage's evil. The color drained from Elvius's face, his outrage burst forth in a strangled cry. Blasphemy! Almighty Father above, hear me. How can such abominations fester within the heart of the church? He trembled with fury, pointing a quivering finger at his companion. Why do you tolerate them in the holy capital? Why are these serpents still alive? Anthony caught his arm quickly, steadying him before he could collapse in hysteria. Calm yourself, Bishop. We are not idle, I assure you, but the situation in the capital has grown delicate. The so-called Council of Reason breeds dangerous ideas, and our current pontiff, merciful soul that he is, allows them too much freedom. Alvius snorted. Low and venomous. Merciful, he muttered. A fine excuse for weakness. Antony leaned close, voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. What the capital needs, my lord bishop, is a saintly man to bring it back to righteousness, a figure of divine conviction. Alvius's eyes narrowed. A saintly man? Antony smiled, reading the spark in his gaze. The Archbishop of Cape Bay is quite advanced in age. Soon the Holy See will need a successor. Tell me, Bishop, have you ever considered higher service? For once, words failed him. His pulse thrummed in his ears. If I could serve the Lord more fully, I would not hesitate, he managed finally. Antony clasped his arm with patronizing warmth. Then serve him well where you stand. Between us, I have been tasked by the Holy Capital to evaluate the bishops of this region and report my findings to the college. Recommendations for succession, among other matters, weigh heavily upon my pen. The weight of the words sank in like fire through Alvius's chest. His breath caught. Monsignor, no. Your Excellency Antony, you honor me beyond measure. Antony raised a hand to silence him. No need for ceremony. I've already seen where your true devotion lies. Continue spreading his light, and ensure no shadow remains in Cape Bay. Alvius drew himself up, solemn and radiant with zeal. Raising his right hand, he declared like a man at prayer, I swear it. I will flood every corner of Cape Bay with the glory of our Lord, and purge all darkness from its soil. Antony watched him with a thin smile, his eyes glinting behind the flock of circling birds. Good, he said softly, that is exactly what we need. Chapter 180, The Trap. Antony clasped Alvius's hand with a warm, deliberate grip. Now I'm certain I wasn't mistaken about you, Bishop Alvius. When you become Archbishop of Cape Bay, the path to the highest seat will open before you. And we, those of us stranded in the Holy Capital, powerless to mend its decay, will be waiting for you to set things right. The words struck Alvius like a lightning bolt, flooding his chest with feverish delight. He could almost see it already, his procession through the marble halls of the Holy See, trumpets, banners, endless reverence. He never wondered why Antony, with his connections, hadn't sought that glory for himself. Men in the capital's special branch were rarely eligible for such positions. Finding a promising candidate and quietly nurturing his ascent was far safer, and far more useful. We are all servants of the Lord, Alvius said, regaining a semblance of composure. Rank has no meaning before his light. Antony could hardly suppress his smile. Of course, still, my friend, you must know that even divine favor likes to see results. I'm not the only eye watching Cape Bay, and if you wish to rise higher, you must give heaven something visible to admire. I understand completely, said Alvius, his tone calm though his soul burned with purpose. More visible results, he thought. Show them all, make even kings bow before the church's will. Antony turned back to his box of grain and tossed another handful upon the path. The birds clattered to feast again. Among them fluttered a newcomer, a vibrant emerald parrot with a tall, crested head. Antony tilted his head. A green-crested parrot, how strange. They're usually grey or white around here. The thought flickered, then passed. Still, he tossed an extra handful near the bird, amused as it strutted proudly among the sparrows. Speaking of which, he said suddenly, the Duchess knows, doesn't she, about her sister being here? Alvius nodded. I never confirmed it, but she isn't a fool. She'll suspect the cathedral first. Antony's smile faded. Then if she tries to take the girl by force, what will you do? She wouldn't dare, Alvius scoffed. This isn't Eton. Perhaps, Antony said evenly, but desperation makes monsters of the meek. You've taken her sister hostage. Grief may turn her to folly. Best prepare for every possibility. Alvius hesitated, then gave a grunt of reluctant agreement. You're right, for now, said Antony, dusting his hands free of grain. Move the girl. Keep her beyond reach until the Duchess responds. Somewhere quiet. Is there a place nearby? The bishop thought for a moment. To the north, there's a small rural village, isolated, few travelers. It has an old parish chapel. Good enough for temporary housing. Perfect, said Antony. Transfer her there tonight. Alvius turned to leave, but the envoy stopped him with an upraised hand. Not now. Too many eyes in daylight. Wait until nightfall. By then, the north gate will still be open. Alvius nodded curtly. Very well. Tonight, then. The parrot, now easily dwarfing the other birds, beat its wings and rose above the courtyard, circling once, twice, then soared away toward the city beyond. Back at the Eton embassy, the Duchess Helen paced her chambers like a caged hawk. She kept glancing toward the window, peering through curtain slits as if sheer will could conjure her sister's face on the horizon. Then she turned to the bed, and to the motionless figure lying upon it. It was Lottie. Her once bright eyes were shut, her breathing steady but faint, as though asleep or unconscious. Helen's heart clenched. She leaned closer, testing her friend's breath. Still normal? Thank God. Relief softened her features for a fleeting moment. A tap of wings drew her gaze up. A green parrot fluttered in through the open window, alighting gracefully atop the bedside cabinet. Lottie. Helen gasped, half laughing, half crying with relief. The bird dipped its head in acknowledgement, then hopped to the bed, perching beside the sleeping girl. It leaned forward, touching its beak gently to Lottie's forehead. A shimmer of faint light pulsed at the spot, then faded. Moments later, Lottie's eyelids fluttered open. Helen seized her hand immediately. Are you all right? Does anything hurt? Did something happen? Senior. Lottie squeezed back, breathless but alert. Fanny's in the cathedral, but they're moving her. Tonight, after dark, they'll take her to a village northeast of the city, along the North Gate Road. Then she smiled faintly. And yes, I'm perfectly fine. Better than fine. Helen's eyes filled with tears. She quickly wiped away. My dear girl. You've saved me yet again. She drew Lottie into a trembling embrace, but Lottie pulled back, her expression sharpening. Save the thanks for later. We need to plan the rescue. Tonight's our chance, maybe our only one. Helen nodded fiercely, dabbing at her wet lashes with a handkerchief. You're right, but we'll need more than just the two of us. We don't know what forces they'll deploy for the transfer. Lottie frowned, thinking quickly. Her mind flashed to Miyu, Dean, and the others of the Lichman party. They had accepted a commission to search for Fanny, but bringing them into direct conflict with the church was unthinkable. She wouldn't risk their lives or draw their guild into scandal. Then she considered Captain Quick and his sailors. Armed and trained, they might stand a chance, but involving them would jeopardize Count Grayman's trade negotiations. The fallout would destroy months of work. No, she couldn't drag them into this either. Helen, however, seemed to have anticipated the question. For the search, the League permitted me to bring men from Eton, including some of my own household guards. They are loyal and well armed. I can rally 30, perhaps 40, by sundown. We'll intercept them at the North Gate and take Fanny back. How soon can you have them ready? Lottie asked. Before nightfall. Lottie nodded. Then I'll come with you. I might be able to help. Helen clasped her hand urgently. Bless you, my dear. But stay unseen. Follow from the shadows. If my guards can handle it, let them. If not, then act. I understand. Don't worry, I can hide better than most spies, Lottie said, managing a small grin. Helen hesitated, her eyes glistening. Lottie. Yes, I'm coming too. Her tone left no room for argument. Lottie looked into her face. The exhaustion, the fire, the unshakable love of a sister, and knew there was no stopping her. Then, she said quietly, we move at dusk. Chapter 181. The Pursuit. Even after nightfall, the streets of Nisborough remained alive with noise and color. The lamps along the avenues burned bright, tavern music spilled into the air, and vendors still called half-heartedly to lingering customers. The city thrived on trade, and its people were reluctant to sleep until the coins stopped clinking. But as the clock in the council tower told 9, the crowds thinned. One by one, shutters closed, laughter faded, and the glow of civilization dimmed to a quiet hum. From a side gate behind the cathedral, a small convoy rolled out into the night. A twin horse carriage led the way, flanked by 30 riders, 10 in full plate armor, radiant even in the lantern light, and 20 more dressed as common travelers but with blades and maces hidden beneath their cloaks. The convoy reached the North Gate before long, where a group of sleepy guards barred their path. The leading knight stiffened. Had someone betrayed them already? He forced himself to appear calm. What's the meaning of this? I thought the North Gate remained open at night. Forgive me, Holy Knight, said one of the gate guards, straightening at once. We've orders to inspect all departing carriages. A noble woman from Eton was taken hostage in the city tonight. The knight's expression hardened. You dare suspect servants of the church? The soldier paled at once. No, sir, of course not, but those are my orders. The knight's glare made him stumble over his words. You. Before he could finish, another guard approached, yawning. What's the racket? I'm trying to. Oh. He froze when he saw the white tabards, the gilded insignia. The church, he whispered, suddenly alert. The knight folded his arms, his tone dripping disdain. Our carriage carries a messenger from the Holy See, bound for one of our sanctums outside the city. His Excellency is resting within. Were I to report that you disturbed him? He let the sentence hang, cold and heavy. The guard captain turned white. He swung round and cuffed the younger soldier across the face. Idiot, do you want to rot in a dungeon accused of heresy? You don't question holy men. The guard muttered a subdued apology. The captain, sweating, turned back with an obsequious smile. "My apologies, my lord." He's new, still learning there. Hierarchy of things. He waved his men back hastily. "Open the gate. Let them through." The knight gave a curt nod and spurred his horse onward, the rest following close. When the convoy's tail disappeared into the dark, the captain dragged his subordinate into the shadows and hissed, "Are you mad? Search the church's wagon? Next time they cry witchcraft, they'll point at us." The soldier muttered bitterly, "So we just let them run amok?" "Patience," the captain whispered, glancing around. "Word is, the council's had enough of them. Let's see how long their arrogance lasts." He trailed off, his whisper fading with the wind. Beyond the city, the road narrowed, swallowed by dense woods. Torches flickered against the trees, shadows shifting over the damp soil. "Captain," murmured a young knight, voice uneasy, "is this right, what we're doing?" "Speak plainly. We're hiding a noble child in secret. It feels wrong. The Lord teaches justice, not deceit." The commander exhaled. "You think I don't wrestle with that? The church took me off the streets when I was a boy. Without them, I'd be bones on a gutter. I owe them my life." He tightened his grip on the reins. "So if they command, I obey." The younger knight said nothing more. Their horses clopped onward, hooves dull against the dirt. For a while there was only the squeak of wheels and the groan of the carriage. Then the night erupted with the hiss of arrows. Whistling shafts cut through the dark. One struck a horse in the flank with a sickening thud. The beast screamed, rearing wildly and throwing its rider. "Ambush!" The captain shouted, "Form up, protect the carriage." But the first volley wasn't aimed at men. It was aimed at the mounts. Horses panicked, toppling riders, scattering the formation. Chaos rippled through the convoy. "Bandits!" Someone yelled. Arrows came again, this time targeting men. 5 church riders dropped in moments, their cries drowned by the pounding of hooves. "West side, no, east too." Another voice shouted. Fireflies of flame followed as torches were hurled into the forest, illuminating dark figures darting among the trees. "Ruse!" The captain barked. "Hughes, take your squad west. Horn, stay with the carriage. The rest, with me." 3 groups split instantly, steel flashing in the torchlight. The ambushers were no brigands. They moved with discipline and deadly precision. Eton guards, dressed in dark leathers, they fanned out, using the forest for cover. Crossbows twanged, blades clashed to avoid revealing their true aim. The girl, they pretended at being roadside thieves, shouting for gold rather than blood. Outnumbered and surrounded, the church knights fought hard but without strategy, relying entirely on fanatic courage. In the first 10 minutes, nearly half were down. "Horn!" The captain roared. "We'll hold them." "Get the girl out." Horn hesitated only long enough to whip the carriage driver forward. The wheels lurched, racing down the northern track. For a heartbeat, he thought they'd broken free. Then more shapes moved ahead. Another ambush, smaller, 10 men or so, blocking the narrow road. Horn's grip on his sword tightened. The lead figure stepped forward, his voice cold and mocking. "Dogs of the church." He clasped his hands together, and a crackle of light surged between his palms. "Witchcraft!" Horn yelled. A mage. Panic crippled through his 4 remaining men. They had no time to prepare, no holy wards, no cover. "Hold steady." Horn barked, forcing resolve into them. "Kill a spellcaster first." He spurred his horse and charged. "Lord of Light, grant us victory." The others followed, their cries rising into the night. The enemy mage smiled faintly. Wall of force. Invisible power slammed into existence. The charging horses crashed against it, bones shattering, riders catapulting into the dirt. 2 didn't rise again. The mage sneered. "Fools chasing the bait." His companions closed in, finishing the wounded without hesitation. Another man stepped forward from the shadows, brushing dust from a dark cloak. "Seems Eaton's dogs caught the scent. The church can't keep secrets to save its soul." "What now?" asked the mage beside him. "We proceed as planned," came the answer, soft and sinister. "The performance isn't over yet." They strode toward the abandoned carriage. The driver was gone, vanished in the confusion. No matter, their prize was inside. But when one reached for the latch, something strange happened. The horses reared, whinnied, and bolted. The hell? Catch it! Mounting their own steeds, they gave chase, but the carriage was already far ahead, wheels hammering violently over the dirt road, drawn by terrified beasts. Moments later, a shimmer of magic flashed atop the driver's bench. 2 figures materialized in a burst of blue light. "How long will Featherlight last?" panted Helen. "Half an hour, maybe," Lottie answered between breaths. "That's hardly enough," Helen muttered. She cast a glance behind, the firelit chaos vanishing into the trees. 2 mages, at least, perhaps more. The ones who'd taken Fanny before, she realized. Ahead, movement, 10 riders, cloaked and armed, faces familiar. Eton guards. They reined in, startled as the carriage thundered toward them. A woman's voice rang out from the bench. Pursuers behind us, block them. The guards recognized that voice immediately. Her Grace. They hadn't time to question her presence. They split into formation, weapons ready, turning their horses to the road. Moments later, the carriage sped past, leaving them to meet the oncoming chase. For a while, only hoofbeats filled the night. Then the magic began to fade. The shimmer around the wheels dimmed. The speed faltered. Behind them, new hoofbeats echoed, closer, relentless. Helen's heart sank. Most of her men were likely dead or scattered. The guilt pressed down like stone. Almost there, she whispered. Once we reach the gates, they won't dare follow. The northern skyline appeared. A faint glimmer of the city lights. Relief flickered. Then both horses stumbled. The ground beneath them rippled like water. Mud exploded upward, swallowing the wheels. Quagmire spell. Lottie cursed. Perfect timing. The carriage ground to a halt. Half sunk. Out, cried Helen. They splashed into the sticky mire, clawing toward firm ground just as the pursuing riders drew near. Ha! What luck! Their leader jeered. Magic light glowed between his fingers, a random cast, and it snared my prey. Two women stood before him, robes tattered, faces half covered by veils of mud and moonlight. You used light as feather magic, didn't you? He mused aloud, eyes glinting. Beautiful work. Though I prefer my beauties less. Winded. Lottie raised her voice. Who are you? What do you want with us? He shrugged. I might ask you the same. You tried to steal our carriage. Why? We're her friends. Lottie said coldly. We're saving her. Saving? He laughed. So are we. Helen stepped forward, fury flashing. Liar. You're the ones who took her in the first place. You filthy apostates. Apostates. The man tilted his head. What are you? Then surely you recognize your own kind. We are not like you. Helen spat. He sighed, almost disappointed. A shame. I hoped we could reason. The world is changing. Mages must stand united, not squabbling like rats. Join us, and the girl remains safe. What are you? Lottie demanded warily. A cult. Not a cult, he said. A society. The Mystic Circle. Lottie stiffened. She'd heard the name before, and not with comfort. The man smiled thinly. Yes, we took the girl, but we never meant her harm. She's gifted. Too young yet to understand her power. We only meant to protect her from the church's torches. Then release her, Helen shouted. We could, he said almost kindly, reaching into his cloak, but I'd rather make an agreement. He produced 2 scrolls, parchment bound in silver thread. Magical contracts, he said. Join us, swear loyalty, and the child will remain under our protection. Refuse. He unrolled one, the ink shimmering with hidden power. Then you'll die here as traitors to your own blood. The marshland wind moaned softly between them. Lottie met Helen's eyes. Both women knew the choice was no choice at all. Then, said Lottie quietly, drawing power to her fingertips, you'll have to kill us first. Chapter 182, Duel of Spells, Part 1. Then you'll have to die. The moment the words left the man's mouth, Lottie and Helen drew up every drop of focus they had. 7 foes remained, including their leader. 4 others clearly lay dead or dying, felled by the earlier skirmish. With a flick of the leader's hand, his remaining men fanned out, forming a loose crescent around the 2 women. And then, almost as one, both sides began to chant. The night trembled. Ancient syllables rolled from their tongues, low and rhythmic, thick with power. Sparks of raw mana shimmered like heat haze in the air. After barely 10 seconds, the enemy finished first. They raised their hands in unison, power pulsing between their palms, pale lightning coiling like serpents ready to strike. Lottie grimaced. Looks like a long fight ahead. Every one of them's a mage. Oddly enough, Helen's voice was calm, almost casual. When was the last time we fought side by side as mages, my dear? Lottie gave a quick laugh. Too long ago to remember. Their enemies clearly didn't share the nostalgia. The leader snarled, still joking. Are you? You'll be ashes before the night's end. Join us now. Swear yourselves to the Mystic Circle, or I'll take pleasure in killing you both. Lottie's eyes flared. The Mystic Circle. You rats again. She remembered well. The ambush near Fulham Port, when she and Paul had barely escaped. That cursed mage who empowered himself with forbidden alchemy had nearly ended her life. Only Paul's guards and their gunpowder weapons had turned the tide. This time, she intended to repay the debt. The leader barked a laugh. Ah, so you've met one of ours. And lost, I suppose? Should have learned your lesson, love. You can't beat us, mages or not. Women's heads are for decoration, not strategy. Lottie flicked her wrist. Enough talk. A flash, a bolt whistled past him and buried itself deep in the tree trunk behind. A hidden crossbow. The man's blood ran cold. Had she set traps? Enraged, he roared, "You'll regret your arrogance. Kill them, now." 6 bolts of lightning burst forth at once, colliding midair with deafening cracks. The clearing lit up like noon for an instant, raw power bursting outward in a thunderous wave. But as the dust settled, the mages found themselves spasming violently, their bodies jerking under invisible impact. Several screamed. The leader felt a crushing blow in his chest, as though struck by a divine hammer. Pain coursed through every vein. What's happening? By the time the light dimmed, 2 of his men were already down, smoking faintly where they'd stood. The others wavered on their feet, faces pale, hair singed, the acrid scent of ozone hanging thick in the air. Helen tilted her head, a wry smile curling her lips. "Never heard of spell reversal." "I see. It sends your magic right back at you." Lottie folded her arms. "Or perhaps it's too advanced for the rank and file of your little circle." "Bastards." The leader staggered upright, veins standing out at his temples. His eyes shot red. The humiliation burned hotter than the lightning itself. He looked over his wounded squad. One man groaned pitifully, another lay still, smoke rising from his robes. 2 clutched their sides, barely conscious. The leader's pride snapped. "Wake up, all of you." He waved an arm, and nearly collapsed. His muscles screamed in protest. Their laughter cut deep. "They think they've beaten me." He clenched his jaw. "Fine, let's see if they still mock when they're bleeding. Take the drug," he snarled. His men flinched, then obeyed. Each withdrew a small black pill from their cloaks and swallowed it dry. Lottie's stomach knotted. The elixirs. She remembered Admiral Austin's warnings. The pirates who'd raided northern coasts, faster and stronger than any normal man, driven mad by potion-fueled rage. And behind those pirates, the mystic circle. Always them. Within moments, the change began. The enemy's breathing deepened. Their skin flushed. Weary pallor gave way to unnatural vitality. Muscles swelled beneath torn sleeves, and the color returned to their eyes, wild, fever bright. Even the dead man stood, cracking his neck as if freshly woken. "You two had your fun," the leader growled. "Now it's my turn." His grin had turned feral. "Those fancy wards, how well will they fare against a blade?" Lottie's pulse stumbled. He's realized it. Spell reversal only deflects magic, not steel. The man drew a dagger and hurled it without hesitation. It whistled between them, flashing past Helen's ear to thud harmlessly into the mud. He grinned wider. "As I thought." No reflection on physical attacks. "Bleed them," he bellowed. "In close. Don't let them chant." 3 of his brutes drew blades, and the last flexed his bare arms, veins bulging like rope beneath his skin. They advanced slowly, fanning out again, laughter breaking into growls. The leader followed behind, licking blood from his split lip. "You'll scream, you arrogant witches," he hissed. "When I'm done, you'll beg me to end it." Lottie tensed, breath steady, eyes bright with cold fury. "You first," she whispered, mana pulsing beneath her skin like quicksilver. And as the first of them lunged, the night exploded into motion once more. Chapter 183, Duel of Spells. Part 2. What a fascinating drug, Helen murmured, half in awe, half in disgust. The men before them looked grotesque, veins bulging like ropes beneath skin stretched tight as drum leather. Their muscle mass had nearly doubled, their breath a steady, predatory rhythm. Despite her mastery of alchemy, even she had never seen a compound with such an instantaneous effect. Not even in the most obscure tomes. Lottie snapped her fingers. "Now's not the time for academic interest, senior." Still, she shared the thought. The symptoms matched what Admiral Austin had once described. The berserker tonic the pirates had taken. But unlike those mindless brutes, these mages didn't appear frenzied. Behind their burning gazes, there was focus, control. Had the drug been improved? Or were their minds stronger by nature? Helen's voice pulled her back. "Ready?" "Ready." In synchronicity, they raised their hands toward the churned mud ahead. The enemy hesitated as the ground began to tremble and writhe, as though something beneath it were awakening. "Another swamp spell?" One sneered uncertainly. "As if that could." The taunt died on his tongue when the soil split apart. Wide cracks spiderwebbed across the ground, spilling dirt and steam. Then, with a thunderous groan, 2 massive hands burst free. Mud cascaded down as heads, arms, and torsos heaved upward, forming towering figures of packed earth. Golems over 2 meters tall, fists like boulders, each step sinking inches into the earth. They loomed over the drug-crazed mages like executioners. The creatures didn't roar or snarl. They simply moved, relentless. "Hold the line." Their leader bellowed, fear masked as fury. Under the drug's influence, they didn't flee. They couldn't. One golem lunged, swinging its arm with the weight of a battering ram. Its fist connected squarely with the leader's face. The sound was wet, sickening. He stumbled back, half buried in dirt, his eyes bulging as mud filled his nostrils and mouth. He choked, sputtered, wiped frantically, only for a spray of blood to follow. Several teeth loosened painfully under his tongue. Damn you! He spat, charging again with hysterical fury, half madness, half pride. Now, senior! Lottie yelled. Helen nodded, and they ran, not from the fight, but toward the half-sunken carriage. Both whipped the reins hard. The horses shrieked, their muscles straining as they tried to pull free from the sucking mire. Come on, you stubborn beasts! Helen hissed. The wheels spun uselessly, splattering them both head to toe with sludge. Push! Lottie cried. Together they heaved against the side of the carriage, slipping, cursing, shouting in time. 1, 2, 3, ah! The wheels lurched. Mud gave way, and the carriage jerked forward, finally pulling clear of the swamp. Both women collapsed face first into the muck, gasping, filthy beyond recognition. Helen wiped her cheek with trembling fingers, staring at the dripping mire. Remind me. Why didn't we just free the horses and ride separately? Lottie groaned without looking up. Because the writer didn't think of it sooner. Now come on, senior, no time to complain. They're coming. They scrambled aboard just as the leader tore free from the melee, abandoning his bleeding comrades to face the golems alone. You think you can run from me? He roared, sprinting with inhuman speed. The earth trembled with his charge. He caught the carriage as it picked up speed, leaping onto the step beside the door, gripping the railing tightly with one hand. Lottie's eyes narrowed. Enough. They'd held back long enough. She reached out, fingers curling into a clawed gesture. Blue-white energy flared around her palm, sparks snapping like caged lightning. The scent of ozone filled the air, sharp and sweet. The leader's heartbeat stuttered. He didn't know why, or how, but pure instinct screamed that death was close. Lottie breathed out. Fine. Let's end Then she hesitated. Something, the faintest echo of her old master's words, rose from memory. Power meant control. Mercy was strength. She let out a sigh and unclenched her hand. The crackling light winked out. Let's try this instead, she said softly. Her hand darted forward, pressing flat against his forearm. Shift. The world folded. Light engulfed him. A dizzying wave crashed through his skull. Weight vanished, then returned with horrific finality. His eyes snapped open. What? What? The answer came in a scream that shattered the still air. What happened to me? His voice rang through the forest, scattering resting birds from their trees. A moment later, the forest echoed with laughter. Lottie's, bright and breathless. For the man now found himself clinging, not to the carriage, but to the broad trunk of a tall oak, several meters above the ground, completely naked. He howled again, voice breaking with humiliation, rage, and utter disbelief. Lottie smirked to herself as the carriage rattled onward through the night. Teleportation with spatial displacement. And optional equipment exclusion, she muttered, brushing a streak of mud from her sleeve. Still as useful as ever. Beside her, Helen gave her a sidelong glance, half amused, half aghast. You didn't have to strip him. I really did, Lottie replied, for science. Chapter 184, The Wolf Pack. Finally, Helen exhaled, slumping slightly. We've lost them. The carriage rattled on through the moonlit road, mud still caked over its wheels and sides. The wind tugged at the tattered shirt hanging from the door, pinned there by the short bolt Lottie had fired at the start of the fight. Now it danced mockingly in the night air, a ragged flag of victory. I've recovered enough to try Featherlight again, Lottie offered. Helen shook her head. Save your strength. We've no idea what's still waiting ahead. Back in the forest, the man who led the pursuit clung naked to a tree trunk, the same tree onto which Lottie had unceremoniously teleported him. From his vantage point, he could see his comrades lying unmoving in the dirt. The summoned golems had already dissolved into heaps of clay. The clearing was silent, save for his furious panting. He slid down the trunk, rage coursing through every breath. He stumbled toward one of his fallen men, searching frantically. Where is it? Where's the blasted thing? His filthy hands tore through pockets and satchels until his fingers brushed something smooth, a sealed parchment case etched with runes. He grinned, manic and wild. Found it. His eyes blazed with hate. I'll make you pay for humiliating me. Logic whispered that chasing them alone was madness, but pride screamed louder. The so-called elite of the Mystic Circle could not suffer defeat at the hands of two women. He jerked a horse loose from a nearby tree, still naked, and vaulted onto its back. The animal whinnied in confusion, but his heels and curses drove it forward, hooves pounding toward the distant sound of wheels. Persistent bastard, Lottie muttered, hearing the rapid hoof beats behind them. Helen looked over her shoulder and grimaced. He's actually still coming? Bear asked vengeance. That's dedication. Before she could add more, the man reined up within sight, unfurling the scroll and muttering a sharp, guttural incantation. His voice rose, breaking the calm of the night. Then came the howl. The sound was monstrous, fierce, deep, and hideously close. It rolled through the forest, shaking branches, slicing through the air like a drawn blade. The horses shrieked and reared, their eyes wide with panic. The carriage skidded to a stop. Easy. Helen pulled at the reins, but they trembled, stamping frantically. What was that? The rider's own steed began circling madly, froth flying from its mouth, refusing to go forward no matter how he lashed it. Another howl rose, longer and even louder than before. Lottie's head snapped toward the sound. Her eyes narrowed. That scroll, it still floated midair, glowing faintly with runic light. He's triggered a sound storage spell. But while wolves cry, the recorded howl rippled outward, echoing off the trees. The forest seemed to answer. One call, then another, from the east, then the west. Another, from much further off, then a dozen more. The night erupted with the chorus of wolves. Every direction answered the cry, layer upon layer until the air throbbed with it, until the sound was no longer separate voices but a wall of living menace pressing in from the dark. Branches began to rustle, leaves shook in the blackness beneath the trees. Pairs of eyes ignited one by one, cold green embers, watching. Helen's voice trembled for the first time. What's happening? Her composure cracked, and she gripped Lottie's sleeve instinctively. Lottie was unnervingly calm. My guess. The scroll stored the call of an alpha. It's summoning the pack. She tilted her head, listening. And it doesn't sound like they've come to pay their respects. Helen swallowed. But wolves around Nisbro don't attack people. They never attack travelers. Maybe tonight they've decided to refine their palates. Lottie murmured. Lottie, this is no time for jokes. Lottie flicked the reins, urging the horses forward. They stood frozen, trembling, muscles locked. Shadows moved ahead. Something blocked their path. All right. Back the other way, then. But when she tried to turn them, the reins jerked taut. The animals refused. Their fear was absolute. Wonderful. She glanced around. Jaw tight. We're surrounded. The would-be hunter faced the same fate. The naked mage's confidence shattered as the howls multiplied. Every time he shouted all ashed the horse. The forest seemed to draw nearer. Snarls whispered from all sides. Panicked, he abandoned the beast and bolted into the road, sprinting barefoot toward the distant city lights. Damn it. You didn't say this scroll did this. He spat to no one. Curse you all. Every one of you. Driven by terror, his strength surged. The last traces of the potion fueling his legs as he outpaced the carriage and thundered past the women. Idiot, Lottie muttered. Helen's eyes widened. He's running straight ahead. Exactly where they're waiting. Her prediction came true within seconds. A blur of motion leapt from the undergrowth. Then another. The wolves were massive, their fur bristling silver under moonlight. They struck like arrows. The leader barely had time to scream. One wolf clamped its jaws on his arm. Another tore into his side. He fought wildly, catching one by the throat. But his bare hands met only fur and snapping teeth. Blood spattered the dirt. His cries grew hoarse, breaking into gasps. Help, help me. No one answered. Behind him, the horses reared again, nearly tipping the carriage. Helen covered her mouth, face pale. Lottie turned away. The green light of a dozen eyes reflected faintly in her own. Lesson learned, she murmured quietly. Never summon what you don't understand. The forest swallowed his last scream, and for a long moment, only the sound of tearing and the low, satisfied growls of the pack filled the night. Then silence. Chapter 185, The Wolf Pack, Part 2. The pack leader roared, wrapping both hands around the wolf's neck. Muscles corded up his arms as he squeezed with feral strength. The beast spasmed, eyes rolling, legs thrashing, but another wolf was already upon him, its jaws clamping down hard on his throat. A third followed. Then a fourth. Grey bodies snapped and writhed in the dark as they buried him beneath a mass of snarling fur and flashing teeth. You all go to hell, he gasped, a last venomous curse spilling from his lips, though even he didn't know if it was meant for the wolves or the women who'd left him to die. Moments later, he was silent. Get inside, now. Lottie seized Helen's trembling hand and hauled her into the carriage. Inside lay a young girl, barely 10, her features soft and strikingly familiar. Dark lashes kissed her cheeks as if she slept, oblivious to the chaos outside. Helen's breath caught. Fanny, her sister, looked so peaceful it hurt. Lottie slammed the door shut. Outside, the massacre intensified. The first chorus of growls had become a frenzy. More wolves flooded in from the trees, sleek shadows gliding between trunks, eyes gleaming like coins in lamplight. Their attention shifted to the horses first. The animals screamed, stamping wildly, but the pack was too quick. In seconds, the wolves dragged them down beneath a blur of snarling and blood. Lottie grimaced. Let's hope that keeps them fed. But it didn't. The next wave ignored the carcasses completely, circling the carriage instead. Low shapes prowling restlessly, muzzles lifted to sniff at the metal edges. Somewhere in the dark, a single growl rippled through them like a signal. One wolf lunged. The entire carriage jolted with the impact, wood creaking under its weight. Helen cried out in shock. Take this. Lottie shoved a hand crossbow into her hands. If one gets through the window, aim for the eyes. Let's spray this church-built monstrosity is as sturdy as it looks. Helen swallowed hard and nodded. A shattering crack split the air. Glass sprayed across the seats. A wolf's head forced its way through the broken pane, jaws snapping inches from them. Lottie didn't hesitate. She rammed her bolt straight into its eye. The beast shrieked and fell back, writhing on the ground, pawing at its own face. Blood darkened the dirt beneath it. For a heartbeat, the pack faltered, unnerved by the sudden agony of their kin. Then they began pacing again, slower this time, circling just out of reach, watching, calculating. Lottie pressed a trembling hand to the floorboards, her lips moving soundlessly as she judged space and distance, tracing the mental geometry of the spell. Then her voice rang low and steady. Ring of flame. A faint glow spread outward from beneath the carriage. A perfect circle of light forming in the mud, 3 meters wide, rippling with sparks. Then, with a roar like a sudden breath, the ring ignited. Fire erupted in a seamless perimeter, encircling both wagon and those inside. The wolves recoiled instantly, their courage forgotten in the face of fire. Some bolted outright, vanishing into the tree line. Others barked and snarled from afar. A few unlucky ones caught mid-charge yelped as their fur ignited, rolling frantically in the dirt before fleeing limping into the dark. The night stank of burnt hair and smoke, but the flames' reach was limited, and beyond their flickering edge, countless eyes still blinked in the shadows. Lottie could hear more howls. Hundreds, maybe. The fire had bought them space, not safety. Helen exhaled shakily. Your control is remarkable, Lottie. Truly, I can't manage such precision anymore. You've surpassed me. Lottie forced a smile, though her brow was lined with fatigue. Don't praise me yet. The ring won't last forever. She glanced out at the shifting forms beyond the light. They'll wait it out. Wolves always do. Helen frowned. Surely the guards in Nisbro have heard the howls by now? Maybe, Lottie said bleakly. But they'll just bolt the gates tighter. No one's coming to help until morning. Then what do we do? Lottie's gaze flicked to the younger woman's pale face. Keep the circle going, one at a time. When mine fades, I'll rest while you hold it. Helen's eyes widened. I can't. Not like you. I'd probably set the carriage, or the whole forest, on fire. She wasn't exaggerating. Her casting style was powerful but crude. Designed for open battlefields, not confined spaces. All right. Then when the flames die, I'll summon the clay guardians again. They can hold them back while I regain enough focus to relight. Helen nodded wearily. Fine. That I can assist with. For now, they could only wait. The flames hissed and crackled, shrinking inch by inch. Beyond the barrier, silence returned. But it was the kind of silence that breathed danger. Every so often, a paw crunched on the undergrowth or a low rumble rolled through the dark. Then Lottie froze. Wait, do you hear that? Helen strained her ears. Wolves, she whispered, then stopped. No, something else. A rhythmic pop, faint but growing louder. Lottie's face broke into a stunned grin. Gunfire. Helen blinked. Gunfire? Yes, the rhythm, the smell. Those are matchlocks. Lottie's heart leapt. The Southern's crew. They've come for us. And for the first time that long, terrible night, she allowed herself to believe they might live to see the dawn. Chapter 186, Rescue. The scene rewinds to daylight. After parting from her daughter that morning, Sheila Setia, the former innkeeper of the Flying Wyvern, had settled into a small harbour inn with young Lisa. They'd agreed with Lottie's plan. Once the Southern departed, mother and servant would board to sail north with the crew to the Northwest Bay. The ship still needed a few days to restock and refit in Nisbro. Until then, Sheila was content to treat the pause as a small holiday, a rare chance to rest her feet after years of work. Once her daughter was gone, she arranged their luggage neatly, then took Lisa for a walk to the docks, curiosity tugging her toward the Southern. Captain Quick had just stepped off the gangplank, coat unbuttoned, intending a quiet drink with his first officer, when a familiar voice called to him. Good day, Captain Quick. Ah, Mrs. Setia, polite as always, she smiled with disarming warmth. Would you mind terribly if I had a look around your vessel? Quick hesitated. Visitors weren't typically allowed aboard without clearance. But she was, after all, the mother of Mr. Dirac. their noble consultant. And she would soon be a passenger herself. After brief deliberation, he relented. "Very well, madam. Allow me the honor." He led her up the ramp. To his growing surprise, the refined gentlewoman examined the southern with almost childlike enthusiasm, studying the rigging, peering at the brass compass, running her fingers across the polished rail as though reacquainting herself with an old friend. "You seem remarkably familiar with ships," Quick remarked. She laughed softly. "I should be. In my youth, I served as a sailor for a time. I spent quite a few years at sea." Quick stared, almost dropping his cap. "Truly? They allow women aboard ships in the Cape League?" Then he caught himself. "Forgive me," he added quickly, "it's only, in our country, many believe women bring misfortune at sea." She smiled knowingly. "In Cape waters, they believe the same. Women seldom have it easy anywhere." "Captain, I was fortunate. My husband's position made exceptions." Quick bit back further questions. He'd never met her husband, though judging by her bearing, he must have been no ordinary man. Still, something in her tone made him suspect the subject was better left untouched. Her attention shifted to the mounted cannons along the starboard rail. "And this magnificent piece, bronze?" "Yes, that's no common decoration." The captain stiffened. "Ah, yes, ma'am, flame sprayers, for driving off pirates. Harmless to the hull, mostly noise and smoke." Her brows arched in amusement. "A convenient lie, Captain Quick, but I won't pry." After inspecting Lottie's cabin, she thanked him gracefully and departed with Lisa, disappearing into Nisbro's crowded avenues. The two spent the day exploring districts upon districts, marveling at the monumental architecture, the wide marble streets, the flocks of doves around the fountains. Compared to Messiah, this capital felt enormous, ambitious, almost theatrical. Only the constant patrols of city guards spoiled the charm. Soldiers stood at every junction, inspecting travelers' papers. Sheila understood why. The missing Duchess Fanny had thrown the entire city into high alert. By evening, weary but content, she and Lisa returned to the inn. They waited for Lottie, but as hours passed with no word, supper could no longer be delayed. They ate quietly, though neither had much appetite. When 10 o'clock struck and her daughter still hadn't returned, Sheila's unease settled into full-blown dread. Lottie might be fearless, but even the bravest scholar could fall into trouble. She was just reaching for her shawl when the stillness of the room chattered. "Danger, danger." The voice came from Polly, the parrot perched beside the window. The bird flapped its wings violently, feathers ruffling. Sheila spun toward it. "What did you say?" "Lottie, mistress, in danger." She froze. That creature was more than a pet. It shared a faint psychic bond with her daughter, a magical link that allowed distance sensing when emotions ran strong. If Polly was reacting, something truly was happening. What kind of danger? She pressed, but the parrot only squawked louder, agitated beyond reason. It flew in frantic circles around the room before landing on the windowsill, pecking insistently at the glass. "North, forest, the northern forest?" Sheila gasped. "She's in trouble there, North Woods, Mistress Lottie, in danger." Sheila's heartbeat steadied into fierce resolve. She changed swiftly, not into her daily gown, but into a hardened traveler's outfit that hadn't seen daylight in years. When Lisa came in, pail in hand, she stopped dead in the doorway, staring. "Madam, you look like an adventurer." "I was," said Sheila shortly, fastening her belt. "Stay here." "Lock the door. Don't go outside." Lisa nodded. "Wide-eyed. Please be careful." "Polly, let's go." The parrot launched into the air as she strode out, calling urgently above her. Even Sheila can sense that whatever's happening is beyond ordinary danger. She thought grimly, if my daughter can't handle it, and with Helen by her side, it must be dire indeed. She needed help, and fast. Turning on her heel, she ran toward the docks. Minutes later she stood once more before the Southern. Breathless, "Captain Quick!" she shouted. A sentry looked down from the rail. "That's Mrs. Surtier. Lower the gangplank." "She's in distress." Moments later, Quick, bleary-eyed and half-dressed, stumbled up from his cabin. "Madam, what's happened?" Sheila gripped the railing, panting. "My daughter. She's in danger." Quick blinked in confusion. "Your daughter? But, Mr. Dirac." He trailed off, piecing it together far too slowly for her patience. There wasn't time to explain illusions or alternate identities. "Please," she said fiercely, "if you value your oath as a sailor, if ever you wished to repay your count's kindness, help me save her." Her voice trembled, but not from fear. It was the desperate strength of a mother who had already lost too much to hesitate again. Chapter 187, The Rescue, Part 2. Sheila wasted no time on pretense. "Yes," she said breathlessly, "my daughter, Scholar Dirac, is my daughter, Lottie Surtier Gerard." Captain Quick jolted upright, jaw slack. "The advisor, Then, thudding a palm against his forehead, he groaned. By the seas, of course. The hair, that voice, the way she moves. How could I be so daft? But self-recrimination could wait. If the Count's consultant's mother was here begging for help, then duty left him no choice. Safeguarding her family was part of his mandate anyway. Where is she? Mrs. Surtier. She's somewhere in the northern woods outside Nisbroor, Sheila replied quickly. My daughter's parrot will lead us through. Let's just say, a special sort of connection. Quick blinked, only now noticing the bright green bird perched on her shoulder. Your guide is a parrot? He asked, incredulous. It's not just a parrot, she retorted. It can sense her. Lottie is in danger. Strange as it sounded, Quick didn't question it. Lottie had the Count's trust, and that was more than enough for him. If she was in trouble, the threat was likely mundane, bandits or beasts rather than politics. Still, should this involve the League government, they'd have the Forster family to appeal to. He turned sharply to his crew. Wake the officers, everyone. I want the company armed and ready within 5 minutes. Mrs. Surtier, to the bridge. Please. Half-dressed sailors stumbled into motion, the clatter of boots echoing across the deck. Within moments, the first officer, the second, and Sheila herself crowded into the captain's cabin. Quick briefed them in terse bursts, then issued orders without hesitation. I'll lead 30 men north with Mrs. Surtier to locate Miss Gerard. The first mate stays behind with 10 to guard the ship. No one objected. The word had spread fast. Dirac, the mild-mannered gentleman they'd eaten beside, was in truth a lady, and not just any lady, but the Count's own envoy, now in peril. The men were electrified. The chance to play hero, especially for so dazzling a comrade, was all the encouragement they needed. By the time Quick reached the deck, pandemonium reigned below. The sailors readied their strange northern weapons, matchlocks gleaming under lamplight, bayonets fixed, cartridge boxes slung across shoulders. The old story of guns capable of killing at range had already made its way through Nisbro's taverns. Now Sheila saw it firsthand. She stared, astonished, as they assembled. What in the world are those contraptions? One sailor slid a long spike onto the end of his wooden stick, though she could see it wasn't wood at all, but a wooden frame braced by a narrow steel tube. It looked too crude to be sorcery and too refined to be ordinary steelwork. Whatever these men carried, they handled it with frightening precision. In less than 5 minutes, they formed ranks on the dock, perfect lines reflecting torchlight in their eyes. Sheila exhaled under her breath. That's no crew, that's an army. Quick barked. Parrots leading us. Stay close to Mrs. Surtier, Polly, Sheila whispered. Lead the way. The bird took flight, a streak of green vanishing into the dark sky. Its cries echoed faintly, guiding them north. She followed at once, boots pounding the cobbles. The soldiers fell in behind. Quick at her side, 30 men running in formation toward the sound of their feathered scout. Meanwhile, at Nisbro's northern gate, a handful of night guards sat huddled around a small fire, warming their hands against the coastal chill. The League might not know real winters, but midnight on watch duty was cold enough. Their captain, a grizzled local veteran, puffed on a pipe while his younger subordinates swapped idle gossip. You lads don't know the half of it, the older man said, smoke curling lazily from his mouth. You think this city's quiet now? Ha, you've never heard the old tales. The recruits perked up. What tales, Captain? You're from Nisbroor, right? Bet you've got dozens. The captain smiled, proud to have an audience. Back before the League was even founded, this place was a mere fishing outpost, just a stinking strip of land by the coast. And the people who lived here, well, they didn't stay long unless they had to. You know why? He tapped his pipe against his boot for dramatic pause. Because of the wolf plague. The what? One man laughed nervously. We've got wolves, sure, but they keep to the deep woods. Don't tell me you mean those wolves. Oh, not these tame mutts. The captain said darkly. The wolves in that age were devilish things. Cleverer than men. They traveled in packs of hundreds. At first, they hunted the forest roads, merchants, travelers, but soon even daylight wasn't safe. The men shifted uneasily closer to the fire. They came in droves under full moons. He continued, lowering his voice. Breached gates, scaled fences, snatched livestock, children even. The people called it their wolf plague because killing them did no good. For every pack slaughtered, 2 more rose from the mist. And they were led by one creature, a beast so cunning and massive they called it the Wolf King. The recruits glanced toward the dark tree line beyond the road. Their captain chuckled. Relax. Those days are gone. The church purged them a century ago. Now we've got, what, packs of 10 at most. Then what's that? One muttered as a hollow, keening note drifted across the plain. Sounded like. Another swallowed hard, howling. They froze. A second call rose farther off, then a third, nearer. The captain frowned. Pipe forgotten. That's no dog. The last embers of the fire guttered out as the wind shifted, carrying the unmistakable echo of wolves, many wolves, somewhere deep in the northerly woods. And for the first time in many years, the guards of Nisbro looked out into the darkness and felt very small indeed. Chapter 188, The Rescue, Part 3. A single wolf's howl rose through the night, long, low, and eerily articulate. The soldiers on gate duty froze mid-laugh, every one of them glancing northward. The captain chuckled dryly to mask his own unease. Ha! Look at you jump. The timing couldn't have been better for my story. Still, his jest didn't quite carry. He shook out his pipe and leaned forward, voice adopting the tone of a fireside storyteller. Anyway, as I was saying, after years of terror, a lone hero rode into the forest. No name, no companions. He never came back. A younger guard swallowed hard. And the wolves, they scattered, the captain said with certainty. All the cleverness they'd had, their coordination, the bloodlust, it died with their king. After that, hunters returned to the woods. The guild built its first hall here, and the city finally began to thrive. He puffed up a little, and that, lads, is how Nisbro grew from a backwater village into the proud capital of the league. A few of the men muttered their admiration, but one, pale and fidgeting, whispered, "Captain, do you hear that?" The others laughed. "He's still spooked by your ghost story," until they heard it too. Not one howl, hundreds. The sound rolled through the night like a storm tide, joining in waves and crescendos until it became an unending, terrible choir. The laughter stopped. The fire popped and hissed, throwing frantic shadows on their faces. This isn't right," one stammered. The captain forced a crooked smile. "Blasted brutes, probably in heat. Don't lose your heads." But he stood up all the same, staring into the black line of trees beyond the open gate. "Put the fire out," he ordered at last. "Stay sharp. Any sign of trouble, we shut the doors." "Captain, even if there are wolves, the wall's too high for them, isn't it?" "Exactly," he said, though his voice lacked conviction. Blades rasped from scabbards as the guards took position, weapons trembling only slightly in their grip. The howling swelled, circling them unseen, then faded into uneasy quiet. Moments later, the silence broke again, this time by the rhythmic pounding of boots and the faint metallic rattle of arms. A column of men raced down the main street, led by a lantern and a dark-haired woman. "Who goes there?" barked the captain, leveling his spear. "Sheila Setia," the woman called back urgently. "My daughter's out there, North Forest. I'm leading these men to find her." The captain frowned, torn between regulation and instinct. Behind her, nearly 30 sailors stood armed with strange, rifle-like weapons slung over their shoulders. "Madam, the girl probably found shelter," he tried, softening his tone. "You hear those wolves? It's madness out there." "She has no friends outside the city," Sheila shot back. "She's alone, and I'm going." The captain sighed, defeated by the sheer force of her conviction. "Then take care. Go no deeper than you must." He signaled his men to open the gate. This was no night to argue with mothers. Polly the parrot wheeled through the darkness above them, its cry, "North Forest," cutting across the wind. The rescuers followed, bayonets fixed, ordered Captain Quick as soon as they were clear of the city. "Light your fuses. Stay ready." The smell of burning rope filled the air, red points glowing across the line like scattered stars. All around, wolves howled in waves. The sound was closer now, the air thick with their musk. Mrs. Setia, Quick muttered, "Is it always this noisy in Nisbro?" She shook her head, face pale. "Never, not once." That answer chilled him more than any howl could. After 20 minutes of careful marching, shadows flickered in the undergrowth. Silent watchers with gleaming eyes. The wolves didn't attack. Instead, they merely stood and stared before slipping deeper into the dark, moving north. "There's too many," someone whispered. "Polly," Sheila said. "What is it?" The parrot shrieked, wings beating. "Wolves, Lottie." "Wolves." Quick clenched his jaw. "Keep moving." The road ahead grew straighter, the trees thinning until distant firelight glimmered somewhere ahead. "She's there," Sheila said with raw certainty. "That light, that's her. Form up and advance." Quick called. They moved at a jog, until the first line of wolves appeared squarely across the road. At least a dozen blocked their path, shoulders low, teeth bared. Others shifted just beyond the tree line, eyes multiplying in the dark. Quick didn't bother swearing this time. "Squad 1, ready." Squads 2 and 3, cover flanks. The front rank of 10 knelt, muskets raised and muzzles glinting in the moonlight. Their burning match cords glowed faintly at the locks. Fire. The volley was deafening. Flames burst from the barrels, lighting the road in violent orange. The wolves fell as if struck by thunder, bodies tumbling and twisting into silence. Sheila flinched at the noise, hands over her ears. When the smoke cleared, half the pack lay motionless. The rest whimpered and limped away, tails between their legs. Quick watched coolly. Reload later. Move. Sheila stared, stunned. She had drawn her dagger, ready to fight to the death, never imagining these strange weapons could scatter a pack in seconds. Metal thunder and firelight, such unnatural power. But there was no time for wonder. They pressed on toward the struggling ring of flames up ahead. Twice more, wolves came too close, and twice the musket sparked again, their echoes chasing through the forest. Finally, the trees opened to reveal the clearing. Smoldering embers dotted the ground, forming a rough circle around a battered silver carriage. Polly cried out in joy and darted forward. Lottie, Lottie! The carriage door swung open. Two women emerged, one of them immediately recognized by the sailors. Dirac? Someone breathed, before correcting himself. Miss Gerard. Polly landed on Lottie's shoulder, chattering wildly, pressing against her cheek. Sheila was next, running full tilt through the soot and debris. She seized her daughter in a crushing embrace. "Do you have any idea what you've put me through?" she gasped, half scolding, half weeping. "I'm sorry, Mother," Lottie murmured. "Truly." Helen stepped out behind her, holding an unconscious young girl in her arms. Her voice trembled. "This was my doing. Forgive us both." Sheila shook her head, torn between reproach and gratitude. Quick approached warily, scanning the tree line. "So it really was you, Miss Gerard." Lottie managed an abashed smile. "I owe you an explanation, Captain. Later." "Later's fine," he said gruffly. "Right now we leave." "Wait," she said quickly. "This is Her Grace Helen, Duchess of Eton. We came searching for her sister." Quick froze mid-salute. "The Duchess?" He blanched. "As in royalty?" "Yes," Helen said gently. "And I owe you and your men more thanks than words can carry." He swallowed, fumbling through a half-bow. "Captain Quick, of the Southern, in service to Lord Paul Grayman of Alder, Northwest Bay, Ordic Kingdom. At your command, Your Grace." For a moment, the absurdity of the exchange was enough to make Lottie giggle despite herself, but Sheila cut through the awkwardness. "Gentlemen, idle courtesies can wait. The wolves are gathering again." They all turned at once. From beyond the trees came the steady, rolling growl of a chorus too vast to count. Quick straightened. "Form up. We move now." Helen adjusted her hold on young Fanny, shaking her head when a sailor offered assistance. "She's light. Keep your weapons ready. Don't waste another bullet." The return march began at double pace. Half an hour later, the howls closed in once more. Dozens of gleaming shapes flanked their path, creeping just beyond musket range. Then the trees opened, and the largest pack yet came charging straight down the road. "Positions." 3 ranks. Quick roared. "First volley on my mark, second and third stand ready." The front line fired in unison. Wolves dropped mid-pounds, crashing into their kin. The smell of blood and smoke mixed in the frigid air. Second line, fire. Another blast. More bodies fell. The survivors veered away, yelping, but others lingered in the shadows, circling like sharks, unwilling to yield. "Movement in the woods!" cried a sailor. Grenades. Spherical charges flew into the dark. The explosions tore the night apart. The forest erupted with shrieks and the crackle of breaking branches. A few stunned wolves stumbled blindly into the open, straight into the waiting bayonets. Then, silence. The pack broke, one by one, tails vanishing. The beasts melted back into the trees. Helen stood motionless, driven past fear into wonder. Beside her, Lottie murmured, "Incredible, isn't it?" Her mentor's eyes remained distant. "It is," she said softly. "And terrifying, I think. The age of heroes may be ending." By the time the ragged column reached Nisbro's northern gate, dawn was still an hour away. The wolves were gone, but none of them would ever forget the sound of that endless, mournful howling fading behind them. Chapter 189, Iron Will, Part 1. Even as the year drew to its end, Paul Grayman had no intention of slowing down. After weeks of consultation with the Administrative Council, he'd finally decided to take his most ambitious leap yet, into heavy industry. If war was coming, he meant to make a fortune before the kingdom's internal conflict burned itself out. By spring, the royal army would march south to restore order, and if that was the case, he wanted their coffers committed entirely to him. Let them fight as long as they liked. So long as they bought his steel, the Grayman domain would prosper. Papermaking, canned food, and porcelain had merely been stepping stones, clever ventures to generate seed capital, but true power, the kind that defined nations for generations, came from one measurement alone: steel production. Even in his former world, long after the dawn of the information age, a country's steel output remained the clearest reflection of its might. But to make steel, one needed iron, and lots of it. Before he could embark on what he privately called his Iron Heart project, Paul needed to understand what the world already knew of metallurgy. Days of discussion with Master Herman and other veteran smiths gave him a rough picture. Their smelting method was primitive but adequate for the age. Bloomery smelting. They built a small furnace, loaded it with iron ore and charcoal, and set it alight with oxygen deliberately restricted. The fire produced a flood of carbon monoxide that freed oxygen from the ore's iron oxide, leaving behind solid metallic iron. Crude, inefficient, and wasteful. Every bloomery run meant dismantling the furnace to retrieve the spongy bloom trapped within, a lump of half-melted, impurity-filled metal that required days of hammering to compact and purify into workable bars. Paul sighed as he sketched the process in his notes. Expanding production with this system was impossible. Too much labor, too many man-hours. The Northwest Bay already suffered from a chronic shortage of workers. If he wanted real output, the entire process needed to evolve. The solution was obvious: the blast furnace. But as he mapped out each missing link in his mind, the enormity of the challenge set in. The ingredients of progress rarely came cheap. First problem: fuel. The bloomery relied on charcoal, at a small scale. Fine, but mass production would devour forests faster than any army. Cutting whole woodlands just to feed the furnaces was not only expensive but disastrous for future industries. Wood built ships, homes, carts. It was already stretched thin. Coal could replace wood, but early experiments had failed. Coal carried sulfur, producing brittle, useless sulfur iron. What he needed was coke. Coal burned hot and long enough to purge its volatile impurities. High in carbon, low in sulfur, hard as stone. Not perfect, but good enough. So before he could smelt steel, he had to learn how to cook coal itself. Fortunately, the Northwest Bay had an advantage. Coal mining was already common here. If any region was to leap ahead in metallurgy, it would start with them. But even with coke available, Paul faced another obstacle: air. Traditional wooden or leather bellows could not produce the sustained pressure coke demanded. Its density required stronger drafts, more heat, deeper oxygenation. Hand-pumped bellows powered by men or animals simply wouldn't cut it. They needed piston-driven blowers, machines powered by water wheels. That, at least, was achievable. With a river's current turning the wheel, they could feed consistent air into a small blast furnace. Large ones, however, would remain dreams until some future genius invented the steam engine. For now, the first furnaces would be small, experimental. Paul tasked the royal machinists he'd recently hired from the capital to begin work on the air system design: simple pistons and crankshafts coupled to water wheels. His responsibility was fuel. Within a week, he had laborers dig out a test site near Alder's coal seams. And there, the first coke kiln of the Northwest Bay took shape. It was humble, crude even, a circular clay pit about 8 meters wide and a little over 2 deep, its sides reinforced with brick and packed earth. Rows of workers swarmed over it, laying out coal in alternating layers and building narrow brick flues. First, they arranged a central channel with coarse coal to act as the main flue. Then they surrounded it with finer coal, stamping it flat and tight before constructing the secondary layer of tunnels that radiated out like spokes on a wheel. 16, perhaps 18 in total. Once sealed, the men fed thin splinters of wood into the main shafts and lit them. Flames roared to life below ground, creeping through the coal network like breath through lungs. Smoke seeped out of the cracks, acrid and sharp. After hours of steady burning, faint blue tongues of fire licked from the outer walls, the sign that carbonization was complete. At the foreman's shout, the crew sprang into action, sealing vents, shoveling sand and clay over the pit, then dousing it with water to cool. When the vapors finally cleared and the pit was opened, the first batch of rough coke gleamed faintly in the ash-blackened light. Crude, but usable. Paul crouched down, brushing a cooled fragment between his fingers. A dull, carbon-rich rock, light yet solid. Perfect, he murmured. The daily output was low, barely 1.5 tons from 2 firings, but it was a start. Once the process stabilized, he'd build double or triple the kilns. Perhaps one day, these makeshift pits would give way to real industrial cooking ovens powered by machinery. But for now, his iron heart had begun to beat. Chapter 190, Iron Will. Part 2. Guy Burns was 26 years old, a gifted, if unconventional, artisan from the royal capital. Known among his peers as a mechanist. A mechanist's trade was built on marvels, intricate contraptions that turned springs and gears into motion and melody. There were music boxes that played tunes by themselves, dolls that could walk when wound, and ornate clocks ticking away the hours with impossible precision. The first clock, so legend claimed, had been the work of a mechanist. Its inventor, whoever they were, could hardly have imagined that their whim would one day dominate the continent, ousting sundials and hourglasses alike. Among aristocrats, mechanists were adored. Wealthy patrons commissioned custom wonders for their estates, devices as useless as they were beautiful. Children of privilege adored them most of all, especially boys who viewed machinery with boundless fascination. The poor admired from afar, never able to afford either the toys or the training. Most mechanists lived comfortably, trading their craft for gold and prestige. Guy Burns, however, was an anomaly, the second son of a minor noble house. He was sent to apprentice under his father's old friend, a respected mechanist master. The hope was simple: if he couldn't inherit a title, perhaps he'd forge his own fortune in gears and brass. From the moment Guy walked into that workshop, walls lined with curious machines that ticked, clicked, and hummed, he was hooked. His family had to drag him home at night. His teacher found him more diligent than talented, but his obsession compensated for any lack of genius. The boy learned with relentless focus, absorbing everything his master could teach. Years later, when he finally earned the title of mechanist, Guy returned to the capital as a professional in his own right and promptly scandalized his entire guild. Instead of guarding his secrets, he began teaching, or worse, teaching the poor street children, apprentices from blacksmithing families, anyone who showed curiosity. He explained principles freely, sometimes without charge, simply because their eyes lit up when they said, "That's amazing." The guild was furious. Such knowledge, they argued, had taken generations to cultivate. If every commoner could learn to build machines, what would become of their prestigious craft? Mechanists would be as common as cobblers. Even his master warned him to stop. Guy didn't. His generosity made him beloved among dreamers and despised among peers. Eventually, connections were invoked, a convenient accusation, a trial, and a year rotting in prison to reflect on his errors. His release had been bought not by mercy but by his old master's desperate pleading. Outside the prison gates, a gang of hired thugs greeted him kindly, with the warning never to show his face in the capital again. He understood the message well enough. It hadn't come from them, but from the powerful men behind them. He was still wondering where to go when fate, or perhaps Providence, intervened. A recruitment envoy from Hansel was in the city, seeking mechanists for the far-flung Northwest Bay. Northwest Bay. He'd echoed at the time, a forgotten corner of the map. But something in him stirred. Exile wrapped in opportunity. What else did he have left? He packed his tools and joined the expedition, along with half a dozen other outcasts whose careers had crumbled for similar reasons. If hardship forged metal, then perhaps they'd polish each other brighter. Upon reaching Alder, Guy found himself immediately useful. The local armory was struggling with a problem: crafting reliable springs for a new firearm mechanism. The artisans there were talented but lacked experience in producing uniform steel tension springs. When they turned to the newly arrived mechanists for advice, Guy demonstrated his own technique, tempering, cooling, and coiling spring steel to exact specification, and openly shared the process. The success earned him rich reward and, more importantly, respect. He hadn't known just what that spring would be used for. The military did not share secrets quickly, especially with foreign artisans. Still, it was recognition enough. Later, he was assigned officially to the Lakeside Mechanical Works, to help develop a new type of carriage fitted with shock-absorbing springs. There he witnessed something that changed the course of his life, a strange hulking contraption the locals called a reaper. It had no grace, no polish, but with each rotation of its blades it gathered grain faster than a dozen farm hands. Watching it work, Guy felt something break open inside him. Machines, he realized, were not just toys or luxuries to amuse nobility. They were tools of transformation. The thought humbled him. Like many from the capital, he had arrived certain of his superiority, picturing these frontier folk as ignorant bumpkins. But the Reaper taught him otherwise. Someone here, Paul Grayman, the local lord himself, he later learned, had designed it. The mechanist who'd once been imprisoned for sharing too much knowledge suddenly found himself admiring another who shared the same vision. So when the summons came one quiet morning, he didn't hesitate. He was working around a prototype carriage chassis when a visitor appeared. A tidy man in spectacles, his accent polished, Bernard Wood, the Lord's chief secretary, and, as luck would have it, another expatriate from the capital, Master Burns. Bernard greeted warmly. "It's good to see you well, and covered in grease, as usual." Guy smiled faintly, straightening up. "It's honest work, Mr. Wood. Though I confess, I wasn't expecting a visit from the palace today." Bernard's tone softened. "His lordship would like to see you in his office this afternoon, at 2. Me? Personally?" "Yes, personally." The secretary smiled knowingly. "Don't be late." Guy tried, and failed, to hide his grin. "Please tell Lord Grayman I'll be there on the minute." Finally, the man who'd reshaped the Northwest Bay wanted to speak with someone who still believed machines could change the world. Chapter 191, Iron Will, Part 3. Guy Burns arrived at the manor half an hour early. The reception hall was quiet but elegant, its decor more practical than opulent. When the chief secretary finally invited him to meet the Lord of Alder, he expected a scene of grandeur, a noble's office filled with lavish furniture and self-importance. Instead, he stepped into a room almost Spartan in its simplicity. A single desk stood by the window, paper neatly stacked, tools arranged with military precision. It looked less like the workplace of a feudal count and more like that of a scholar, or an engineer. So this was Paul Grayman, the man behind the Reaper. The rumors had not exaggerated his youth. He couldn't have been older than 15, perhaps even younger, but his movements, his focus, the calm confidence in his gaze, carried the weight of someone twice that age. The boy count was already standing near the door, waiting for him. "Welcome, Mr. Burns," he said, stepping forward and extending his hand. The gesture caught Guy off guard. Handshakes were a merchant's habit, not a noble's. He clasped the boy's palm, feeling the sure grip of someone unused to idleness. "Lord Grayman," Guy said earnestly, "it's a great honor. Ever since I saw the Reaper with my own eyes, I've wanted to meet the man brilliant enough to design it. It's extraordinary." Paul chuckled. "I could say the same. It's an honor to be praised by a mechanist of your skill. Please, sit." Once they settled, Paul spoke first of thanks, praising Guy's improvements to the spring mechanism for the flintlock project, then got to the point. "I asked you here," he said, "because I need your help developing something new, a hydraulically powered air-blowing system for an ironworks I intend to build." Guy straightened. "A blower driven by water power instead of manual pumps?" "Precisely. The traditional bellows won't suffice. I need something faster, stronger, and capable of continuous airflow." Guy's mind immediately jumped to the familiar design, pairs of leather bellows, each pulled on a rope and stamped in turn by two men, alternating as they fed air into the furnace through copper nozzles. He frowned. "Even with 4 bellows per forge, it's difficult to maintain pressure evenly, my lord. How powerful a draft do you require?" In answer, Paul unrolled a large sheet of paper across the desk. A hand-drawn diagram covered it. "An iron furnace, small by future standards but far larger than any used in the kingdom. My new foundry will use this type of furnace," he explained. "It burns not charcoal, but coke, a purer, harder fuel made from coal. Coke demands stronger air to combust properly. To feed it, I've designed a new system of bellows, equipped with pistons to maintain constant pressure, but the concept needs refining. That's where you come in." At his signal, 2 attendants carried in a bulky wooden device about the size of a barrel, a prototype bellows of unfamiliar shape. Guy crouched beside it curiously, inspecting the lever protruding from one end. Drawing it out, he felt the resistance build, and when he pushed it back, a steady current of air continued to hiss from the outlet even as the piston returned. He blinked. "How is it still blowing?" "By alternating valves," Paul said with a faint smile. "May I open it up?" Guy asked at once. "Please do. It was built for testing." Within moments, the mechanist had dismantled it to the frame, his hands working fast but careful. Inside, he found a large piston plate moving within an airtight box. Near the base ran a narrow air channel divided in 2, each section fitted with a one-way valve that alternated airflow as the piston moved forward and back. He exhaled slowly, elegant. "Simpler than it looks, but ingenious." Standing, he wiped the dust from his palms. "It provides uninterrupted airflow, something no leather bellows could manage. But..." He tapped the wooden panels thoughtfully. "A square box like this can't withstand high pressure. If it were made cylindrical, it could endure much greater stress." Paul nodded. "Try it. This is merely a prototype. Experiment freely. Steel or copper may serve you better than timber, though I'll leave the details to your judgment." Guy smiled, truly smiled, for the first time in months. "Then I'm honored, my lord. If we can perfect a water-wheel-driven version, you'll have a constant blast of air without the need for laborers." He hesitated, curiosity pricking him. What inspired this device in the first place? Paul reached into a drawer and placed a lump of dark, brittle rock on the desk. "This." Guy frowned. "Coal?" "Not coal," Paul corrected. "Coke. Coal refined to burn hot and clean. Ordinary coal contains sulfur, too much, and the iron becomes useless. But coke resists combustion unless given constant draft. Hence the new bellows, and a reliable power source to drive them." The mechanist's eyes lit up. "Then allow me the honor, my lord. I'll make it work." "I have every faith you will," Paul said. Guy started to rise. "If that's all, I'll begin at once." "Wait," Paul said mildly. "Before you go, there's something else." Guy froze, wary. "I've read about events in the capital," Paul continued. "You were imprisoned for a year." Color rushed to Guy's face. "That was a lie, my lord." "Slander." trumped up by jealous colleagues. Every charge was false. Paul raised a placating hand. I believe you. I've already heard the details from Hansel. You needn't defend yourself. That caught him off guard. Paul leaned back, studying him with an almost curious expression. Sir Abbot told me your reputation in the capital wasn't favorable. Among the guild, at least. Guy hesitated. That's true. We see the world differently, I suppose. Paul's tone remained neutral but his eyes sharpened. Differently in what way? What principle drove you to teach your craft to those without means, knowing it would cost your standing? I'm genuinely curious. Guy looked up, startled. No one, no noble, no patron, had ever asked that without mockery. Maybe, he thought, for once, he'd met someone who might actually understand. Chapter 192, Iron Will. Part 4. Paul's question lingered in the air. Guy Burns didn't answer immediately. He lowered his head, fingers interlaced on his knee, as though searching for words that had been waiting years to surface. Finally, he lifted his gaze. My lord, have you ever really looked, I mean truly looked, at a windmill or a water wheel? Paul smiled slightly. Of course, they're common enough. In fact, I plan to use water wheels to drive our new bellows. Exactly, Burns replied softly. Common things. So common that nobody sees them anymore. A spark appeared behind his eyes, his voice trembling with subdued passion. But to me, they're works of genius, machines that harness nature itself. Yet the names of the people who devised them, those clever souls, have been forgotten. When I said this to my colleagues back in the capital, they laughed at you? Paul guessed. Burns nodded. Oh, yes, they laughed. Tell me, my lord, what do you think of us mechanists? How would you describe our sort? Paul thought a moment, then answered honestly. Creative, inventive, men and women gifted with clever hands and curious minds. Burns let out a low, almost bitter chuckle. Curious minds, perhaps, but too curious, for the wrong things. He leaned forward. Our craft has lost its way. We no longer measure our worth by usefulness, by what eases hardship or raises productivity. No, we compete to build what's most elaborate, what dazzles the wealthy with needless beauty. Paul arched a brow. Frivolous spectacle over purpose. Precisely, Burns said, his voice quickening. Tiny, delicate, complicated. That's what wins admiration. Large, simple, practical, scorned. We've become entertainers in silk aprons, building trinkets to win a seat at a noble's banquet. They labor for weeks to forge an exquisite toy that can play 3 tunes, yet never think to ask what an ordinary farmer actually needs. Paul murmured. A windmill, perhaps. Or a water wheel. Yes. Burns struck the table lightly with his palm. Simple devices that feed villages and irrigate fields. They grind grain, pump water, they serve everyone. That's what machines were meant to be. Nobles can always pay for hands, but the common folk, they have only their own strength. If we could give them tools to ease that burden. What invention could be nobler? Paul's eyes gleamed. So, you believe knowledge and technology should serve the many, not exist as playthings for the privileged few. That's exactly it, Burns said fervently. That has always been my conviction. In that instant, something passed between them. A silent surge of understanding, rare and exhilarating. Burns sprang almost halfway out of his chair, eyes shining, as if relief itself were intoxicating. To Paul, the man before him was no longer simply a craftsman. He was a visionary, one who, without realizing it, echoed ideals Paul had carried from another world, the pursuit of progress, not for glory, but for everyone. Paul slammed his palm lightly on the desk. Bernard, bring wine. Moments later, the secretary entered with 2 glasses of dark red vintage. Paul raised his cup. Mr. Burns, he said earnestly, to shared dreams. Flustered, Burns scrambled to his feet. My lord, I really drink, Paul urged with a grin. Their cups met with a soft clink, and both drained them in one swallow. Excellent. Paul chuckled, motioning for Bernard to refill them. Placing a firm hand on Burns's shoulder, he continued, your ideals. They're mine as well. My foundry exists for that very reason, to multiply iron, to place it in every farmer's hand. Do you know how many of my people still till with wooden plows, wooden spades? It's intolerable. Burns's face lit up. I knew it from the moment I saw your reaper. I could tell you'd understand. They toasted again, the second time easier, warmer. Paul leaned back, smiling. Tell me, this is why you taught the poor children, isn't it? Yes. Once they learned enough to craft their own tools, they stopped being helpless. Each one could improve something, a plow that broke less easily, a loom that worked faster. Not toys, not luxuries, but things that mattered. That's the meaning of our art. He chuckled ruefully. And perhaps our greatest failing is pride. Too many mechanists would rather die with their secrets than let another touch their designs. I respect their right to silence, but I could never share it. Paul laughed, delighted. Well said. Another toast. Wine sloshed, laughter joined the scent of oak and fire. By the time Bernard silently refilled their cups once more, both men were flushed with drink and ambition alike. Paul set his cup down and clasped Burns's hand. A man who thinks as you do shouldn't be hidden away in a workshop. The Lakeside Mechanical Works is still without a chief, someone to direct projects and oversee the larger vision. How would you feel about taking the post? Burns blinked, startled. Me? Oh, no, my lord. I'm a tinkerer, not a leader. I belong among the tools, not behind a desk. There will be clerks to manage paperwork. Paul assured him. You'll steer the work, not the bureaucracy. Well, you'll have full access to materials, craftsmen, and whatever resources you require. Burns smiled, half sober, half dreaming. In that case, my lord, I'll not let you down. Good. You'll find some of the things we're testing especially interesting. I can hardly wait, Burns said sincerely. Paul's expression softened, though his tone held an undertone of steel. One last thing. You said knowledge shouldn't be hoarded. On that we agree. But until my domain is secure, there are discoveries too dangerous to wander. Anything you learn in the workshop stays in the workshop. Agreed. Burns stiffened slightly. He'd heard of Cecil, the quiet administrator who oversaw intelligence and espionage for the Count. He nodded sharply. Of course, my lord. I already memorized the confidentiality oaths when I joined your service. You have my word and my loyalty. Satisfied. Paul leaned back. Just then, the kettle by the hearth began to whistle, the lid clinking with the rhythmic pressure of steam. Burns turned at the sound, but Paul was already watching the kettle, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Tell me, Burns, he said softly, what do you see when the lid rises like that? The mechanist squinted. Boiling water, my lord, perhaps, Paul murmured. Or perhaps, potential. He let the words hang, then waved them away. Never mind. That's a conversation for the future. Burns frowned in confusion, but nodded respectfully. As you say, my lord. Go, then, Paul said, turning toward the window. There's much work to be done. Yes, my lord. When the mechanist left, the door clicked softly shut behind him. Bernard, who had lingered by the sideboard, heard the young count let out a long, weary breath. One step at a time, Paul murmured to himself, watching the steam fade into air. One step closer. Chapter 193, The Young Mage. Lately, Count Maltz Kent of Emden had been restless. He couldn't quite name the cause, only the vague, gnawing anxiety that tightened his chest whenever he thought too long. Perhaps it was because Master Barnett hadn't appeared in months. The man had always been elusive, his visits rare and unpredictable, but ever since sharing those grand schemes of his complete silence had been most unsettling. At least before leaving, Barnett had given detailed instructions, what to prepare, which contacts to maintain, and had told Kent that if he were ever delayed by other matters, the Count was to proceed exactly as planned. That alone prevented Kent from wandering the castle like a nervous fly. Still, things clearly weren't unfolding as they should have. According to Barnett's design, he was supposed to provoke pirate raids along the northwest coast, stirring chaos that the Kent family would then heroically suppress. It would earn him prestige among the coastal lords, paving the way for his ultimate goal, to succeed the Duke of the Northwest. But weeks had passed, and nothing of the sort had happened. There had been pirate attacks. True, but they'd all been obliterated by that cursed Greyman family from Elder. Even the pirates were useless. How could they fail against such a small house? Always that name. Paul Greyman. Kent clenched his fist. He'd spared the boy once. He should have dealt with him then. With Barnett missing, should he strike out on his own, skip the pirate step entirely and move forward with the next phase? He couldn't decide. The uncertainty frayed his nerves, and he found himself drinking more and more of that special concoction to settle them. That particular morning, he was pacing about his study with a book in hand, pretending to read. The words barely registered. Then came a knock. Speak, he barked. The guard entered, helmet tucked under one arm. My lord, a child requests an audience. A child? Kent slammed the book shut. Does no one vet visitors anymore? He claims to know Master Barnett, the guard blurted quickly. Kent froze. You fool, why didn't you say so sooner? Bring him here at once. The guard fled, and Kent hurriedly changed into a fresh doublet, his irritation melting into wide-eyed anticipation. Soon, the echo of small footsteps approached. The guard ushered in, indeed, a boy. Kent blinked. He really is a child. Barely 10, perhaps 11. The lad looked comically out of place beneath the tall ceilings. He clutched a crooked staff taller than himself, more like a scavenged branch than a wizard's scepter. Lord Kent. The boy piped nervously. Gee, good day, sir. My name is Andy. I come by Master Barnett's order, to assist you. Golden curls, round cheeks, and an uncertain smile. The picture of harmless innocence. Kent stared, speechless. Andy fidgeted under the silence, shifting from foot to foot. Was I wrong to come? Kent coughed, flustered. You said you're here under Barnett's instruction? Yes, my lord, the boy repeated. Slower this time. He sent me to help. Come closer when you speak. Kent snapped, more to hide his confusion than for discipline. Why yes, my lord. Andy trotted forward, almost tripping over his robe. All very well, Kent said. If you're truly Master Barnett's apprentice, prove it. Why should I believe a child? Andy tilted his head, thinking hard. Then his face brightened. This, maybe, he muttered something strange under his breath, words that rippled through the air like echoes in a deep well, and tapped his staff against the floor. With a whoosh, fire leapt from the top of the staff in a sudden, steady blaze. Kent nearly fell off his chair. A magician? You're a magician? Andy nodded shyly. Yes, sir. I'm a member of the Mystic Circle. Ah, and Andy. Master Andy, please, sit. The transformation in Kent's demeanor was immediate. Gone was the bluster. His tone softened into reverent awe. I am no master, Andy protested quickly, shaking his head hard enough to send curls flying. Please, just my name. Then, my young friend, sit. Sit, please. Andy perched on the edge of a chair beside him, clutching his staff like a lifeline. Kent studied him closely. What injustice of heaven. It gifted this timid child the power he'd coveted all his life, while he, a noble, remained shackled to mortality. He swallowed his envy with a tight smile. So, tell me, where is Master Barnett now? Andy's brow furrowed. I don't know. He told me months ago to come here at this exact time to aid the local lord. I thought he'd be waiting for me. Kent's heart sank. And where do you come from, exactly? From one of the Circle's sanctuaries, Andy said after a pause. I can't tell you where. I see. Kent drummed his fingers. And how did you get here? Don't tell me you walked across half the kingdom alone. Oh, no, said Andy earnestly. I had escorts, other Circle mages disguised as merchants. The journey was easy. Kent leaned back, hiding his astonishment. More mages passing through his territory unnoticed. That was worth investigating later. Well then, young Andy, with your teacher away, are you sure you can assist me on your own? The boy hesitated. I can control mind worms. Will it help? Kent straightened, pulse quickening. Yes, yes, by the heavens, it will. Barnett had told him of that very parasite, microscopic creatures capable of slipping inside a victim's skull and whispering directly to the mind. With it, he'd once seized control of Duke Ferdinand's will entirely. The thought still gave Kent shivers. The notion of such a thing crawling behind one's eyes was enough to make his skin crawl. But to command such a power, for that, Kent would stomach any disgust. If the boy could handle the worms, then perhaps it didn't matter that Barnett had gone silent. His plans could proceed just the same. Chapter 194, The Stirring of Plots. The moment Maltz Kent learned that the timid young mage before him could control mind worms, the very same parasites Barnett had once used to enslave Duke Ferdinand, his heart nearly leapt from his chest. Still, caution prevailed. My dear Andy, he said smoothly, forgive an old man's distrust, but this is too important. Have you any proof that you truly serve Master Barnett? Andy blinked. Didn't I just cast a spell? His voice was soft, hesitant, as though afraid that admitting his identity might summon unseen dangers. Kent frowned. Even so, the boy sighed, pushed up his sleeve, and revealed a strange sigil etched into his forearm, a spiral of interwoven lines that pulsed faintly with crimson light. Kent's face broke into a grin. That's enough. Perfectly enough. He remembered seeing that mark on Barnett's own bald pate, the emblem of the Mystic Circle. Still, the boy's guileless expression gave the Count pause. They sent you here alone, just abandoned you at my doorstep? He was beginning to suspect the Circle didn't rate this child very highly. Tell me, young Andy, Kent resumed, sounding as genial as he could manage, aside from mindworms and that impressive fire trick, what other talents do you possess? Andy tilted his head, brow furrowed in thought. I can tell if someone's lying, or if they mean you harm. Kent's smile froze. Indeed, but, the boy added earnestly, only if they're unguarded. If they try to control their thoughts, then I can't read them at all. Kent exhaled, amused relief replacing alarm. Useful, but not dangerous enough to threaten him. And honest to a fault. Apparently, the child had just blurted out his own limits. So disarmingly straightforward, the Count mused. Almost makes me pity him. He laid a grandfatherly hand on Andy's shoulder, smiling warmly. You've traveled a long way, my young friend. Let me at least see you properly welcomed. He snapped his fingers for a servant. Tell the kitchen I want a proper luncheon prepared. As fine as for visiting nobility. Andy's blue eyes lit up instantly. A feast. Kent nearly laughed aloud. The boy's innocence was absurdly genuine. For all his powers, he was still, unmistakably, a child. They moved to the dining hall, a cavernous room far too grand for its small new guest. While they waited, Kent instructed that his son Iris and his nephew Emerson be summoned. Both young men were already privy to Barnett's schemes and had proved loyal supporters of the Count's ambition. Servants soon laid the long table with steaming platters and an indulgence of exotic meats. While they worked, Kent tried to coax the boy into conversation about the circle. He might as well have been speaking to a wall. Whenever talk brushed even slightly near the organization's secrets, Andy's words dried up. He would fidget, mumble something vague, then stare at his plate. All Kent's careful maneuvering got him nowhere. By the time Iris and Emerson arrived, Kent's disappointment had hardened into frustrated envy. A decade old and he walks in with power I'll never touch. His hunger for magic, real magic, ached deeper than ever. Gentlemen, he announced, forcing confidence into his tone, allow me to present our guest. Andy here comes from over there, sent under Master Barnett's authority to assist us. At the phrase over there, both men stiffened instinctively. They'd heard it before. It was Kent's code for the Mystic Circle. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Andy, Iris said uncertainly, exchanging a puzzled glance with his cousin. The boy stood, bowed awkwardly, then sat again, his feet barely touching the floor. Food arrived soon after, roasted pheasant glazed with apple syrup, steaming bowls of soup, crusty bread. Andy's eyes widened like those of a child at a festival. He hardly let the dishes touch the table before digging in. Kent nodded approvingly. Harmless. Perfectly harmless. Then a pair of servants appeared with 2 crystal goblets filled to the brim with a deep scarlet liquid. They set them ceremoniously before the Count. Andy froze mid-bite, his gaze locked on the cups, color draining from his cheeks. Kent noticed. Startled you, did it? He said with a chuckle. Nothing sinister, I assure you, merely, let me see, pig's blood today. It's part of a regimen Master Barnett recommended to preserve one's vitality. He lifted the goblet, swirling the fluid proudly. Thanks to this, I felt decades younger. And indeed, his eyes were bright, his complexion ruddy with unnatural health. Andy didn't look reassured. His little hands fidgeted under the table as though resisting the urge to snatch the cups away. Please, Count Kent, he said quietly, if you're well, stop drinking that. The Count blinked. Why in the world would I? Because, Andy said, lowering his voice, it's wrong. A dangerous art. It gives strength quickly. Yes, but it takes something back in time. I've only read about it, but I know it ends badly. Kent stared at him, then slowly lowered the drink. The unease in the boy's tone, so plain, so free of guile, needled at him in a way no curse ever could. He forced a laugh. Your concern honors me, little Andy. Well then, to the meal. Everyone returned to eating. At last, between bites, Kent spoke again, casually but with purpose. In a few days, I'll bring you to meet the Duke himself. Iris and Emerson froze. Forks mid-air already. Father, it's time, Kent said flatly. We've waited long enough. Barnett may be occupied, but with young Andy's ability, we need delay no further. Iris began. Do you wish us to accompany? No, Kent interrupted sharply. You'll manage affairs here. Andy, meanwhile, had lost all track of the conversation. Far too busy demolishing his third pastry. Kent couldn't help but smile. So easy to trust, so easy to use. When lunch finally ended, flanked by his son and nephew, the Count gestured kindly. See that our guest is escorted to a room. Let him rest. Yes, father. Andy slid off his chair, nearly toppling his staff. Thank you, Count Kent. Truly. With the 3 of them gone, silence seeped into the room. Kent remained seated for a long while, eyes fixed on the 2 untouched goblets. Gradually, his expression hardened. He stood, hesitated at the threshold, then turned back, seized a cup, and drank deep. The crimson liquid burned his throat like flame, metallic and warm. It tasted of strength and madness, and he wanted more. When he finished, he was trembling, breathing hard, the empty glass glinting in his shaking hand. Soon, he whispered hoarsely. Soon I'll need no major to grant me power. Chapter 195, A Duke's Shadow. After resting a night in Count Kent's castle, young Andy set out with him toward the capital of the Northwestern Duchy, Center, the seat of Duke Ferdinand himself. By the time their carriage rolled through the city gates, dusk had fallen in sheets of amber light. Kent decided to wait until morning before paying his respects at the ducal palace. They took quarters at the Kent family's townhouse in Center, a grand residence that smelled faintly of polish and ash, signs of long disuse. The Count was halfway through breakfast preparations when an unexpected visitor arrived. Henry Ferdinand, the Duke's younger brother and the current Viscount of Eastworth. Kent quickly instructed the servants to see Andy settled. For this meeting, he wanted privacy. When Henry was shown into the hall, both men exchanged the usual courtesies, smiling like lifelong friends who trusted each other about as far as a dagger's reach. At length, Kent adopted his host's tone of polite curiosity. "Tell me, Viscount, what brings you to Center? I thought your lands lay comfortably to the south." "Ah, Kent, you must have heard." Henry sighed with theatrical concern. "My brother's health has been rather poor of late. I thought it best to move here for a while, to see him often and make sure he's properly looked after." Kent clasped his hands together, feigning sympathy. "How very touching, brothers who care for each other so deeply. It's enough to make me envious. Alas, I have no sibling to worry over me." Behind the show, his mind sneered. "Your brother's sickness has my mark upon it already." The last visit he and Barnet had made to the Duke had left the man's mind riddled and frail, his body wasting by the month. "A year," Kent judged, "maybe less." Henry shrugged modestly. "My brother has always treated me like a son. And, well, my servant noticed your carriage entering the city, so I thought I'd call straight away." Kent's smile tightened. "So, he has eyes and ears on every street already, the vultures circling early. And what brings the loyal Count Kent to Center?" Henry continued. His tone was light, but the question pressed like a blade under velvet. Kent spread his hands with a sheepish chuckle. "Ah, well, I have some matters regarding his grace's, health. Treatments, consultations, such things." Henry's brows arched meaningfully. "Ah, of course, his condition. Well, if you'll permit my frankness, my brother's misfortunes are simply Providence at work. The old fool refuses to accept the Lord's will. At his age, one shouldn't still dream of changing fate." He waved a hand lazily, his meaning clear. The Duke's ailment didn't bother him in the slightest. It only smoothed Henry's path to inheriting the duchy. Kent simply smiled and watched him talk. The Duke's brother had always been a careless man, sharp enough politically but arrogant in measure. If he saw Kent as a tool to secure power, the feeling was mutual. Whoever ascended next, the Kent family intended to survive the shift, not be buried under it. "Count Kent." Henry clapped his hands jovially. "I didn't come empty-handed. I have a gift for you. Bring it in." A servant entered, carrying a polished wooden casket studded with brass fittings. Henry placed it reverently on the table, flipped the latch, and opened it with a grin. Light spilled across the hall. Inside lay a golden stag, delicate as spun fire, every antler wrought with impossible detail. "This," Henry whispered, "is a relic of the ancient Bella Empire. Pure gold." "Priceless?" Kent's pulse quickened. He stared, mesmerized by the craftsmanship and the warm, hypnotic glow. He loved such treasures, not merely for their material worth, but for the air of refinement they lent a man of his position. Still, appearances demanded restraint. "Viscount, this is far too valuable. I can't possibly accept." "Come now, Count," Henry said with mock reproach. "You've served our family loyally for decades. This is nothing, a token of gratitude from House Ferdinand to its most faithful vassal." He lingered on that last word. Kent's smile didn't waver, though his jaw tightened. "Your family's vassal, yes, but not yours." He thought darkly. "Your generosity humbles me," he said aloud, bowing his head. "But oh please," Henry interrupted, waving off the protest. "You'll offend me if you refuse." And so the dance began, courtesy against insistence, pride against pretense, until finally Kent allowed himself to be persuaded, accepting the gift with visible reluctance and hidden greed. That evening, he hosted a lavish dinner in Henry's honor. The Viscount was in roaring spirits, toasting endlessly as though the ducal seat were already his. After what felt like the third, or 30th, round, Henry slurred through a grin, his face flushed red as wine. "Maltz, my friend, never knew you to hold your liquor so well. Hick, you've improved." He dropped the formalities entirely, oblivious to rank. Kent chuckled. "You flatter me, Viscount." Flatterer or not, Henry didn't notice that his host's complexion remained unflushed and his gaze perfectly clear. Since practicing Barnet's so-called vitality rituals, Kent had found that strong drink barely touched him. He no longer knew whether to call it strength or curse, but it had its uses. Henry leaned forward, lowering his voice though his whisper carried across the room. When I'm Duke, yes, when, not if, I'll reward you tenfold. More gold, more land. He slapped his chest proudly. Anything my brother gave you, I'll give again. And more besides. Kent's mouth curved faintly. Viscount, I believe the wine's gone to your head. Henry blinked blearily. Is it? Oh, perhaps you're right. Hick. I should. Hick. Retire before I make a fool of myself. He stood unsteadily. Kent was on his feet instantly, guiding him towards the door. Malts, the Viscount muttered, gripping his sleeve. Remember this, my other brothers, they'll try to bribe you too, the moment my dear sibling draws his last breath, whatever they offer. Tell me. I'll double it, no, triple it. Kent offered his most convincing chuckle. Of course, Viscount. I'll keep that in mind. He helped the man into his carriage, and during one last half-drunken wave, let's keep in touch. Yes, we'll meet again soon. Kent stood by the door long after the carriage had disappeared into the lamplit streets. The night was cool, quiet, flecked with drifting snow. When the last hoofbeat faded, his expression shifted into something colder, sharper. A short, humorless laugh escaped him. Fools, he muttered, turning back toward the house. Whether it was the Duke, his ambitious brother, or the circle itself, he would dance with them all, for as long as it suited him. Chapter 196. The Duke bows. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the sparrow looming behind. Count Maltskent mused aloud, a faint, cruel smile tugging at his lips. That's how the world works. Predators hunting predators. He dismissed the thought and ordered his servants to fetch young Andy. Moments later, the boy appeared in the doorway, looking freshly bathed and vaguely drowsy from the previous night's meal. Andy, my boy, Kent began, his tone syrupy with false warmth. Tomorrow, we proceed with the next phase. We'll pay a visit to the Duke of the Northwest himself. Though Master Barnett's influence should guarantee his cooperation, we'll need you to strengthen that effect just in case he's grown difficult. Yes, Count Kent, said Andy dutifully. Tell me what to do when the time comes and I'll do my best. Kent blinked. You're not curious what we're seeing him for? The boy tilted his head. What are we seeing him for? Kent pinched the bridge of his nose. By all the gods, if he didn't have an escort, he'd have been sold to highwaymen by now. We're after the Duke's title. Of course, he said. This isn't for me. It's for the Mystic Circle. For all mages. Only by seizing noble authority can we protect ourselves from the Church's hounds. When the kingdom's high lords march south, we'll strike from the shadows and build a realm ruled by magi. He paused. Do you understand? Sort of. Kent forced a smile, waving it off. Good enough. Just follow orders. He spent the next hour explaining the plan, detail by detail. Andy listened wide-eyed, nodding now and again without much comprehension. There's no simpler option? The boy asked finally. If the Duke obeys, there won't be need for force. Now rest, lad. You'll need a clear head tomorrow. The next morning, under a crisp winter sky, Count Kent and the little mage rode to the ducal castle. Unlike the grim fortresses that dotted the northwest, Duke Ferdinand's residence was a marvel of artistry, more palace than citadel, its balconies covered in marble vines and carved angels. Beauty for beauty's sake, utterly impractical, yet undeniably magnificent. No wonder the man's gone soft, Kent thought sourly. He lives in a painting, not a stronghold. The guards at the gates recognized him at once. He'd arranged his visit ahead of time. As they led him through the echoing corridors, Kent leaned close to one. How fares the Duke today? He asked lightly. As usual, my lord, replied the guard with a sly grin. He'll be pleased to see you. Kent caught the subtle glance that followed, one conspirator recognizing another. Good. His informants inside the castle were still doing their work. Nothing within these walls happened without his knowledge. Of course, others had spies too, especially the Duke's ambitious brothers. But their networks were clumsy compared to his. At last, a servant bowed before them in the regal antechamber. If you please, my lord, his grace will see you in his study. The door opened onto a bleak scene. Duke Ferdinand sat slumped behind a desk, frail and wasted. His cheeks had hollowed, his eyes, once piercing, were dull and glassy. Kent masked his own shock behind a measured smile. He knew the infestation of the brain worm would weaken its host, but seeing the result firsthand sent a chill through him. It's accelerating faster than expected. He forced the thought away. If the Duke had months left, perhaps less, then time was precious indeed. The sight of Andy by his side seemed to ignite something within the dying man. Ferdinand straightened suddenly, his eyes gleaming with unnatural recognition. You're Maltskent. My Malts. he cried weakly, waving his arms. Yes, I wanted you brought to me. Kent knelt smoothly. Your Grace, beside him, and he kept silent. He'd been mistaken for Kent's servant by the guards and hadn't been questioned further. When Kent roused, the Duke's eyes locked onto him, fever bright, almost expectant. I came, my lord, to discuss a matter of grave importance, Kent began, but then stopped, a sly idea forming. Though truthfully, Your Grace, I've just knelt before you in respect, shouldn't you, perhaps, return the courtesy? The room went still. What? Ferdinand blinked in disbelief. Reciprocate, Kent said, his smile warm and poisonous. Why don't you kneel to me? He wanted to see how deep Barnet's poison had sunk, how absolute the worm's control was. Up to now, submission had come only through suggestion. Time to test obedience with humiliation. Why you want me to? Kent's eyes narrowed. Kneel. A dull thud echoed through the chamber. Ferdinand dropped to both knees. His lips moved in a mumble, dazed and mechanical. I kneeled. Kent's grin spread wide. Perfect. Andy's small voice broke the moment. Count. Please stop. He's suffering enough. Kent glanced over in mild surprise. How unexpected. You Mystic Circle folk usually prefer cruelty to mercy. The boy looked away, hugging his staff. Still smiling, Kent produced a scroll of parchment, thick with dense script. Then let's put his obedience to practical use. He slid the document across the desk. Sign your name here, Your Grace. And when your birthday comes, read it publicly before the court. Ferdinand clutched the parchment, skimmed the words, then recoiled as if burned. No, I can't. I won't. Kent leaned forward. Sign it. The Duke's strength returned for one final act of resistance. He tore his hand free and shoved the paper away. Kent strained, teeth bared. But the frail old fool somehow held firm. Scowling, Kent turned to the mage. Andy, help him see reason. The boy hesitated, biting his lip. His fingers tightened around his staff. Please, Kent whispered. For the circle. For the future of all magi. Andy exhaled slowly and stepped forward. Very well, he murmured. He lifted the staff, his lips shaping quiet syllables of power. The words shimmered faintly in the air. Duke Ferdinand's eyes rolled back. His spine stiffened. The tremors in his hand ceased. Kent watched in gleeful anticipation as the quill, trembling, lowered itself onto the parchment. And with a scratch of ink, the Duke of the Northwest damned himself and his house. Chapter 197. The Voyage Home. The capital of the Cape Alliance, Nisbrough, had been buzzing with rumors these past few weeks. First came the shocking news. Lady Fanny of the Eton Duchy, the Grand Duke's young sister-in-law, had been abducted. For several days the entire city stood on edge, fearing that the disappearance would shatter the trade accords so painstakingly negotiated between the Eton Duchy and the Alliance. Fortunately, fate, or rather Eton's royal guards, intervened. They intercepted the kidnappers as they attempted to flee the city and rescued Lady Fanny unharmed. The talks resumed soon after, though the identity of the culprits remained a tightly guarded secret. Then came the Night of the Howls. The forest north of the city erupted in an eerie chorus of wolves, their cries rolling across the dark until even the hardest men remembered the old tales, century-old legends of the wolf plague. Parents wasted no time putting the story to use, threatening naughty children with the words, "Behave, or the wolves will take you." Luckily, the beasts attacked no villages this time. But they did take lives. Travelers on the highway, men armed and armored, were later found stripped to bone. From the remnants of their gear, people guessed they were church knights. Scouts soon reported heavy wolf activity nearby. To calm the fearful populace, both the city hall and the cathedral issued bounties for the hunting of wolves. Adventurers poured in from every direction, eager for coin and glory. For a short time, it seemed every man with a sword had become a slayer of wolves. And amid all this, preparations were underway for something far greater, a multinational summit hosted by the Cape Alliance. Invitations had gone out across the region, calling rulers and dignitaries to Nisbrough to discuss a new age of political and economic cooperation. Even the usually stern Lord Forster, one of the Alliance's council marquises, was visibly delighted with how things were unfolding. The reason was simple. The Eton delegation had not abandoned negotiations after all. In fact, the Grand Duke himself remained in Nisbrough to finalize terms, and, quite unexpectedly, had begun railing openly against the church. What the Alliance did not know was that the affair with Lady Fanny had lit that fire. During his private outburst, the Duke revealed two crucial details. First, that the kidnappers were agents of the church, and second, that they had taken action because the church had caught wind of cooperation brewing between the Alliance and Eton. The attempt had backfired spectacularly. In a single night, the Duke's hesitation evaporated. Young, passionate, and furious, He pledged his support to the alliance and swore to persuade other rulers to rise against the church during the coming summit. Officially, Eaton remained silent about the church's involvement, but everyone in power already knew. At council meetings, the members of the alliance were practically euphoric. The church, in trying to crush their plans, had only strengthened them. Let the secret leak, it scarcely mattered. The world was already watching two giants drift toward war. Relieved of political tension, Marquis Forster turned his focus to domestic matters. One morning he met with Captain Quick and several merchant envoys from the Northwest Bay. The Marquis praised their goods, fine iron, porcelain, paper, and other exports from that far frontier, and expressed his hopes for deeper cooperation. The merchants were overawed. For many, it was their first audience with someone of such rank. In the Cape Alliance, wealth could buy noble titles. But this man was no pretender. He sat at the very table where nations made law. Their efforts to impress him were both earnest and embarrassing. They stumbled through halting phrases in broken Capish, flattering him with half-memorized compliments while Captain Quick stood nearby, fighting the urge to hide his face. In truth, their week in Nisbro had been a dizzying blend of excitement and disillusionment. The city's markets brimmed with energy, ideas, and innovation. A merchant's paradise. Compared to it, the Northwest Bay seemed an uncultivated backwater decades behind. After 5 days, Quick decided it was time to leave. The Southern would sail before the year's end, giving her crew and passengers time to reach home before the winter celebration. As dazzling as Nisbro was, it was still a foreign land. Festivals belonged to one's own hearth. Lottie, must you go so soon? Beneath the flowering arches of Eaton's embassy garden, Duchess Helen stood facing her junior, her tone both pleading and resigned. This city is still your home, your birthplace. Wouldn't you rather stay? The Northwest is. Well, I've heard stories about that place. Lottie smiled, though her eyes softened. She had come to say goodbye. Her belongings were already packed. Tomorrow morning, she and her mother would board the Southern and sail north. I can't, she said gently. I'm Paul Grayman's advisor now. I've only just begun my post. Disappearing already would be shamefully irresponsible. Besides, this city feels heavy. Helen sighed. Because of the church? Lottie didn't answer, but the silence said enough. Then I won't keep you. Helen's smile turned sad. If this is the life you've chosen, treasure it, and be careful. I will. You look after yourself too, senior. Before Helen could reply, a voice rang out, tiny, bright, and full of mischief. Lottie. A small girl ran across the garden, blonde curls bouncing. Lottie crouched with open arms, catching her mid-stride and spinning her in a circle. And here's our little Fanny. She kissed the child's rosy cheek, earning a delighted giggle. Don't go, Fanny pleaded, clinging to her neck. Stay with me, please. Helen cleared her throat. Fanny, enough. Lottie has her own responsibilities. The girl pouted, eyes glistening. Lottie brushed her hair gently. I'll come back to visit, I promise. But you must listen to your sister while I'm away. Fanny nodded obediently, though her lip quivered. Her recent ordeal had changed her. Since the kidnapping, guilt and fear lingered like shadows behind her meekness. More than once, the Duchess had woken to find her sister sobbing in her sleep. After playing with her for a while, Lottie rose and turned to Helen. I should be going. My adventurer friends want one last dinner together tonight, the ones I travelled with before joining Lord Grayman. Of course, Helen said softly. Go. I'll see you off at the harbour in the morning. She walked her to the gate herself and watched as Lottie disappeared down the lantern-lit streets of Nisbro. Her figure small but steady against the sea breeze. The waves beyond the harbour whispered of home. Chapter 198. The Voyage Home, Part 2. The docks of Nisbro were as noisy and crowded as ever at the birth of the Southern. Sailors hurried up and down the gangplank, hauling crates and barrels aboard in preparation for the long journey back to the Northwest Bay. Nearby, the merchant representatives who had traveled south with the delegation lingered by the waterfront, walking slow laps as though trying to imprint the atmosphere of this bustling southern metropolis in their memories. Down the pier came Lady Lottie, her mother Sheila Sertia, and their quiet maid Lisa, each carrying a small chest or leather case. The salt wind tugged at their hair and the hems of their coats. By the gangplank, Captain Quick was already deep in conversation with young Quella Forster. My father sends his apologies, said Quella, adjusting his cuffs. He's tied up with council duties and asked me to see you off in his stead. Quick smiled wryly. The Marquis was far more generous than we deserved. I couldn't possibly expect him to come to the docks himself. He was being polite. Of course, men of Forster's rank did not personally bid farewell to ship captains. When the women approached, both men turned and removed their hats. Good morning, ladies, Quick said. Mrs. Sertia, Miss Lottie. Miss Lisa." Sheila returned the greeting with her usual grace. "And a good morning to you, Captain." "So, it's time at last." Quick said with a sigh. "We've all enjoyed ourselves here, but once the date's set, every man's heart turns north again. The sea always calls us home." Quella offered a grin. "I hear you made quite the impression, Miss Lottie, passing for a man all the way south." "Was it?" "Hard to believe, looking at you now. How did such a charming lady manage that?" Lottie answered his playful curiosity with nothing more than a serene smile before stepping past to board. The young noble frowned in embarrassment, scratching the back of his neck. "Still the quiet one, is she?" "I've met her before. Never said 2 words to me then either." "Hard to imagine a woman like that choosing to live in the cold frontier. Your Lord Greyman must be a lucky man." Quick gave a silent chuckle and ordered a few sailors to carry their luggage aboard. Once the luggage was stowed, the 3 women gathered at the rail, gazing out over the harbor as the gulls wheeled overhead. Lisa pointed suddenly toward the street. "Look, over there, someone's coming." A procession of ornate carriages rolled slowly toward them, surrounded by armored knights gleaming in the morning light. "Eton's colors," Lottie said immediately. "Stay here, I'll meet them." She descended the gangplank just as the convoy drew up before the pier. Guards fanned out instinctively, forming a protective ring before a servant hurried forward to open the foremost carriage. Out stepped a tall man with chestnut curls, dressed in regal finery and radiating a presence impossible to mistake. Quella Forster's jaw dropped. His eyes bulged in disbelief before narrowing sharply. He grabbed Captain Quick by the collar. "Captain," he hissed, "you'd better explain this. Has Alda decided to abandon its partnership with my family and take up with the Duke of Eton instead?" "What? No. Absolutely not." Quick sputtered, waving his hands. "I've received no such orders. I swear it on my ship's keel." "Then why?" Quella demanded, pointing to the newcomer. "Is the Grand Duke of Eton here to see you?" "The Duke of what?" Quick blinked, then swore under his breath. "Oh, heavens above. That's who he is? No wonder he looked familiar. But you misunderstand. He's not here for me." He leaned closer and whispered, "He's here for Miss Lottie. His wife's something of an old friend of hers." "His wife? You mean the Grand Duchess Helen?" Quella's disbelief deepened. The reserved, enigmatic advisor from Alda, friends with the Grand Duchess of Eton? It sounded like a farce. Quick shrugged. "We met the Duchess ourselves. Remember, the Night of the Wolves? How could I forget?" Quella muttered. "Half the city heard that racket. Spent the whole night awake." Quick grinned at the memory. "That very night, Miss Lottie and her grace were caught in the forest. We happened upon them by luck, and with a lot of burning torches. When we reached them, they'd already felled several wolves on their own. 2 brave women, those, not the sort you meet every day." "You had a fight with wolves," Quella said flatly, "and never thought to send for me?" Quick stared. "You wanted in on that?" "Of course." "Sounds thrilling." Quick rubbed his temples. The noble's sense of adventure bordered on suicidal. Before he could reply, the Duke himself appeared, helping the Duchess Helen gracefully down from their carriage. Both radiated refinement that even the harbor's noise couldn't dim. Lottie inclined her head. "Your Grace Senior." "Good day." The Duke smiled warmly. "Now, none of that, Miss Gerard. The last time we met was at Fanny's birthday party, was it not? You and my wife are like family. There's no need for formality." Helen stepped forward and embraced her. "Exactly. Treat him as you would an elder brother." "I came," the Duke said, "to thank you properly. Without you, my wife, my sister, and indeed my entire duchy might have suffered disaster. I've been bound up in meetings since our arrival and couldn't come sooner." Lottie shook her head. "Please, Your Grace, Fanny is as dear to me as my own sister." Helping her was simply right. The Duke smiled appreciatively, then turned to face the small crowd on deck and dock. In accented but clear Alden tongue, he called out, "And I must also thank the brave men of the Northwest Bay. Those who saved my family from the jaws of the wolves." Dozens of sailors and merchants froze, then, all at once, turned their eyes toward Captain Quick. The captain stiffened, color draining from his face. "Why is everyone staring at me?" he muttered. Compared with the Duchess, the Duke's presence was overpowering, a man who commanded not just titles but kingdoms. Quick had faced cannon fire with steadier nerves. Sensing his panic, Lottie leaned toward the Duke and murmured, "Your Grace, forgive them. They've never addressed a sovereign before and don't quite know how to act." The bearded one there is Captain Quick, the man you seek. "Ah." The Duke laughed heartily. "That explains it." He took Helen's arm, and she, smiling sweetly, jabbed him discreetly with her fan. "Now be pleasant," she whispered. "I shall, dearest," he replied with a helpless smile. Together they strolled toward the astonished captain, monarchs amid the salt and wind, trailed by their knights and the woman who had, without quite meaning to, changed the course of both their fates. Chapter 199. The Voyage Home, Part 3. Lottie led the Duke and Duchess through the bustle of the dock to where Captain Quick stood frozen, his expression somewhere between awe and panic. "Your Grace," she said with gentle formality, "may I present Captain Quick of the Southern?" "Captain, this is His Grace, the Grand Duke of Eton." She gave his sleeve a discreet tug. Quick blinked as if waking from a dream, jerked upright, and then, like a puppet wound too tight, dropped to one knee in an awkward half-bow that looked as though he'd copied it from a bad theatre play. "Your Grace," he stammered, "forgive my lack of ceremony. On behalf of Lord Paul Grayman of the Kingdom of Alder, I offer you our regards and gratitude." The Duke laughed, the sound warm and unpretentious. Up. "There's no need for that, you and your crew are heroes." He took the dumbfounded captain by the hands and drew him to his feet. "You risked your lives to venture into the wolves' den and rescued my wife and her sister. You have my deepest thanks, and that of Eton's royal house." Quick could barely keep up with the rapid, courtly phrasing. He answered each noble flourish with a hurried "Yes, quite, Your Grace," praying he wasn't about to insult a head of state by accident. "Sense above, Grayman, why didn't you tell me how to handle kings?" The Duke went on, smiling. "Please convey my respect to Lord Grayman as well. Alder has earned Eton's friendship this day. Should he or his envoys come to the Cape again, they will find open doors and warm welcome." Quick bobbed his head. "I'll be sure to pass on the message, Your Grace." "Good. Then, accept our token of gratitude." He clapped his hands. Two servants stepped forward carrying a wooden chest, which they set before the captain. When they lifted the lid, sunlight spilled over the contents, and an audible gasp rose from the crowd. Bars of gold, neatly stacked, enough to drown a man. This isn't necessary," Quick stammered. In his years at sea he had seen his share of prizes, but never such wealth. That chest could build a fleet larger than his beloved Southern. The Duke, however, was resolute. "You must take it. Half is for your crew, the men who fought beside you, the other half is for Lord Grayman himself." After several rounds of polite protest, Quick realized resistance was futile. He swallowed hard and accepted the fortune, bowing until his back ached. Watching from nearby, Queller Forster felt his stomach drop. "That box of gold is not a gift, it's bait." He cleared his throat loudly. "Ahem, Your Grace," he began, his tone grave. The Duke turned, puzzled. "And you are?" Stepping forward, Queller drew himself up. Queller Forster, second son of Marquis Forster of the Cape Alliance Council. Recognition flashed in the Duke's eyes. "Ah, of course. I've spoken with your father. A fine and gracious man, and our negotiations have been most agreeable. Your praise will please him greatly," said Queller, forcing a smile. "I only wished to make our positions clear. You see, my family serves as the exclusive trade representative for Lord Grayman within the Alliance." He emphasized exclusive just enough to make his meaning unmistakable. "Oh?" The Duke raised a brow. "So Lord Grayman trades here through the Forster house." He had not realized that the exquisite porcelain now decorating his palace, the very pieces his ministers admired daily, came from those same northern manufacturers by way of Forster's merchant fleet. The implication was plain enough. The Duke let out a genial laugh and clasped Queller's shoulder. "You have my word, young Forster. Eton treasures its friendship with your house. I came not to meddle in business, only to offer thanks, nothing more." Reassured, Queller smiled back, though privately he made a note to write his father at once. Paul Grayman was clearly becoming more influential than they'd accounted for. The Northwest Bay deserved greater attention. A few paces away, the Duchess Helen drew Lottie aside, her fan half open to shield their quiet conversation. "What of your adventurer friends?" she asked softly. "They left last night," said Lottie. "The guild sent word of an emergency. They had to depart before dawn." "And Lord Grayman? How does he treat you?" Lottie hesitated, then smiled faintly. "He treats me well, truly. The Bay lacks people of skill, so even a meddlesome woman like me ends up useful for once." Helen laughed. "I never thought I'd hear you call yourself useless. Miracles do happen." Her expression grew more serious. "As for the church, there's been no official move. They've gone silent. It seems they can't fabricate evidence without damning themselves further. To abduct a duchess's sister and then pretend innocence," Lottie murmured. "Even they must realize their arrogance has limits." "Still, we won't let it rest," Helen said firmly. "My husband intends to join the coalition forming against them. We'll bide our time, but when the moment is right, this attack will become their undoing." Lottie frowned slightly. "You don't think it will come to war?" "War?" Helen waved a manicured hand. "The church has a handful of paladins and priests. If the nations unite, what can they do?" "Perhaps," Lottie said quietly, "let's hope unity holds." Inwardly, she wasn't so sure. The church wasn't just an army, It was an idea, rooted in the hearts of countless believers, even among the nobility. And faith, once weaponized, could be far stronger than steel. She prayed Nisbro's shining streets would never resemble the ruins such holy wars left behind in history. At last the hour of departure came. Under the gaze of the Duke and Duchess of Eton, and of Quella Forster standing stiffly beside them, Lottie and her companions boarded the Southern. Curious onlookers gathered all along the docks, craning for a better look at the grand vessel and the foreign dignitaries. Eton's guards formed a cordon, keeping the crowds at bay. With a signal from the harbour master, the mooring ropes were released. The sailors hauled them aboard, while the first mate's voice rang out across the deck. Heave on the capstan. All together now. 1, 2, 3, heave. The heavy anchor groaned upward, dripping seawater. Because the Southern had no oars, several small harbour boats had been hired to tow her clear of the berth. At Quick's signal, the crews of those little vessels bent to their oars, pulling in swift rhythm until the ship began to glide free from the rail. Lottie, her mother, and the sailors raised their hands in farewell. The Duke and Duchess answered in kind, the sea wind tugging at their cloaks. Slowly the Southern slipped beyond the breakwater, sails unfurling to catch the morning breeze. As the distance widened, the city of Nisbro shimmered like a mirage behind them, spires gleaming gold in the sunlight, fading gradually into the horizon. The voyage home had begun. Chapter 200, The Bishop's Shadow. A few days earlier, within the grand cathedral at the heart of Nisbro, Bishop Elvis knelt before the altar, his voice leading the final murmurs of evening prayer. When the ceremony ended, the priests and acolytes dispersed quietly through the echoing halls, leaving behind only the faint scent of candle smoke and incense. The bishop lingered a moment longer, his face serene, until the great doors closed behind the last of the faithful. As the silence settled, the calm in his eyes hardened into storm. He made his way to the refectory. Though his rank entitled him to dine in solitude, Elvis refused such indulgence, insisting on sharing the humble fare of his clergy. This simple act, repeated over the years, had earned him the affection of both priests and townsfolk. He took his usual seat. Hands folded as a servant placed a modest meal before him, bread, soup, and a single boiled egg. For several minutes he tapped the egg gently against the wooden table, lost in thought, until a nearby priest leaned closer, concerned. "Your Grace, you'll break it to dust at that rate." Elvis blinked, looking down. The shell had indeed crumbled in his hand. "Ah, Lord, forgive me," he whispered. Carefully, almost reverently, he peeled away what little shell remained and ate the egg in small bites. The young priest watched with silent admiration. Even in absent-mindedness, the bishop's austerity felt saintly. Moments later, another clergyman hurried in and bent to whisper at his ear. "Your Grace, Anthony has returned." "I see," said Elvis, wiping his fingers. "See that breakfast is brought to his quarters. Tell him to wait there for me." "Yes, Bishop." The bishop finished his meal swiftly, murmured a brief word of thanks to the light, and departed. Anthony was waiting when he arrived, seated in his chamber with a cup of watered wine and the fatigue of travel still clinging to his shoulders. He rose when Elvis entered. "Your Grace," he greeted formally. Elvis sank into the chair opposite him, his expression grave. "Anthony, I have failed in my duty." The witch escaped. Anthony frowned. "Escaped? Tell me everything." The bishop hesitated, searching for the right words. At last, he spoke slowly. "Last night, during her transfer, something happened." "Last night?" Anthony's eyes narrowed. "Was it the wolves?" Elvis nodded. "Yes." "Their howling carried through the city. We heard nothing from the escort all night. At dawn I sent men to search the route, and found only corpses torn apart. Every one of them. May their souls ascend." Anthony murmured. "And the witch?" "No trace of her." Elvis's voice was tight with fury. "By appearance it was the wolves that attacked. But I know it was her doing. She conjured those beasts, called them out of the forest to slaughter righteous men." His fist struck the table, rattling the goblet. "The she-devil must have used unholy power to summon them. How else could she alone have survived?" Anthony sighed. "A shame. Without her, we lose our leverage. Eton will never agree to the bargain now." Elvis's shoulders slumped. "Yes. A bitter loss. That alliance might have delayed this drifting toward rebellion. Now we can only watch as a confederation of heretics unites beneath our very noses." Anthony gave a wry smile. "Don't torment yourself, Your Grace." Even if the duchy had joined us, their influence would have changed little, perhaps. But to lose a witch in our custody. He broke off, grief and frustration twisting together. Before Anthony could reply, a knock came at the door. A muffled voice called, "Your Grace, a report." "Urgent news." Elvis excused himself and stepped outside. When he returned moments later, his face was ashen and furious. "They've announced she's been found," he spat. The Eton embassy has declared that Lady Fanny is safe. They claim their royal guard intercepted a gang of bandits attempting to flee the city. Anthony sat back slowly. So, the story's written, then. It's a lie. Alvis paced the room, hands clenched behind his back. It all fits too neatly. Their so-called bandits were our escort. Killed by wolves, she commanded. The Eton soldiers must have stumbled on the carnage and pieced together this deceit. They knew she was a witch. They must have learned of our plan and turned it against us. His voice grew hoarse, the words tumbling faster and wilder until he was nearly shouting at the walls. Anthony let him run out of breath before asking quietly, "And what do we do now? Expose her?" Alvis roared, "Expose them both. Let the world know the truth, that the royal house of Eton shelters a vile conjurer in silk, a blight upon the faithful." Anthony's reply came calm and deliberate. "That would be unwise, Your Grace." The bishop spun on him. "Unwise?" "Yes. While she was in our custody, we could prove what she was. Now she's back in their care. To make accusations without evidence will brand us as deceivers. The Alliance already mistrusts the Church. Another scandal could widen the rift." Alvis sneered. "Those godless bureaucrats, let them glare. The people stand with us." Anthony's eyes glinted. "Do they?" "The people's faith is fickle. Today they chant the glory of the light. Tomorrow they cheer whatever crown feeds them bread." Silence fell. The room glowed dimly, the candle between them guttering in its wax pool. Alvis stared into the flame as if searching for an answer inside it. At length, Anthony leaned forward. "Instead of quarreling with Eton, perhaps we should focus on a more pressing matter." Alvis looked up. "More pressing than purging witchcraft?" Anthony's expression darkened. "Yes." "Finding the traitor who warned them." The bishop froze. Anthony continued, voice low, "You said it yourself, the duchy must have learned of our plan in advance. Someone inside this cathedral spoke out of turn." Alvis straightened abruptly, his chair scraping the stone beneath. His eyes gleamed with sudden, terrible clarity. "You're right, I nearly forgot." He turned toward the door, his gaze cold as steel. "There's a rat among us," he whispered, "a servant of darkness hiding in the light's own house." Anthony watched him go, the faintest sigh escaping his lips as the footsteps receded down the corridor. The first storm had passed, but the next, he knew, was already gathering within these holy walls.